Vale, cuando quieras.
Okay, I guess it's gonna take a little bit.
Cuando tú quieras, Jordi.
Hi, guys. Hi, I'm joining Villacampa, Viñes, Catalan author, based in Lleida, 150 kilometers west of Barcelona. I'm just launched, and I would like to introduce you to present you my second kids book, Llunicity, the City of the Kids, published by Pages Editors. First of all, I'm very grateful to Laia Cabrera and Marianne Newman for inviting me to take part in this fantastic World Literature Festival. My second book is the sequel of the first we wrote with 96 kids, named The Girl Who Wished to Be the Moon. But it doesn't matter if you don't know how is the story, because they are related. I wrote the first one, as I told you before, with 96 kids. I am a drama teacher, and that year I had a lot of groups, and kids, the children in my groups were from 4 years old to 12 years old. And I wanted to investigate, to do an experiment about joining different levels of imagination and creativity. So I took this notebook and I passed it from group to group during the space of time of 3 months. So during this space of 3 months, they wrote and they drew a story that I think it was amazing. It was like magic. What I did overall is just to make sure that what the kids wrote there was logical, and of course the characters were always the same, you know? As I told you, the result was brilliant. I think it was amazing. Kids created a story about Laura, a girl who has always wished, who has always dreamt of being the moon, you know, and the people she lives there. What I learned from the kids, and I think that what we can learn from the kids as adults, is the importance of talking about diseases like cancer naturally, you know, and without beating about the bush, you know, about the bush. In the first book, you know, this one, The Girl Who Wished to Be the Moon, I found a thing, and it was beautiful, and it was imagined by the kids. The fact was that on the other side of the moon, there happens to be Llunicity. Llunicity is an invented word, and it is a mixture of 2 words. Lluni, that in Catalan is moon, it's lunar, and city, no? And then imagine this Meritxell, Llunicity, the city of the kids. Of those kids who live there, they are special kids. They are kids that they have had to leave the earth. But once they arrive there, they remember always and take care of the beloved ones that they have left back on earth, as their family and their friends in the school. And I found it was magic. So I wanted to share this story for the audience, no? And it's what I did in this second book. No? Nowadays, unfortunately, death is a recurring theme, and sometimes, as adults, we don't know how to explain these kind of things, like diseases, like cancer. So I think that by reading this book, by reading The Girl Who Wishes to Be the Moon and The City of Kids, it can be a resource for the families who wish to explain the death, the diseases, naturally, you know, via an imaginary story like this, you know, like a tale. No? What I'm gonna read now is chapter 0. Chapter 0 from Llunicity, the City of the Kids. Now, in this chapter, I think that summarizes the first book, you know, The Girl Who Wishes to Be the Moon. So now I'm gonna read the chapter, and I hope you like it. and enjoy it as I enjoyed it when I wrote it. Laura wasn't there. I had always dreamt of being the moon. From her memory, every night she sent her best wishes. Once, she and her school friends had the opportunity to visit it, and she met the people who lived there, known as the Llunicity. When she had to be in hospital because she had broken her leg, she met Drac, a boy suffering from cancer, who like her had always dreamt of being the moon. Unfortunately, Drac died, and Laura became very downhearted. Just a few minutes after finding about the sad incident, she received a visit from Pet Piplet. He was a friend she had met at Llunicity, and the one who granted Laura her wish. The wish to be the moon and live in the city of the kids forever and ever. And this is chapter 0 from the book. And what I would like to do now, as it is St. Jordi in New York, is I would like to share with you the same chapter, but now in Catalan, so you can hear how it sounds in our language. Capítol 0. La Laura era una nena que sempre havia somiat en ser divina. Des de la seva habitació, cada nit li adreçava els seus millors desitjos. Una vegada, amb els seus amics de l'escola, va tenir la sort de visitar-la i hi va conèixer els seus habitants, els Llunicity. Quan va haver d'estar ingressada a l'hospital, perquè s'havia trencat una cama, va conèixer el Pep, un nen malalt de càncer que, com ella, també somiava en ser la lluna. Malauradament, el Pep va morir i la Laura es va posar molt trista. Al cap de pocs minuts de saber-ho, va rebre la visita del Pep Piplet, un amic que havia fet a Llunicity i que va concedir a la Laura el seu desig de voler ser la lluna i viure per sempre més a la ciutat dels nens i les nenes. So this was the chapter 0, no, but now in Catalan, no, the original language that was written this book for kids, and I had the opportunity to share it with you in this St. Jordi in New York. So that's all. Hope you like it. Hope you like it in the same way as I liked it and as I enjoyed while I was writing it. Firstly, in the first book with the 96 kids, and then in the second book when I wrote it alone. And I want to thank you again on the organization of the festival for inviting me to take part in it. And thanks all for watching it and enjoy this St. Jordi in New York for the whole day. Thank you for everything. And that's all it is.
Hello, I'm Lynn Miller-Lachmann, and I am the translator of The President of the Jungle by Andre Rodriguez, Larissa Ribeiro, Paula Desqualdo, and Pedro Markin. The English language version is published by Nancy Paulson Books imprint of Penguin Random House, and this reading is taking place with the permission of Penguin Random House. Lion wanted a swimming pool. So, because he was king of the jungle, he rerouted the river to flow into his front yard. Now he had his pool. The other animals were not happy. They missed their river. Lion had gone too far. Maybe he should not be king of the jungle. The animals decided to have a demonstration. They marched to Lion's swimming pool to protest. But Lion couldn't care less what they thought. So the animals decided it was time for a new leader. Let's be a democracy. Let's hold an election. In an election, anyone who wants to be the leader can become a candidate and put together a campaign. Each animal gets to vote for the leader. The candidate who gets the most votes becomes president. Everyone liked the idea, so they drew up the rules for the election. Rules for the election. We will hold an election every spring. Any animal can be a candidate. Each animal gets one vote. Votes are secret. The candidate with the most votes wins. Candidates cannot trade gifts for votes. Candidates cannot eat their opponents. Monkey, sloth, and snake were excited to become candidates. Lion didn't want to be left out, so he became a candidate too. Then the campaigns began. My beloved subjects, I descend from a long line of kings. It was my cherished great-great-grandfather who expelled the smelly possums so the rest of us could live in peace. I provided jobs to the animals who diverted the water from the river to build my swimming pool. If something is not broken, do not fix it. For tradition, vote for Lion. It's time for Lion to go. The king is sneaky and as slippery as a rotten banana peel. He said we could all swim in his pool, and now we can't. Under my leadership, everything will be different, and we will build burrows and homes for everyone. No more lies. Monkey for president. I am a popular snake. I grew up in the jungle with all of you. I've crawled through burrows and nests getting to know you. We have faced the great drought together, and we have survived fires and hunters. You know I will be there for you. Vote for Snake. My fellow animals, it is time to plan our future together. I want to hear from all of you, and please don't judge me by my name. I am not lazy. I don't rush because good government does not happen overnight. With patience, we will make the jungle better for everyone. Vote for Sloth. Each candidate got busy trying to convince the voters why they would be the best leader. They went on TV, took selfies with voters, handed out pamphlets, discussed the issues. They held rallies. Some said wild things about the other candidates. They put up posters and discussed more issues. They had debates to talk about their ideas. Snake, how would you solve the bird traffic jams? Easy. Every bird will be assigned a time to fly. Why don't we ask the birds what they think? Who cares? Just tell those high flyers what to do. Snake is venomous. Well, nobody is better than me. Lion is selfish. Hey, I didn't finish what I was saying. Sometimes they just argued. Finally, election day arrived. The animals lined up to cast their secret votes in the ballot box. Owl was in charge of counting votes. Unfortunately, Lion got disqualified for violating rule number 6. He had been giving voters peanuts, so they'd choose him. When the votes were added up, the new president was announced. It was Sloth. The animals all gathered to hear Sloth's victory speech. In this election, I learned so much from everybody. We have something to say, and we all should listen. Lion wants to be recognized for all his work. Monkey wants us to have food and shelter. Snake and I agree that we are stronger when we work together. The first thing I will do as president is create a team to help us make the jungle a great place for every animal. And that is the story of how Sloth became the jungle's first president. Of course, not everyone was happy with the election results, so it was a good thing that there would be another election next year.
Hola a tothom, hola a todo el mundo, hi everyone. Me llamo Xavier Salomó, soy ilustrador y estos días justamente tenía que estar aquí en Nueva York y en Washington para disfrutar del día de Sant Jordi juntos, un día que aquí en Cataluña, en mi país, es tan importante. En todo caso, lo que no va a impedir el virus es que os lea y os muestre muy brevemente La leyenda de Sant Jordi, una adaptación que hicimos con Meritxell Martí, la escritora, y que publicó Editorial Convel de Barcelona. Espero que os guste, que estéis bien, que todo esto pase lo más pronto posible para que nos podamos reunir y disfrutar juntos de libros y leyendas. Un fuerte abrazo. Conta una llegenda que un drac molt dolent va atacar tot un poble i es cruspia la gent. Per sorteig diari se sap qui serà el pròxim tiberi de la bèstia infernal. Quina mala sort, ai pobra princesa, aquest cop li toca ser ella la presa. Però arriba Sant Jordi, brandant la seva llança, el temible animal no té cap esperança. Una rosa vermella floreix de la ferida. Sant Jordi l'ofereix a qui ha salvat la vida.
Hi, everyone. My name's Scott Bruce. I'm a professor of medieval history at Fordham University in New York. I study the history of medieval Christianity, and I'm particularly interested in some of those esoteric aspects of Christian medieval history. The undead, dragons, the afterlife, things like that. Over the past few years, I've had the very good fortune to work with Penguin Classics to publish historical anthologies of texts related to some of these subjects. In 2016, I published The Penguin Book of the Undead, 1,500 years of supernatural encounters, from Homer to Shakespeare. All sorts of stuff about apparitions and revenants, ghosts and zombies, things like that. I'm currently at work on The Penguin Book of Dragons, which is due to come out in 2021. But I'm here today to tell you about The Penguin Book of Hell. This is a historical anthology about the punitive afterlife. The idea that for some of us, perhaps many of us, the afterlife will involve a considerable amount of suffering. Where did this concept come into being? Why? And especially, why has it perpetuated for so long? So this is what I'm going to talk about right now. Hell is a powerful, enduring construct of the imagination, perhaps the most powerful, enduring construct of the human imagination, certainly in the Western world. Why is that? Why do we have a need for hell? Why do we think that people should be punished in the so-called life to come? Why has this idea had such tenacity for thousands upon thousands of years? I tend to study it in its Christian context, but hell is a much older concept. It goes back to the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Mesopotamians, very much alive in the Greek and Roman world, just under a different name. The ancient Hebrews too, of course, just under a completely different name and a different religious system. So for the next couple of minutes, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the pre-Christian history of hell. That is, where do some of these concepts and images of hell arise? And then we'll talk a little bit about the appropriation of ancient concepts of hell by the Christians and how that looked, how they imagined hell and what happened there. And then we'll look at some challenges to hell. How is hell reinterpreted? It's not a monolith. It's a historical phenomenon that changes over time. And we'll look at its enduring influence. This is a lot to cover in 10 or 15 minutes, but we'll do our best. So the idea of the punitive afterlife is, in fact, as I said, very old. Many cultures have this. And historians speculate a great deal about why this is so. What is it about what do human beings need in an afterlife that is so terrible? Well, most ancient afterlives weren't very good to begin with. At the very best, they were just dull and boring. Only the great heroes of antiquity got to enjoy the pleasant afterlife of the Elysian fields and other places like that. For most of us, it was a place that was dull as dust. It was gray, it was lifeless, not much went on there, and we either stayed there forever or we were resurrected into some kind of other form. Resurrect, I guess, is the right word. Even so, we have in many pieces of ancient literature, from Homer's Odyssey to Virgil's Aeneid, we have stories about heroes going down to the underworld. And sometimes when they're in the underworld, they witness certain parts of this subterranean place that are set aside specifically to punish people for things that they've done. And it says a lot about a culture when we can investigate the things that they feel merit eternal punishment in the afterlife. I'll read you right now a little snippet from Virgil's Aeneid. This was an epic poem about the founding of Rome that was written during the reign of Emperor Augustus, who died in 14 CE, written by the poet Virgil. And in this particular scene, Aeneas has gone down into the underworld as these ancient heroes always do, looking for answers to questions he can't find back in the world of the living. And while he's there, he kind of peeks around a corner at a part of the underworld called Tartarus. And some pretty nasty things are happening in Tartarus. This is the translation of Robert Fagles. Here those who hated their brothers while alive, or struck down their fathers, or embroiled clients in fraud, or brooded alone over troves of gold they gained and never put aside. Some share for their own kin, a great multitude these. Then those killed for adultery, those who marched to the flag of civil war and never shrank from breaking their pledge. To their lords and masters, all of them walled up here wait to meet their doom. don't hunger to know their doom, what form of torture or twist of fortune drags them down. Some trundle enormous boulders, others dangle, racked to the breaking point on the spokes of rolling wheels. Doomed Theseus sits on his seat, and there he will sit forever. Phlegyas, most in agony, sounds out his warning to all. His piercing cries bear witness through the darkness. Learn to bow to justice. Never scorn the gods. You all stand forewarned. Here's one who bartered his native land for gold. He saddled her with a tyrant, set up laws for a bribe, and for a bribe he struck them down. This one forced himself on his daughter's bed and sealed a forbidden marriage. All dared an outrageous crime, and what they dared, they did. No, not if I had 100 tongues and 100 mouths and a voice of iron too. I could never capture all the crimes or run through all the torments, doom by doom. And so what we have here in this description of people being tormented in Tartarus is a list of unacceptable activities in that society. Incest, civil war, gaining advantage in politics through bribery, all these different things that break down the social and the political fabric, these are punishable. Anything that is also an affront to the gods. If you offend the gods, then you are going to be punished in the afterlife. And so in a sense, we can read visions of hell, ancient visions of hell, as a kind of barometer of what society expects out of its citizens. And if you don't play by the rules, then the threat is that you will be forever tormented in the afterlife. Now, there's a suggestion to this that I'll return to at the end, which is this suggests that many people who break the rules don't get punished in this life. Why is that? Well, we'll come back to that. Now, the Christians appropriated, the early Christians, very early Christians, appropriated much of their imagery of their punitive afterlife from pagan literature, from the Greeks and the Romans, but also from the ancient Hebrews, of course. And the ancient Hebrews were the ones who introduced the idea of the fire that would not burn out. That is the unquenchable fire, and the worm that would not stop gnawing. So the themes of the fire and the worm are very strongly prevalent in early Christian ideas of hell. But very soon in the Christian tradition, only a couple of centuries after the advent of Christianity, we begin to see a tension. Heaven and hell in the early Christian tradition don't present us with many options, right? You're either going to heaven, where you will live in blessed peace with God in God's presence and the presence of the angels forever. Awesome, if you can do it, right? Or you go to hell if you are unbaptized, if you are a bad person, even if you're not a very good person. And so that is that's not looking good for a lot of us, right? Most of us are going to go the hell way because not all of us can live up to the standards of heaven. And early Christian authors seem to understand this, early Christian thinkers. And they began to formulate, especially in the 6th century, around the time of Pope Gregory the Great, they began to formulate this idea of a third place in the afterlife. And in effect, even though they inherited this idea of the punitive afterlife from the Romans, the Greeks, and from the ancient Hebrews, the Christians began to manipulate this idea and began to redraw, as it were, the map of the other world to include a third place known as purgatory, a middling place where actually most of us will go. Hell, over the course of the medieval tradition, came to be reserved for the truly wicked people, right? Think of the most wicked people you can think of in the world, right? And think, whoa, are they going to go to, those are the people that are going to go to hell. Heaven is reserved for the very, very, very good, the saintly people. It's not you. It's not me either, honest to goodness, right? But most of us are going to this middle place, purgatory. And the purpose of this place is embedded in the word purgatorium. It means to cleanse. It's a place where we're going to go for a little while to be cleansed of our sins until we enter heaven. Right? Now, how does the cleansing take place? Fire, of course, right? It's horrible. It's awful. But the big difference between purgatory and hell is that purgatory is not permanent. You're only there for a certain amount of time. It might be years, it might be decades, it might be centuries, or even millennia. But in the end, you will get out and you will go to heaven. Whereas hell is permanent. Hell is permanent. So in the medieval Christian tradition, hell looms over everything as this terrible, fearful place where you can end up. But it's the dichotomy of heaven and hell proved to be too much. for medieval Christian thinkers, and they really had to formulate this idea, and maybe for believers too, who just balked at the idea they could never be good enough to go to heaven, and thus were doomed to hell. So over the course between the 6th and the 12th century, we really have the development of this place called purgatory. Even so, hell was something to be feared, and medieval authors thought a great deal, poets, monks, thought a great deal about what hell was like. What is the landscape like? What are the contours like? What are the punishments like? And some of these we know very well. All right, we all know Dante's Divine Comedy in the first book, the Inferno, gorgeous medieval Italian, a very bureaucratic, highly organized hell where everybody goes to their very specific place to suffer in a very particular way. Now, the idea that the suffering fits the crime goes way back in the Christian tradition, to some of the very earliest apocryphal texts related to hell. And of course, we all know Dante, and I'm not going to spend too much time on Dante. A precedent to Dante, though, in the 12th century is one of the most terrifying pieces of medieval literature. It's called The Vision of Tugnal. It's written in the mid-12th century, and it's the story of a simple knight who leaves his body and comes and is joined by an angel in the afterlife who takes him on a tour of hell to show him what awaits him if he doesn't change his ways. Now, this text is unusual because there are many tours of hell in the Middle Ages, many texts that relate to this, but most of them are about monks. And so we get monks who go on these tours and they come back and they warn their fellow monks, we've got to be better, got to live a better way of life, we've got to be more earnest in our prayers and more serious, or else we're going to go to hell. But the Vision of Tugnal was different because it was about a layperson. It was about a knight. It was about a normal guy who was a soldier. And some of the torments that he witnesses. Well, the other thing is, of course, this text is really funny in some ways too, because he's with an angel who's walking him through, and he doesn't just watch the torments take place; he has to partake in them. So every time he sees something and sees people being tortured, he knows he's going to be tortured as well, and this becomes a kind of trope within the story. But some of these torments are really, really terrifying, and some of them almost seem modern in how elaborate and weird they are. The one I'm going to read you right now is one I translated from the Latin for the book. And it concerns the punishment of monks and priests who fornicate. So this was a serious topic, and it was directed specifically at religious specialists. But the imagery could come out of a Ridley Scott horror movie. It sounds like Alien, as you'll see. And yet it was written in the 12th century in Latin. So here's the excerpt. As the angel led the way, they saw a beast very different from all the other beasts they had previously seen. It had 2 feet and 2 wings, a very long neck, and an iron beak. It even had iron claws, and from its mouth it vomited a relentless flame. This beast sat in a swamp that was frozen over with ice, where it devoured any souls it could find. And while they were in its stomach, these souls were reduced to nothing as their punishment. The beast then regurgitated them onto the surface of the frozen swamp, where their torments were renewed once again. All of the souls that descended into the swamp, men as well as women, were pregnant, and burdened in this way, they awaited the time when they would give birth. The offspring that they had conceived stung their entrails like vipers, causing these wretched souls to thrash about in the fetid waters of a sea of death hardened over with ice. When the time came to deliver, they screamed, filling the depths with their cries as they gave birth to serpents. I repeat that not only the women, but also the men gave birth to them, not through those parts that nature made for this function, but through their arms and likewise through their chests, and the serpents came bursting out through all of their limbs. These newly born beasts had heads of burning iron and the sharpest beaks with which they shredded the bodies from which they emerged. On their tails, they had many spines like twisted fishhooks with which they pierced those souls that gave birth to them. These beasts sought to leave their hosts, but when they could not extract their tails, they turned their burning iron heads back into the bodies and did not stop consuming them until they were reduced to raw nerves and dry bones. So, lurid, horrific. Somebody is there in the 12th century, 800 years ago, imagining what kind of bodily torment would be suitable for individuals, especially religious specialists, who had sex when they weren't supposed to. these kind of images, of course, were a warning. They were a way to control a population that was adhering to a certain religious dogma, but also was terrified with the idea that the afterlife was simply going to be perpetual punishment. There was a saying in the early modern period that the fear of hell peopled heaven, and this is I think true. The Catholic Church had a great deal of control over the population, especially a rural, relatively ignorant population that they could reach through preaching, because they had control of this imagery. Now, hell had a good 1,000 years in the limelight. It had a good reign. It had a little bit of competition from purgatory, which took away a little of its edge, but it lost none of its power. Hell really only came to be contested in the early modern period during the Protestant Reformation, when Protestants tried very hard to distinguish themselves from Catholics. They all agreed about hell, right? The Protestants were not going to come out in the 16th century and say, oh, we're very different from the Catholics. We don't believe in hell. No, they absolutely believed in hell. But they really wanted to do away with all of this kind of weird imagery that the Catholics had developed over the course of the Middle Ages. They were not interested in giant birds in the hellish swamps eating souls and pooping them out, or vomiting them out, however he did it. No, they were much more likely to say that hell was in fact simply the absence of God. It was the pang of the torment of your conscience, that in the world to come, you would not enjoy God's eternal presence. This is one of the ways that Protestants distinguish themselves. But over the course of the 17th and 18th and into the 19th centuries, we can begin to see a certain amount of doubt coming into play. Doubt is a strong word, but I think it might be the right word here. Catholics and Protestants alike were really trying to justify in this period whether or not hell was something that accorded with what they understood to be God's mercy. Can you have a merciful, all-loving God and still have hell? Medieval thinkers got around this by simply saying, God will send you to hell based on his judgment. Do you understand his judgment? No. But nonetheless, it's his judgment, so go. You're going, right? Early modern thinkers and particularly 18th and 19th century thinkers really were troubled by this. They really thought, is hell necessary? Do we still need this idea? And so what we see over the course of the 19th century and into the 20th century, and again with the rise of secularism, with the rise of critical study of the Bible, we begin to see a creeping doubt that what is hell necessary even for believers? And this is really striking. But it doesn't matter. Hell maintains a very tenacious grip on Western society. 52% of Americans believe in hell. How many believe they're going there? Almost none of them. They believe their enemies are going there. They believe that other people are going there, of course, but not themselves. And this is probably hell's greatest triumph, which is, even if you're not part of the Christian tradition, you're not a believer, you know what hell is, because it dominates our society as a metaphor. We give hell to other people. And this is the most terrifying aspect of hell's triumph, is that it has now been, in the 20th century, removed entirely from a religious context, and it has become a dominant metaphor for the way we treat other people. So we give hell to other people. How do we do that? Well, we rain fire on our enemies. We drop nuclear bombs on them. We drop all sorts of bombs on people, right? This is a way to give them hell. We do the same thing in our political system when we, for the meagerest of crimes, we lock people away in solitary confinement for years on end. We give hell to the refugees who come to our borders for very legitimate reasons, and yet because they're different or because of whatever political agenda we have, we make life miserable for them. And in doing so hell may be on the decline from a religious point of view. We might have people who are actually questioning, even believers who are questioning whether hell exists. But as a larger cultural metaphor, hell dominates. Hell remains. Hell abides. It endures. And it endures in an ironic way, because the hell of the 21st century is not arbitrated by a just God. It's arbitrated by human beings, fallible human beings who might, who just happen to be in power. Can we get rid of this? Can we do away with it? Is hell too tenacious to lose? Well, I would argue that hell, even from its very beginning, the idea of a punitive afterlife comes about because of injustice in our societies. We need to defer very bad people. We need to defer the judgment of very bad people to a deity, and we need to defer their punishment to the next life, because often the people in our societies who are very bad are immune to punishment. They're super powerful, right? They get away with things because of their power. And this is not just our present moment. This is an ancient thing, right? And so we can imagine the idea of hell emerging to kind of come to grips psychologically with the gross inequality and injustice that we see in our societies. So the great high priest or the great king, who is a terrible person, well, we can't do anything about them in this life, but we can take great satisfaction in thinking that some deity will punish them in the next life, right? They will go to hell. We will take great satisfaction in that. And that then serves its role. It provides some kind of catharsis for us, that the injustice will be righted. Now, will we one day outgrow hell? Only if we create a just society. We don't need to defer justice to the next world if we dispense justice correctly, fairly, properly in this one, right? Are we there yet? No. But we will be one day. Let's hope. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. If these topics interest you, seek out the Penguin Book of Hell by Penguin Classics. Keep your eyes open for the Penguin Book of Dragons and more, I hope, coming our way. And thank you so much for your time and your support of books in translation.
Deor. Wayland him be Horman, Regis Cunada. Anhudig for the drag, hefte him to Josita, Soria il Nogus. Winter chel, Reche, Hwen oft onfund. Sittan hinne nithad on nederleden. Swan crescendo bende on Sulemon. Deses offerende, deses swamei. Beide hadden ne was hure brother dethe, on sevens was swa hure silfating. Tat heel jorelicha onjeten hefde, that heel Adrian was efrene meet. Triste je denken hur umre dat sjölde. Thus overelde, this is swame. Weet dat meldde de monjere rufrunnen, horen grundelus geertes fria, dat hij zelf zoerglufu sleep eilo binnen. Des overelde, this is swame. Diodrik at de tritid winter, Meringeberg. That was Monige Huth. Des overelde, this is swame. Hwe jorsken ermandritje hulfrenne je thought, art wie de volk, goten riches, that was grim kuning. Zet je monistorke mi bonden, hwenen, wusted yet neo, that this kuner riches overkomen were. Thus overende, this is swame. Sitteth so tjarig, Salem bedede, ons zeven swerre, sulfen denketh, dat ze endless erfotte deel, ere monigum, are jesweketh, wishlikne bleed sumum quene deel, dat ik bij mezelf zeggen wele, dat ik wele was heongene show, dreedne dier, mij was Deor name, at ik vele wintre vogetine, Hundach laufert altijd herne, nu. Leo kraftig mon londret je dat me les jezelda. Des overelde, des is swame. Deor. Wayland, the world-famous smith, knew woe. That ever-strong earl took it all in stride. His lonely problems went with him through many a murderous winter, even when that evil King Nathan slung sinew bonds around him and bound the better man. That passed over. This will too. Even her brother's death didn't break Beodahilda's heart like her own affliction, once she was certain that she was with child. Indecision and shock took hold of her, wouldn't let her move or breathe. That passed over. This will too. We all know of Matilda's heartbreak, her heart sickness, and what had come to pass with Gaet's wife, how her hapless love stole her sleep. That passed over. This will too. Everybody has heard how, for 30 hard winters, Theodoric held the Marings fort. That passed over. This will too. We have heard of Eormonric's wolfish ways, his mind like a trap, lord of the far-reaching realm of the Goths. That fell ruler was so foul, his people so weighed down with worry, they hoped in their hearts an ambush of outsiders would end his evil reign. That passed over. This will too. Sitting heartbroken for a time, the mind darkens. You find yourself thinking, it will never end. You might think that throughout the world, the gods in their wisdom grant titles, lands, and to many give inspiration, true inspiration. To some, only evil. I will say this of myself. At one time, I was a wellspring. I was a poet of the Heodan people. Dear to my lord, Deor was my name. For many winters, I shone in the service of my gracious master. Now Heorenda, another wordsmith, has all the land wealth and warmth of my lord's protection. That passed over. This will too. Wulf and Eadwacer. The people here think killing him would be a gift, and would do it if he came with a threat. We don't think like that. Wulf is on one island, I'm on another. My island is secure, surrounded by swamps. There are murderous men here. They think killing him would be a gift, and would do it if he came with a threat. We don't think like that. No, for my Wulf, I had worked up such wild expectations when the weather went rainy and I sat weeping, or when the big bold warrior would wrap me in his arms. I put up with it. I would take what pleasure I could with the pain. Wulf, my Wulf, it was all my wild hopes for you that made me this way. How seldom you came to me. My melancholy mind made me sick. It wasn't that I was going without. Do you hear what I'm saying, Eadwacer? A wolf has carried our sad whelp into the forest. See how easily he tears apart what was never together? Story of our lives. The wife's lament. I sing my songs, sadly, about the evils I've endured, ever since I can remember, but never more so than now. Here it is, how I keep falling prey to the pain of my exile. It all started with my lord leaving for the whim of the waves, and my white nights spent wondering where in the world he was. So I set out to seek him in his company of men. But after all the misfortunes found on that friendless flight, my lord's men had already begun scheming for our separation, so that we two would live miserably, split wide apart in this worldly realm. And longing came over me. Then my lord had me hole up in this hovel, in this forest, far away from the ones I hold dear, far away from my steadfast friends. This is why my heart is so heavy. I thought I had found such a good match in that man, but I have not had such luck. He hides what's in his heart, makes plans to murder. So often we had sworn with shining faces that only death would separate us. That has changed. Now, it's as if we had never even been friends. I put up with my husband's hatred. He banished me to a bleak grove, a dirty cave under an oak. This earth cell is old. I am full of longing. The valleys here are dark, the hills steep, bitter hedgerows, overgrown with briars, a home without hope. I am often overcome with his absence. To think, all over the world, there are lovers, alive, in their beds, all the while I walk back and forth under my acorn tree, in this dark, clogged hollow. Here I have to sit out the long days of summer. Here I keep the tears flowing over my exile angst. Too many troubles. That's why I can never put my soul's deep sadness to sleep, nor all these longings that even in this life won't let me go. A young woman is forever forced to know pain. A smile on her face, her heartache, a crowd of constant sorrows, her only joy in this world. May my lord himself become an outcast in a far-off country, have to huddle under cliff hangings, freak storms covering him in frost crystals. Worn out, water will flood his dreary hall. My friend, you will suffer so much woe. May the memories of our happy home constantly haunt you. I feel sorry for anyone left lonely for a lover.
So
I'm going to start with some
news.
introductions. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Gabby Pagefort. I'm editorial director of Amazon Crossing, and I'm here with Catalan author Martí Gironell and Polish-English translator Sean Bai to discuss two novels published by Amazon Crossing. Martí Gironell is a journalist and writer born in Besalú in 1971. His debut work, The Bridge of the Jews, is the best-selling historical novel ever written by a Catalan author, selling more than 100,000 copies in Catalan. And he's written several other novels set in different periods of Catalan history, including the book we're going to talk about and hear from today, Stars in His Eyes, which was a bestseller at last year's SANT JORDI Festival, which was not virtual, and also won the prestigious Raymond Lull Prize. After we hear from Martí, we're going to hear from Sean Gasper Bai, who is a translator of Polish literature, including books by, I should have asked for pronunciation guides for everyone who you've ever translated. By Lydia Olstolowska, Phillips Springer, and Malgorzata Zhizhnet. Correct me, Sean.
Malgorzata Scheiner.
It's the same trick as Szczepan, but I'm still learning. A native of Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Sean studied modern languages at University College London and international studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies, and he spent 5 years as literature and humanities curator for the Polish Cultural Institute in New York. He won the Asymptote Close Approximations Prize, and he's also the recipient of an NEA Translation Fellowship. So we're going to do brief readings from each novel, starting with the original language, just so that we can hear what it sounds like, and then the English translation.
Okay.
Marty, would you like to start us off?
Okay. We are in one of the Frank Sinatra's parties in a house in which our main character, Jean Leon, used to go every night as a waiter, and there he received free lessons of how to move inside this golden Hollywood in which he was going on his own dream. So I'm reading about Jimmy Van Heusen's parties. Jimmy Van Heusen was one of the major composers of all the greatest songs from Frank Sinatra's hits, like Fly Me to the Moon, for example. So I'm going there. En Van Heusen, Chet o Chester per als amics, era compositor i lletrista d'en Sinatra. El seu aspecte extern, rude, no cedeia amb la seva personalitat. Era alt i fort, de coll gruixut, el cap rapat i la veu greu eren del tot impropis d'un home de caràcter afable, reconegut per la seva elegància en el vestir i la manera d'expressar-se. Desprenia un magnetisme especial, sobretot entre el sector femení, que el considerava tot un cavaller i que tocava el piano i les dones com volia. Moltes de les festes privades d'en Sinatra se celebraven a casa del músic i allà el Leon va ser testimoni d'excepció de la intimitat menys glamurosa del Hollywood mitificat. Va veure com estrelles i polítics destacats perdien les formes i la vergonya mentre ell feia gala d'una manera d'estar gens intrusiva, que de seguida va seduir les celebritats. La seva discreció es basava a oblidar el que veia i a callar el que li havia estat confiat. No ho compartia amb ningú, ni tan sols amb la dona, la seva muller. I aquella reserva va acabar aixecant un altre mur en la relació amb la seva esposa. El terreny que guanyava amb els actors i actrius el perdia amb la dona. A la costa oest dels Estats Units van gaudir d'un hivern de clima suau que convidava a celebrar les festes tant a l'interior com a l'exterior. La zona més concorreguda a casa d'en Van Heusen era la terrassa. A la barra improvisada instal·lada davant de la piscina, en Chet escurava el seu got de bourbon i donava consells al jove i molt receptiu Jean Leon. No et permetis fer el número com ells. Preocupa't per les teves maneres, tant a dins com a fora de la feina. Procura tenir prou mà esquerra per posar punt final a una discussió. I en cas de conflicte, demana perdó, fins i tot quan tu tinguis la raó. No beguis gaire, vés-te'n aviat de la festa. No siguis el centre d'atenció permanent, però fes-te notar. No intentis persuadir amb les paraules. Les coses es demostren amb els fets. No facis res per obtenir reconeixement. Sigues generós, sense esperar res a canvi. No trenquis mai una promesa. Vesteix bé, l'ocasió no importa. No abaixis el llistó per ningú. No jutgis i no et conformis. Sempre es pot millorar. La caballositat mai passarà de moda. Ah, i la regla d'or és aquesta. Les dames primer, perquè el carisma d'un home es mesura pel somriure de la dona que l'acompanya. And now, if you allow me, I will read, I hope I pronounce it quite well, the translation that you can, just the same passage in Stars in His Eyes. Van Heusen, Chet or Chester to his friends, was Sinatra's composer and songwriter. He had a gruff appearance that didn't match his personality. Tall and stocky, with a thick neck, shaved head, and deep voice, he looked more like a roughneck than the puppy dog that he was. He was an elegant dresser with a gift for gab. He was strangely magnetic, especially with the ladies, who thought him a gentleman and who played them as easily as he played the piano. Sinatra threw many a private party in Chet's home, and there Jan got a rare peek into the less glamorous side of the Hollywood myth. He saw stars and political bigwigs lose their grace and their sense of shame. Jan was discreet. He forgot what he had seen and never repeated what he was told, not even to Donna. That reserve put up yet another wall between him and his wife. What ground he gained among the celebrities, seducing them with his unobtrusive manner, he lost with Donna. At Van Heusen's house, everybody loved to gather out on the patio. At the bar in front of the pool, Chet would down his usual glass of bourbon and give advice to the very young and receptive Jean Leon, who soaked in every word. Don't even make a show of yourself like the rest of these clowns. The kid could have written a rule book for making it in Hollywood with all the guidance Van Heusen gave him. Keep an eye on your conduct at work and outside of it. Know your business like the back of your hand, so no one can tell you where you are wrong. If you get in a fight, ask for forgiveness, even if you are in the right. Your friendships matter more than your pride. Don't drink too much. Leave the party early. Don't hog the spotlight, but don't go unnoticed either. Don't try to persuade people with words. Let your actions speak for you. Don't do anything just for the sake of recognition. Be generous and don't expect anything from it. Never break a promise. Dress nice, regardless of the occasion. Don't lower the bar for anyone. Don't judge and don't compromise. You can always do better. Chivalry never goes out of style. Oh, and then there's the golden rule. Ladies first. You can measure a man's charisma by the smile of the woman on his arm.
Beautiful. And thanks to Adrian Nathan West for that great translation too. He really
Yes,
did.
of course.
Sean, would you like to read to us from Szczepan Twardoch's The King of Warsaw?
Yeah, I would love to. I'll read a little bit in Polish to start and then more in English. So this is from towards the beginning of the book. In this scene, our gangster boss, Buddy Kaplica, is meeting with his enforcer, Jakub Shapiro, and they're plotting the killing of the father of our narrator. Who the narrator is called Mojżesz Bernstein, and his father is called Gnaomi Bernstein. So we start in the little coffee shop that the gangsters use as their kind of headquarters, and the first voice that you hear here is Kaplica, who's our mob boss. Wiesz, Kubusiu, na nalewkach mieszka sobie taki Żydek Bernstein, Gnaomi Bernstein. Wiesz? Zapytał po chwili Kaplica. Kaplica, składając gazetę na stronie z ogłoszeniami drobnymi. Już wiem, panie Kaplica, odpowiedział Shapiro i złożył też swoją, rozumiejąc, że czas relaksu dobiegł końca i pora wziąć się do roboty. Skutkowi wydaje się, że może mi nie zapłacić, ciągnął Kaplica, nie odrywając wzroku od ogłoszeń drobnych kurierze. Głupi Żydek, skoro mu się tak wydaje. Głupi, zgodził się Kaplica, ale ma rację. Nie zapłaci mi ani grosza, bo nie ma z czego. Munia to sprawdził. Nie ma grosza przy duszy ten Bernstein. Nic się z tego nie wyciśnie. Suchej szmatu woda nie poleci, jakbyś nie wykręcał. I'll read in English and take that scene a little bit further. So again, the first voice we'll hear here is Kaplica, the boss. You know, Kuba, there's this little Jew who lives on Milewki Street, Bernstein, Naum Bernstein. Ring any bells? Asked Kaplica after a moment, folding his paper to show the classifieds page. Sure does, Mr. Kaplica, answered Shapiro, and also folded up his paper, understanding that the time to relax had come to an end, and now he had to get down to business. All right. And this little Jew thinks he doesn't have to pay me, Kaplica continued, not taking his eye off the classifieds in the Courier. Dumb little Jew, if that's what he thinks. Dumb, agreed Kaplica, but he's right. He ain't got to pay me a grosh because he ain't got one. Munya checked. This Bernstein hasn't got a grosh to his name. Ain't no squeezing nothing out of him. You get no water from a dry rag unless you wring it tight. Shapiro nodded solemnly, as though sorry to agree that this story didn't have a happy ending. I had no idea that Naum Bernstein, a modest clerk in the Jewish clinic, was in debt to Kaplica. Naum not only didn't tell me, kid that I was, that went without saying, but for a long time he didn't even tell my mother. He was in debt because he didn't want to stay a modest clerk, and he'd stumbled upon a business to take over, a rubber goods store on Gansha Street he could lease. He'd borrowed money from his family for the compensation and taken over the business. He was alone in the store from morning until closing. He bent over backward to pay the debt, turning almost no profit, even though business was good. One day, Kaplica came in. He bought a pair of PPG rubber galoshes, chatted amicably with Bernstein, and then told him he had to pay 50 zlotys by Shabbos. By this Shabbos and every following Shabbos, for as long as my father was in that store, because that was the price of a store on Gansha Street, 50 zlotys for Buddy every week. On the first Shabbos, Naum paid, on the second as well. On the third, he didn't pay, because he didn't have it. He came running to beg forgiveness. Shapiro, to stress the gravity of the situation, smashed Bernstein's nose in, and with a broken nose, Bernstein had to solemnly swear that for the week's delay, he'd bring not only a new 50 plus the 50 he owed, but another 25 as penalty. He didn't. He had nowhere to get it. He gave up the store without compensation. Everyone knew the situation he was in, and no one had the intention of covering that cost for him. He hid. He didn't go out during the day. Buddy sent a boy to tell him the interest on the 125 zlotys he owed was 25% a week. I didn't know anything about this. Naum Bernstein finally told his family he was sick. He went to bed and waited. Loma antlaufen, pleaded my mother. Loma antlaufen sin erst si ma Schwester Kalodgen, später kan Erzis Royal ad kon Amerika. Loma antlaufen nuchen, weil nischka sachhafte Welt wird ins keine verteidigen von Kass von dem Puritz. Let's run away. Let's run away first to my sisters in Łódź, then to the Holy Land or America. Let's run away now, because no power, human or divine, will protect us from the wrath of that rich man. My mother was a pious Jew, but life had taught her that the Lord rarely protected pious Jews from the wrath of Gentiles. My father only shrugged her off and turned his face to the wall. He waited. He didn't run away to Łódź, or the Holy Land, or America, or anywhere else. And finally they came. My mother opened the door, figuring correctly that she might as well save the locks, since there was no saving my father. They took him away. I threw myself on Shapiro, and he brushed me off. Many times afterward, I thought about that moment when I threw myself on Shapiro, who was twice my weight, and hung on his forearm, screaming something in Yiddish. But who was screaming? Shapiro dragged my father out of the apartment by his beard. My father was hunched over like a calf being led to slaughter. I will never have a beard, I resolved then. Hearing my mother's screams and watching clean-shaven Shapiro taking away my one and only father's beard. My own was barely sprouting, but that very day I went to the market. I stole a little money from my mother. She saw me take it, but sobbing, she didn't have the strength to protest. I wasn't crying. I went to the market. I got rid of my raggedy coat and shirt and used my stolen money to buy short clothes. Rags, really, but not Jewish rags. Next, I went to a Christian barber. I had him cut off my payas and I asked for a shave. The barber laughed that there was nothing to shave, barely 5 hairs, but I stood my ground and was paying, so he put a warm towel on my face, then rubbed it with oil, mixed the cream with his brush, applied it, shaved me with a couple of sweeps of his hand, rinsed with cold water. I left and saw reflected in the store window the new me, a new, better Jew, hair short in short clothes with no payas. "Ja wünsch dir, als du's gehst, Bernstein," I said to my reflection in the voice of Jakob Shapiro. "Dein Essia soll sein mit Mazel. Good luck, Bernstein. Safe travels."
Great.
Wow.
Very good. Yeah. A great story.
Isn't it exciting? And both
Yeah.
stories, both of these readings really zoom in on the theme of self-transformation, which I think both novels really treat differently. Martí, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about identity and how Jean Léon shapes his identity.
Well, yeah, the story of Stars in His Eyes is how a humble man called Seferino Carrion tried to become another man, going to the States, to the United States, in the shift of the 40s and the 50s, and becoming a successful man called Jean Léon. He tried to shape, as you used the verb, another identity, because he was not very comfortable with his identity there in a fascist Spain. We have the Franco regime going on in that way, and he's coming from a Republican family, and he wants to run away of this landscape that didn't offer anything to him, and he has dreams that wants to chase them to one. They want he and a couple of friends of him wants to become just another man, another kind of guy with aspirations, and they believe in their inner strength. And Jean Léon shows me, when I was documenting his life, and his achievements, I learned that he's struggling against himself because he wants to be another man. He wants to belong to another culture. He wants to get into this culture that Chet, that this Frank Sinatra composer wants to show him how to manage to understand this world and the people that lives in. But he reminds all the novel his past, his family, his country, all that he has behind him. And there is this inner struggle between Jean and Fefe, between Fefe and Jean, and in this golden and glamorous Hollywood. And that's the story that the reader will find in Starring His Eyes, this continuing reshaping his identity.
Sean, you want to talk about how clearly that theme connects with the passage you just read and the King of Warsaw?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this whole book is about identity. It's about the identity of the narrator, who, as we hear, so the book is set in Warsaw in 1937, just before the Second World War, at a time when the city was about a third Jewish. And the narrator tells the story of, coming out of a religious Jewish household, becoming a secular, a non-religious Jew under sort of the influence, the mentorship of this man who he later finds out also killed his father. But the narrator tells this story looking back on it in his 80s from Israel, long after the war, and as the book goes on, we realize that his identity is not only not what we think it is, it's not even what he thinks it is. So there's a level of personal identity going on, but there's also political issues of identity. This was a period of really intense anti-Semitism in Poland. So there was a societal division between ethnic Poles and Jews in the country, but even within the Jewish community, there were huge divisions between religious and secular, Yiddish-speaking and Polish-speaking, Zionist and non-Zionist. And all of these issues are reflected in the characters of this book and intersect with one another in really interesting and really challenging ways. It's about, so much of the book is about Szapiro's attachment to Warsaw, and yet his Jewishness is pulling him in all of these different directions. His career and his background as a criminal is pulling him in other directions. And the fact that the country is really falling apart in the years leading up to the war is also pulling everyone in all kinds of different directions as well. So it really is a book about identity in lots of different ways.
I love the way both of these characters sort of shape their identities around really visible goalposts. You know, there's these like cultural figures like Frank Sinatra and James Dean, and the neighborhood boxer Tough. And I think it really is easy to see why a person might choose those tropes and those really visible characters to sort of stake a claim on while they're trying to identify themselves as something they can respect. Maybe we can talk for a second about respect, because I think actually both of these books really do wonderful work at identifying what in the community looks like respect and what people do that actually ends up deepening and enriching the community. You know, Jean Leon ends up becoming wildly well-respected because he actually zeroes in on the restaurant business and wine and becomes a really deep expert. And I think in the King of Warsaw, we see that a lot of the respect that's around in pre-war Warsaw is sort of bloated and conceit, and not really necessarily founded on any kind of depth of connection to the subject matter of boxing or to the subject matter of what's happening in town. Is there something there in terms of respect that these novels are sort of chasing at?
Well, in fact, I think that Jean Leon works for this respect, because he knows that when he came into this wall, it's not his wall, but he pretends to be his wall, and he pretends to be one of this community. And he began from the very low level, and I think that he began this working process to be respected and to achieve this respect among this community with a very strong sense of faithfulness and friendship. I think that we can understand that he is respected once he has opened La Scala, the restaurant there in the heart of Beverly Hills, and then when he achieved to elaborate his own wine, coming back to Spain and to Catalonia and to a very concrete region, which is a very well-known wine region, or Penedès, very close to Barcelona. But he works for this respect because, for example, when he designed the restaurant with James Dean, and then he's building up his dream with Emilio Núñez, the cooker, and his wife, Donna. He's gathering a lot of people who can, with their experience, that can give to him this, I think, this kind of respect that he wants to look for, which is a person with values, with sacrifice, very stubborn with his ideas. He will do everything to achieve them, even doing not very well, not very right things, but he at the end will deserve this respect because those people recognize in him one of them, and he became a self-made man. He became one of them, one of the community, and then that's why they decided to respect, because he achieved his goals. He achieved what he wants to do. He achieved his dream at the end.
Yeah, I think that in the King of Warsaw, respect is a huge topic in the book. And there's even a scene where Szapiro goes to the market that the gangsters control and goes from person to person, and all of these passersby greet him by saying, "Respect, Mr. Szapiro, respect, Mr. Szapiro." And I think for the gangsters, respect is about being a source of power, right? These guys are, in a funny way, they're like folk heroes. They throw feasts for the common people of Warsaw, and they look out for the little guy They're the subjects of like folk ballads that like these street singers come up with, you know. But all of that is, you know, is sort of a form of soft power that allows them to then like enforce their rule over these ordinary people, but it's also a source of political power, because one of the things that was going on in Poland at this time was there was, as the political system fragmented, these gangs effectively affiliated with different political movements. And so I think one of the things that goes on in the course of this book is, you know, Jakub Shapiro wants to be the King of Warsaw by owning that respect that allows him to then exercise hard power. And that desire and that sort of strategy, if you like, comes up against the drive for political power on the part of, in the case of this book, radical right-wing elements in Poland at this time. And the clash between those two is really at the core of this book. And spoiler alert, but it doesn't go well.
Yeah, Jean Leon is the only happy ending in this.
But I decided just to explain a part of his life, because in fact I could decide to as Sean did, like a flashback, no? When when this Hollywood is going down and all his friends are retiring or are not these celebrities that they were, he decided to run away, and he go to Thailand. He will buy a boat, and he will go to Thailand, and then he opened there another restaurant, another La Scala, and he died in Los Angeles, but he was retired there in Thailand. And I was at the beginning of the writing, I just was doubting if to begin the story with that man there in this retirement, and thinking back, remembering what he has achieved, was what he was, what he became, and now what it was there in Thailand. That's why I'm saying that I just explain a portion, a little bit of his story, of Jean Leon's successful story.
Well, I think both of these books, in the spirit of Sant Jordi, could make great gifts. I think we might be surprised who the right recipient might be. Martí, you want to tell us a little bit about the Sant Jordi results of Stars in His Eyes last year?
Well, I'm very happy because it was the bestseller of this Sant Jordi, and it was the book that everyone wants to have and then wants to read. And I realized it because I went then a lot with presentations and readers clubs and a lot of performances together with Pep Poblet. He was performing the songs, the music that appear on the book: Fly Me to the Moon, Diamonds Are Gelber's Friends, New York, New York, the soundtrack of On the Town, for example, or Me and My Shadow, the last song. And I think that I'm really enjoying including this Sant Jordi, although it's in a rare circumstances. I have a lot of videos to record and proposals that I have been receiving from Stars in His Eyes, La Fuerza de un Destino, because it's in Catalan and Spanish, both editions. And I'm very happy because, in fact, the story is about a humble man, a self-made man, a dreamer. And I think that everyone has dreams to achieve and to become real. And that's what the story is about. And I think that's a book that that you can give to anyone, because tell me, there is one single person that didn't have dreams. So here you have, I think, a good example how to achieve your dreams, and it's inspirational book in a certain way, you know, because you can, I think, because I have received a lot of opinions during these 2 years that the book is out on the shelves and on people's houses, and people sometimes told me this, that it's an inspirational book, that it helps me in more than in several ways. No? So that's, for me, it's very very exciting.
I don't know if it's appropriate, but I kind of feel like the King of Warsaw is an inspirational book in a different way. Sean, who might you recommend the King of Warsaw as a gift for?
Well, the book is coming out this week, so of course everyone should buy one copy for themselves and then another copy for a loved one or a friend. But I think that, you know, what drew me to this book was that this is a fascinating period in history, not just in Polish history, but in European history and in world history. And it's one that I think there's a certain amount of maybe mythology about. In Poland, this period is certainly very romanticized. And I love that this book gives us not only an unusual perspective on that history, not only sort of an underdog perspective on that history, but also gives us a lot of different lenses to see it through in the forms of the different characters and their different perspectives. And even in the case of the narrator, you know, multiple perspectives within our one unreliable narrator. And so I think that it's, as much as it's a very particular book about a particular time and a particular place, I think certainly for anybody who's a big fan of history, this will be an interesting book. And for anybody who's interested in the way that a set of events can be seen in lots of different ways by lots of different people, I think that's a book that'll speak to them too.
I think that might be where I got the idea of inspirational from. I find string theory in multiple universes inspiring too.
But let me say, Gabby, let me say that not only for dreamers, but for the ones that wants to know more about the real life of the celebrities, of how James Dean suffered for I don't know, for the lady that that cannot be his girlfriend, or how for example reacts Marilyn Monroe, or how can you imagine that Paul Newman was once James Dean died, and that's the possibility with Jean Leon's eyes, with one of us. It's just one of us, just behind the curtain, and you can see the real life of the stars.
That's wonderful. Thank you both. This has been such a treat.
Okay, go again.
Did we try? Are we good?
I think so. Let me check. Dime, Isa. How is that possible?
So we are live in New York City.
Yeah, you can hear them now. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are good.
Oh, we good. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're in New York, and this is a sort of a rehash 2.1 version of a project called POÈTICA that which I collaborated with the great Mateu, who joins us from Florianopolis in Brazil. Melcion, ¿qué tal?
Hi, how are you? I'm Melcion Mateu. I'm glad to be here together in the air. POÈTICA was a project we did a few years ago in New York when I was living there with Rowan, Ricardo, Phillips, and these splendid musicians, the music of Alexis. And now I'm here in Brazil. I'm here for a few years. Glad to see you again, guys.
Great. So, since we were asked to do this for SANT JORDI, and obviously this is about music and poetry together, and it's about multiculturalism and sort of like not belonging anywhere and belonging everywhere. We are kind of improvising today's performance. We have not prepared anything, and we're going to start with a poem by Rowan, which I'm going to share. I have another computer here. I'm going to share my screen and the other computer. And I think it's called Spiegel and Spiegel. So we're going to start with that, and we're going to improvise around it. So here we go.
Spiegel and Spiegel. I swept away the heaps of broken glass, but I don't know where they went after that. A repurposed, resurfaced head of my eyes, with its extra symbol of the line, like the way Spanish ads a rolled breath tucked in front of the S in English words. Start becoming that, start, inspired, speak about it, as though the sad human sound, sin makes, even saved from sin, inhale inspiration, not tactile, but rather a reminder of why sun after sun after sun after sun comes back to us slightly unpackaged. As the experience is translation of an event we were all a part of. Took the gloves off, shouted the black man.
de Puerto Rico, and has also connection with the Catalan culture. His wife Helga is a Catalan scholar, a studious person who has coincided with Melcion in the academic world as well. So we're all connected somewhat. And we have Miles Okazaki. Say that again, Miguel. Oh. And then Miles Okazaki is one of the original POÉTICA component members of the band, and it's such a joy always to play with all of you guys. It just make life better. Thank you. I love you all, really. All right. Melcion, you're going to read us something, right?
Yeah. You start, I start.
What do you think? Okay, do you want to start? Okay, let's go.
Bari o passeig Sant Jordi. Ara mateix ho podria dir. Bé, potser millor esperar-se perruqueria. Els caps no anem a la perruqueria. En algun cas, amb l'excusa de xerrar una estona, de cridar el següent. Deu quedar-hi? Mica més? He esperat una estona raonable i la cosa no dóna resultats. Ja està bé de pisar les palpentes, kilograms, arrobes, lliures, l'exacta mesura entre poc, massa. En què té de trobar-la? No la deu tenir ningú. Oh, què n'és de difícil l'art de l'avorriment? Per un quilo de lletres, varien. Res. Si les posés en ordre, tampoc me'n donarien res. Una roba de lletres, una cosa i una lliure. www. Ets casa meva. Diu-lo, abans de tornar-me. You are the sunshine of my life. Zigzag, respirar.
I also wanted to mention something with this crazy coronavirus world that's one of my personal heroes, components,
Yeah, it's a poem by Rowan, The Testament of Orpheus. It's a very New Yorkish, New Yorker. It's a poem. I see. It reminds me a lot of New York, the landscape or the cityscape it produces, and it's kind of a sonnet. It's kind of a Shakespearean sonnet, you know, a little bit shake together, no, but it has the same spirit.
Great. All right. So let's see. Then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna read the Rowan's gonna read this poem. Pass the time because he already did it. We're gonna play, and then Melcion, you're gonna read the translation that we did of, right?
Well, you translate it first to the music, and then I translate it to Catalan.
Here is Rowan.
Comences a dir. Llavors vas i m'ho dius. I tot just quan fas desapareixes el taxi. Va tan sobtat el canvi. Recordo que cantaves. O que aquí, amb el meu cos, mente xoclocada, laberint de trílium i paraules. I sol, i lluna, i eco, i penso seguir, però callo, collons, i m'arreplego de nou al taxi i tanco la porta. Nosaltres. El cel drenat troba la lluna en un punt mig crepuscular. Com els llums del matí resten encesos, amb el cap espès, ple de cançons de bressol. L'amor que s'escampa, és la força del sol.
All right, guys. Hey. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's so much fun. Oh my God. So unexpected and completely spontaneous. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Albert. Gràcies, Melcion.
Gràcies.
Gràcies a tots. Gràcies, Marianne. Gràcies a tota la gent que esteu veient des de Barcelona. Veig a la Neus, la mare d'Albert, que està veient des de Barcelona. Hola, Neus. Crec que la meva família també està veient. Hola.
Yes, Ian.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you, Laia. Thank you, Isabel. Everybody involved. You guys are great. Thank you for doing this and keeping our culture alive. Gràcies a tots i molt bon Sant Jordi a tothom.
Bon Sant Jordi.
Bye.
Hi, happy Sant Jordi. I'm Jerry Dunn, translator of Lectura Fácil, Easy Reading, which is a book that's coming out.
That was great, guys.
That was published
Thank you so much.
Jonathan Cape recently by Cristina Morales.
Thank you so much.
It was the winner of the Heralde Prize and the Spanish National Prize for Fiction.
Bye-bye.
And caused like quite a commotion, quite a stir in the Spanish-speaking literary world. And the English translation, which I'm doing for Jonathan Cape, will be coming out in 2021. And today, Cristina and I are going to do a bilingual reading from that book, from Easy Reading, Lectura Fácil. And then we'll be reading a short bilingual new piece that Cristina has written on the occasion of this new global pandemic.
Hola a todos y muchas gracias a Kevin. Es la primera vez que un libro mío es traducido y es particularmente excitante esta lectura. También por lo que tiene de virtual y un poco ficticio. O sea, es ficticio.
Yeah, this is an
Sí, claro.
Yeah.
Sí, sí.
All right. Cristina, ¿quieres empezar con la lectura?
¿Empiezo yo?
Yeah.
La alienación puede ser dos cosas. La originaria del abuelo Marx y la adaptada a la opresión de cada una, basada en aquella. El yayo Karl decía que alienación es la desposesión del obrero con respecto a su manufactura. Yo digo que alienación es la identificación de nuestros deseos e intereses con los deseos e intereses del poder. La clave, sin embargo, no está en esa identificación, que se da constantemente en democracia. Creemos que votar nos beneficia y vamos a votar. Creemos que los beneficios de la empresa nos benefician y trabajamos eficientemente. Creemos que reciclar nos beneficia y tenemos 4 bolsas de basura distintas en nuestros pisos de 30 metros cuadrados. Creemos que el pacifismo es la respuesta a la violencia y recorremos 10 kilómetros haciendo una batucada. La clave, digo, no está en la ridícula vida cívica, sino en su constatación, en darse cuenta de que una está haciendo lo que le mandan desde que se levanta hasta que se acuesta, y hasta acostada obedece. Porque una duerme 7 u 8 horas entre semana y 10 o 12 los fines de semana, y duerme del tirón, sin permitirse vigilias, y duerme de noche, sin permitirse siesta, y no dormir las horas mandadas se considera una tara. insomnio, narcolepsia, vagancia, depresión, estrés.
Alienation can be one of two things. The original version, as described by Grandfather Marx, or the version that's adapted to each individual's particular circumstances of oppression. Grandpa Carl said alienation is workers' estrangement from the product of their labor. I say alienation is the identification of our desires and interests with the desires and interests of power. That's not the heart of it, though. That's just a constant in democracy. We think voting benefits us, and we go vote. We think our company's profits benefit us, and we work efficiently. We think recycling benefits us, and we keep 4 different recycling bins in our 300 square foot apartments. We think pacifism is the answer to violence, and we march 10 kilometers, banging drums and blowing whistles. No, the core of our alienation isn't this ridiculous civic life, but its recognition. The instant someone realizes she's doing as she's told from the moment she gets up in the morning to the moment she goes to bed. And even then, she sleeps in obedience, because she sleeps 7 or 8 hours on weeknights and 10 or 12 on the weekend. And she sleeps straight through the night without allowing herself to get up. And she forces her body awake all day without allowing herself naps. And if her sleep doesn't conform to the stipulated hours, then something must be wrong with her. Insomnia, narcolepsy, laziness, depression, stress.
Ante la omnipresente alegría cívica pueden pasar 3 cosas. 1, que no te des cuenta de lo obediente que eres, de modo que nunca te sentirás alienada. Serás una ciudadana con tus opiniones electorales y sexuales. O sea, seguirás estudiando danza clásica de tercero porque es tu obligación, que para eso te han dado una beca. Seguirás manifestándote al grito de no más sangre por petróleo, de salvemos la sanidad, de independencia, que para eso vive en democracia y tiene libertad de expresión.
In the face of the omnipresent civic jubilation, 3 things can happen. First possibility, you don't realize how obedient you are, so you never feel alienated. You remain a good citizen with a wide range of electoral and sexual choices. You'll keep studying 3rd-year classical dance because that's what you're expected to do. That's why they gave you a scholarship, after all. You'll keep going to protests and chanting no blood for oil, chanting patience over profits, chanting 1, 2, 3, 4, we won't take it anymore, because that's what democracy and freedom of speech are for.
Segunda posibilidad. Te das cuenta de lo obediente que eres, pero te da igual. No te sientes alienada porque justificas la obediencia debida. Haces tuya la frase de que vivimos en el menos malo de los sistemas y de que los partidos políticos son males menores. Eres una defensora de lo público. Sigues estudiando danza clásica porque no te queda más remedio, porque mejor eso que estar poniendo copas y porque aspiras a un puesto de trabajo decente. Sigues manifestándote al grito de los de la acera a la carretera, de salvemos la educación, de anticapitalistas, porque crees que hay que tomar las calles que consideras tuyas.
Second possibility, you realize how obedient you are, but it doesn't make a difference. You don't feel alienated because you rationalize due obedience. You say our system is flawed, but it's better than the rest. The lesser of 2 evils becomes your mantra, and you readily apply it to politics. You champion all things public. You keep studying classical dance because it's your only viable option, because it beats waiting tables, because you're hoping to get a decent job. You keep going to protests and chanting Catalonia is not Spain, chanting housing not handcuffs, chanting 5, 6, 7, 8, stop the politics of hate, because it's important to take to the streets, which you consider yours.
Tercera posibilidad. Te das cuenta de lo obediente que eres y no lo soportas. Entonces sí que estás alienada. Enhorabuena. No soportas hacer cola para pagar. Hacer una cola para pagar en vez de ello hacer cola para cobrarte es el colmo de la alienación. No soportas los domingos de elecciones. El electorado sale bien vestido y afeitado, se encuentra con el vecino y comenta lo que vota y por qué. Mira con curiosidad todas las papeletas, se permite un mínimo margen de duda acerca de su elección, pero siempre prevalece la que trae tomada de casa. Llevan a los niños juegan con otros niños, corretean, son subidos por sus padres a la altura de la urna para que ellos depositen el voto, o si ya son mayorcitos, lo depositan sin ayuda. Hay hasta quien coge una papeleta de cada partido y se la guarda porque las colecciona. Luego salen y se echan una caña en una terraza si hace buen tiempo. La fiesta de la democracia. Gane quien gane, la democracia siempre gana.
Me encanta este. Third possibility. You realize exactly how obedient you are and you can't fucking take it. Now this is alienation. Congratulations. You can no longer tolerate waiting in line for the privilege of tapping your credit card. Forming a line to pay, instead of them forming a line to take your money, is the pinnacle of alienation. You can't stomach Election Sunday. The well-dressed, clean-shaven electorate goes to their designated polling stations, where they run into their neighbors and make chit-chat about who they're voting for and why. They read the whole ballot, take a look at all of the candidates, and allow themselves the tiniest margin of doubt over their choice. But the decision they made at home always prevails in the end. They even bring their kids along. They scamper around and play tag with the other kids, and mom or dad lifts them up to the ballot box so they can insert the little envelope. Or, if they're big boys and girls, they put it in themselves. Some people even take a ballot home because they collect them. And then everybody goes and gets a beer, someplace with an outdoor patio if it's nice out. The festival of democracy. Win or lose, the real winner is always the democratic process.
En la última europea fui al colegio a reafirmarme en mi repugnancia y todo el mundo me miraba las tetas. Iba sin sujetador y con una camiseta ceñida. A los ciudadanos y a las ciudadanas, a los alegres cívicos y cívicas, les salían gusanos por la boca mientras, animada y domingueramente, hablaban y desviaban la atención de su interlocutor a mis pezones, de la mesa de las papeletas a mis pezones, y me parecieron pacatos y pacatas sostenedores y sostenedoras de la prostitución, aun sin haber ido a ellos nunca de putas, pero sí haberse follado muchas veces a sus novias y mujeres cuando abiertamente ellas no tenían ninguna gana, ni haber ellas nunca cobrado explícitamente por follar, pero sí haber follado muchas veces con sus novios y maridos sin ganas, impelidas por el contrato de sexo-amor que los une. Ellos, prostituyentes. Ellas, servidoras de la cena del prostituyente cuando vuelve a casa.
During the last EU election, I went to the polling station to reaffirm my repugnance, and everyone was staring at my tits. I was wearing no bra and a tight t-shirt. All of the joyful, civic-minded men and women were blathering away with worms wriggling out of their mouths, and as they made animated Sunday morning small talk and shifted their gaze from their neighbor to my nipples, from the registration table to my nipples, they struck me as sanctimonious, stick-up-the-ass benefactors and benefactresses of prostitution. Even if none of the men had never gone whoring, despite frequently fucking girlfriends and wives who clearly had no interest, and none of the women had ever technically charged for sex, despite frequently fucking their boyfriends and husbands when they didn't feel like it, impelled by the sex-love contract that binds them. The men, whoremongers. The women, setting the table for when their men get home.
La prostituta no era yo ni la representaba, pues toda mi insinuación fue existir. Iba callada, no increpé a nadie, salí tan pronto sentí que las compuertas empezaban a activárseme. La prostituta, esto es, el ser sobre quien ejercer dominio, estaba ausente. No era necesaria puta alguna en el colegio electoral porque la tarea política del votante, en tanto que mística, en tanto que simbólica, no necesita objeto al que dominar. A diferencia de la tarea política del tirano o del violador, que necesita de la inmanencia de su objeto y de la experiencia del dominio, al votante le basta con la ilusión de la posesión, del tener en un sobrecito con su papeletita el destinito de algo. La fiesta de la democracia es una misa en donde el festín se reduce a una oblea consagrada por cabeza. Como no podía ser de otro modo, los votantes se quedaban con hambre de dominio y por eso se zampaban mis erectos pezones con la mirada. Con la mirada y, por supuesto, con nada más. No follo ni con españoles ni con nadie que haya votado en las últimas elecciones, sean locales, autonómicas, nacionales o europeas, o elecciones sindicales o elecciones primarias para elegir al líder de un partido, o en referéndum por la independencia, por la firma de un tratado de paz, por la extensión del mandato presidencial, por la reforma de la Constitución, por la cancelación del rescate europeo o por la salida de la Unión Europea. Imbéciles ciudadanos, todos.
And to be clear, I wasn't the prostitute in this scenario, nor did I represent her, since the full extent of my insinuation was to exist. I was silent, I didn't insult anyone, and I left as soon as I felt my gates starting to activate. The prostitute, that is, the person over whom they were lording their authority, was nowhere to be found. Her presence at the polling place was unnecessary, because the political task of the voter, insofar as it's mystic, insofar as it's symbolic, doesn't need an object to subjugate. Unlike the tyrant or the rapist, whose political task requires an imminent object and experience of domination, the voter is happy with the mere illusion of possession, happy to hold something's destiny in his little envelope. The festival of democracy is a mass, where the whole of the banquet is reduced to one consecrated wafer per person. And inevitably, the voters were left hungry for dominance, and so they wolfed down my erect nipples with their eyes. With their eyes and, to be sure, nothing else, because I don't fuck Spaniards, or anyone else who has voted in local, regional, national, or European elections, union elections, primary elections, or referendums on declaring independence, signing a peace treaty, extending presidential term limits, amending the Constitution, rejecting the European bailout, or withdrawing from the European Union. Civic imbeciles, every last one.
¡Qué buena traducción!
Gracias.
¡Qué buena
Qué bien escrito
traducción!
en el original, eh? I cannot wait for, first of all, los hispanohablantes, que todo el mundo compre el libro en castellano, porque es una maravilla. Everybody, if you can read Spanish by the original, and if you can't, look for the English translation in 2021 from Jonathan Cape. I'm halfway through the translation now, and it's a joy. All right, now we're going to read a brief, short piece that's a standalone piece that Cristina has written recently, since the lockdown began in Spain.
Yes, it appeared firstly, and only, in the Revista de la Universidad Nacional de México. So anyone can check it and read it online. And Kevin had the idea, he liked the text, and he voluntarily wanted to produce it. And we are looking for a buyer.
Yeah. If anybody wants to buy the rights to the English translation, they're for sale. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I will. Primera entrega de mi cuaderno de confinamiento. Si quieren más, paguen, porque si no es a cambio de dinero, yo no tengo ninguna necesidad de expresar literariamente estos días de juerga autoritaria ni de mantener con respiración asistida ninguna comunidad de consumo cultural.
First entry from my lockdown journal. If you want more, pay up, because unless it's in exchange for cash, I have no obligation to engage in literary expression during these days of authoritarian revelry, nor to provide assisted breathing to keep any community of cultural consumption alive.
Nos dedicamos a esquivar a la policía y a sus chambelanes, esos chivatos que se cobran en confort moral fascista el denunciar a su vecino por tener menos miedo que ellos. El otro día durante la cena o el almuerzo o la merienda salió este tema de discusión. ¿Es más repugnante un mercenario o un buen samaritano? O sea, ¿es más repugnante el policía que te reprime porque le pagan o el gilipollas que sin ser pagado te reprime porque haya satisfacción cívica en su violencia? Yo era de la opinión de que es más repugnante el buen samaritano. Otra comensal dijo que no veía por qué la intervención del dinero en la ecuación aligeraba el grado de repugnancia hacia el policía. La tercera comensal no estaba segura.
We do our best to evade the police and their chamberlains, those tattletales who take fascist moral comfort in snitching on their neighbor for being less afraid than they are. The other day during dinner, or lunch, or our mid-afternoon snack, we started talking about who we think is more repugnant, a mercenary or a good Samaritan. In other words, is it more repugnant for a cop to oppress you because that's what he's paid to do, or for some unpaid, civic-minded asshole to oppress you for the sheer pleasure of it? I was of the opinion that the Good Samaritan was more repugnant. Another at the table said she didn't see what money had to do with it. Why should we consider the cop any less repugnant just because he's getting paid? The third at the table wasn't sure.
Nos asustamos mucho el primer día que salió el helicóptero a patrullar desde lo alto las terrazas, los parques, las zonas boscosas, las playas recónditas. Es el primer helicóptero que sobrevuela la ciudad. Es el mismo helicóptero que sobrevuela la ciudad cuando hay manifestaciones, disturbios o cuando juega el Barça. Nos asustamos porque a los primeros días de confinamiento habíamos llevado a cabo incursiones en las áreas desgrañadas de Montjuic con éxito. Incursiones que se transformaban en paseos, paseos que se transformaban en excursiones. Teníamos fichado un rincón al que íbamos a hacer boxeo, yoga y kung fu, todo mezclado porque nos poníamos a jugar más que a entrenar, y estábamos evaluando el mejor sitio en el que pegarnos un viaje de seta. Un día continúo. Un día nos tuvimos que esconder de dos coches de mozos que pasaron por nuestro lado y que iban a por una pareja que andaba sacando al perro muy morosamente. Nos escondimos como se esconden los dibujos animados, cada una detrás de una columna o de un árbol. Estábamos en la rotonda esa que tiene una fuente, unos bancos de piedra y una estatua ecuestre de cuando la Exposición Universal de 1929. Es un Sant Jordi modernista, desnudo, que monta a pelo, congelado en la posición de estar descabalgando. En cuanto desaparecieron los coches, salimos pitando, evitando la carretera, descampado a través, basura a través, y no hemos vuelto. Ahora sí.
It was pretty scary the first day they sent a helicopter to patrol the terraces, parks, woods, and secluded sections of the beach from above. It's the same helicopter they send to survey the city whenever there are protests, riots, or an FC Barcelona game. It was scary for us because during the early days of lockdown, we had launched successful incursions into the unkempt areas of Montjuic Hill. Incursions that turned into walks, walks that turned into outings. We'd even designated an area for doing boxing, yoga, and kung fu, all three at once. We were more interested in playing than training, and we were scoping out the best spot to trip on shrooms. Well, one day, we had to hide because two squad cars pulled up next to us. They were in hot pursuit of a couple out taking their dog on a bit too leisurely of a walk. We hid like cartoon characters, each behind a tree trunk. We were in that plaza that has the fountain, the stone benches, and the equestrian statue from the 1929 Barcelona International Exposition. It's a modernist nude Sant Jordi, riding bareback, frozen halfway through the dismounting process. We hightailed it out of there as soon as they drove away, crossing garbage-strewn vacant lots to avoid the main road. We haven't gone back.
Se ha reído de nosotras la policía, dije durante la cena. Nos vieron escondernos tan ridículamente, nos vieron con tanto miedo, que consideraron que ya estaba el amedrentamiento consumado y ni se molestaron en perseguirnos. Se estaban partiendo la polla dentro del coche, vamos. Se lo están contando por WhatsApp a toda la comisaría del Orto, o sea, se lo están contando hasta por la radio. No te confundas, interviene otra comensal. Quienes nos hemos reído hemos sido nosotras. Lo hemos esquivado, sea como sea, lo hemos esquivado. Hemos sido rápidas, nos hemos escondido de la mejor, por no decir de la única, manera posible. Te sientes ridícula porque romantizan la noción de evasión y de subversión. Joder, qué razón tiene mi amada.
The cops were laughing at us, I said at dinner. They saw our ridiculous attempt to hide and they saw how afraid we were, so they deemed us duly intimidated and didn't bother chasing us down. Let's be real, they were in their little squad car laughing their dicks off. They're probably texting all their buddies back at the station right now, yucking it up over the radio. You've got it all wrong, another at the table said. We are the ones who got the last laugh. We got away with it. By whatever means, we got away from the cops. We were fast, and we hid the best, the only way we could. You're just embarrassed about it because you romanticize the notion of evasion and subversion. Shit, my beloved had a point.
La hora de los aplausos de Dios. Hemos comprobado que cuanto más se endurece el confinamiento, más aplauden, pensarán en Falo. Se ha convertido en un toque de queda. Si estás en la calle a partir de las 8:30 de la tarde, eres sospechosa. Antes del confinamiento, los supermercados cerraban a las 9. Las 2 primeras semanas del confinamiento cerraban a las 8. Ahora, algunos cierran a las 7. Antes, el Badulaque cerraba a la 1 de la noche, nuestra coartada perfecta para salir. Ahora cierra a las 10. Nuestra coartada ahora es la farmacia 24 horas y el hecho de que las farmacias están desabastecidas de medicamentos para los pulmones. Nunca nos han parado de noche, lo que demuestra que la capacidad de control no es tanta como nos quieren puto hacer creer. pero siempre llevamos una caja de Ventolin o de Atrovent vacía en el bolsillo. Yo soy asmática, de verdad. En nuestra imaginación se produce la siguiente conversación con el mozo. ¿A dónde va usted a estas horas? A la farmacia de allí de Santa Eulalia, que es la más cercana, abierta 24 horas. ¿Qué es eso tan urgente que tiene que comprar que no pueda esperar a mañana? Ventolin para mi mujer, que es asmática y no puede respirar.
The nightly applause of God. We've noticed that the harder the lockdown gets, the more they applaud. They think it's a penis? Has become a curfew. If you're on the street after 8:30 in the evening, you must be up to no good. Before lockdown, the supermarkets closed at 9. The first 2 weeks of lockdown, they closed at 8. Now, some close at 7. Before, the Quickie Mart closed at 1 in the morning, a perfect pretense for being out. Now it closes at 10. Now our pretense is the 24-hour pharmacy and the shortage of lung meds. They've never stopped us at night, which only proves their policing capacity isn't as rock-fucking solid as they want us to think. But we always bring an empty box of Ventolin or Atrovent with us. I'm asthmatic, for real. In our imagination, our conversation with the cop goes like this. What are you doing out this late? I'm going to the pharmacy on Santa Eulalia. It's the closest one that's still open. What's so important that it can't wait until tomorrow? My wife needs Ventolin. She has asthma and she can't breathe.
Eso, si va una de nosotras sola, que no sea yo. Si vamos dos y una de esas dos soy yo, Ventolin para mí, que soy asmática y no puedo respirar. ¿Y por qué no va usted sola? En caso de que el mozo juegue a poli súper malo. Porque yo ya haciendo como que me ahogo, estoy asustada y no me encuentro bien.
That's what we'd say if they stopped one of us out alone, and it's not me. If they stop two of us and I'm one of them, I need Ventolin. I have asthma and I can't breathe. And why didn't you go out by yourself if he's playing bad cop? Because, and I make like I'm suffocating, I'm scared and I don't feel good.
Así actuaríamos si nos pararan en dirección a la farmacia. Si nos pararan en dirección contraria, ¿a dónde va usted hasta ahora? Vengo de la farmacia de Santa Eulalia, que es la más cercana y abierta a las 24 horas. ¿Qué es eso tan urgente que ha tenido que comprar que no puede esperar a mañana? He ido a comprar Ventolin, sacamos la caja vacía, porque mi mujer es asmática, pero no tenían y no saben cuándo volverán a tener, así que estoy buscando desesperadamente otra farmacia de guardia.
That's what we'd do if they stopped us on the way to the pharmacy. If they stopped us heading in the other direction, what are you doing out this late? I'm coming from the pharmacy on Santa Eulalia. It's the closest one that's still open. What's so important that it can't wait until tomorrow? I went to buy Ventolin. I pull out the empty box. Because my wife has asthma, but they didn't have any, and they don't know when the next shipment's coming in. So I'm out desperately looking for another pharmacy that's still open.
Sigue pareciéndome más repugnante el buen samaritano. Le repliqué a mi amada, porque por dinero yo puedo entender que se hagan tareas de mierda, pero el buen samaritano lo hace por el mero placer represivo. Mi otra amada, la tercera comensal, habla entonces y se ríe. ¿Cómo puedo pensar que no hay placer represivo en el policía? No son soldados de gleba mandados al frente en contra de su voluntad. Son hortos de maderos que gozan haciendo con total impunidad aquello para lo que los han entrenado. Me acordé entonces de un argumento propolicial que reza que los polis son clase obrera y que se estuvo esgrimiendo masivamente durante los últimos disturbios en Barcelona. El policía herido por nuestras pedradas era un obrero sufriendo un accidente de trabajo. De pronto, los fachotes preocupándose por los derechos laborales. Tócate el coño. Tenéis razón otra vez, mis lúbricas. Es un falso dilema. No tenemos que elegir entre unos esbirros y otros. Dirigiremos nuestros ataques y nuestras precauciones a todos por igual.
I still think the Good Samaritan is more repugnant, I tell my beloved, because I can understand doing shitty things for money. But the Good Samaritan does it just for the pleasure of repression. Then my other beloved, the third at the table, starts laughing. How on earth could I think the cop doesn't take pleasure in repression? They're not serfs sent into battle against their will. They're pigs who enjoy total impunity while doing exactly what they're trained to do. Then I remembered a pro-police argument that was being rolled out on a massive scale during the most recent riots in Barcelona, which claimed police were part of the working class. So when we throw rocks at cops, we're responsible for causing a workplace accident. Check it out. all of a sudden the fascist jerk-offs give a shit about workers' rights. Right again, my lechers. It's a false dilemma. We don't have to choose one set of goons or another. We can be egalitarian in our attacks and in our precautions.
Y así empezamos con la contrapropaganda y la contrainformación. Si la UNAM, la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México o quien sea, me contrata una segunda parte de este diario, explicaré cómo estamos grafiteando, cuidándonos mucho siempre, que no se preocupen las autoridades sanitarias. Fóllame, tengo corona.
And so begins our counter-propaganda and counter-information campaign. If any publication feels like purchasing the second installment of this journal, I'll describe how we've been spray painting the walls of the city, always taking extreme care so as not to alarm the health authorities, with the words, "Fuck me, I have corona." And there we go.
Muchas gracias, Kevin.
Muchas gracias a ti, Cristina. Thanks a lot.
Gracias a todas.
Yeah, delighted to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And thanks to Marianne Newman and the organizers. And happy Sant Jordi, everybody.
Feliz Sant Jordi desde Barcelona.
I am Rowan, and I'm going to read from Mágia, which is my third novel, published in 2014. Éjszaka van. Te alszol, és arra ébredsz, hogy valaki kopog az ablakon. Olyan álmos vagy, hogy azt hiszed, csak álom. Álmodod az egészet, csak egy nagy fehér madár kopogtatja a csőrével az ablakot, azt akarja, hogy engedd már be. Kikelsz az ágyból, és ott állsz a hálóinkben, állsz a sötétben, fázol, és akkor megint meghallod a kopogást. Oda mész az ablakhoz, félrehozod a sötétítőt, és tényleg ott a fehér madár. A sötét üveg mögött lebeg, kitárja és összecsukja a szárnyait, a neveden szólít, nem madár, hanem egy tenyér, egy fehér tenyér. Az üveget hopogtatja, odahajolsz, kinézel, Bertuka áll az utcán, a legjobb barátnőd. Megismered a sápadt köt holdfényben is. Nem látod hetek óta, úgy tudtad beteg, de nem látogathatod meg, és most itt van, kint áll a sötét utcán, az ablakod alatt, azt kéri, nyisd ki. Azt kéri, nyisd ki, engedd be, bújtasd el. Ennyit mond, többet nem mond, állsz ott a hálóingedben, nyitott ablak előtt, a barátnőnek nézed, hogy ott áll, és várja, hogy mondj valamit, azt, hogy igen, vagy azt, hogy nem. Mást nem mondhatsz. Tudod, hogy igen fogsz mondani, és igent is mondasz. De mi alatt megformálódik a torkodban, és eljut a nyelvedig, az is eszedbe jut, hogy igenis becsukhatnál az ablakot, és beúszhatnál a függönyt, és visszafekhetnél az ágyadba, és magadra úszhatnál a takarót, és a fejedre úszhatnál a párnát, és fekhetnél a fal felé fordulva reggelig. Próbálhatnál visszaludni, próbálhatnál úgy csinálni, mint aki tényleg és igazán alszik. Azt mondod, igen, és közben érzed, hogy lángol az arcod, azért, mert a nemre gondoltál, a nem lehetőségére, arra, hogy mondhattál volna nemet, arra, hogy maradhattál volna az ágyadban, úgy tettél volna, mintha meg se hallottad volna a kopogást, mintha tényleg csak álmodtad volna az egészet, az ablakodat verő nagy fehér madarat, mindent. Azt mondod, igen. És közben Bertukát nézed, hogy ott áll az ablakod előtt, a sötétben, ugyanazt a medpiros kabát ruhát viseli, ugyanaz a medpiros kabát van rajta, amelyekről nem tépted le a csillagot, áll és néz, és közben a két tenyere a hasán pihen, az is, amelyikkel az előbb még az ablakot verte, és a másik is, az ujjai fehérén összekulcsolódnak a hasa előtt. Azt mondod, igen, és kijössz az ablakon, és megfogod, és felhúzod, és ő fellép a lábazat peremére, amikor kicsikoltatok, akkor is így mászhatok be egymáshoz, de most már nem olyan könnyű, erősebben kell húznod, és neki is erősebben kell lökni magát, és amikor végre fellép az ablakpálkányra, akkor látod, hogy mezitláb van. Ott az ablakpálkányon az a hosszú, karcsú lábfej, mindig is így eltér tőle, és ebből már egészen biztosan tudod, hogy nem álmodsz. Behúzod a magaddal a szobába, majdnem levrétek a komodról az egyik kancsót, becsukod az ablakot, összehozod a függönyt. Lehúzod róla a kabátot, összehajtod és bedugod a komód alá, vigyáztok, hogy ne csapjatok zajt, nem akarod, hogy apukáik ott a másik szobában félébredjenek. Bertuka vacog, mint ha valami lázráznál, csattognak a fogai, hogy beszélni próbál, de azt mondod, súgva, nem kell, hallgasson. Megfogod és odaadod az ágyhoz, és befekteted, és betakarod, ő még mindig vacog, még mindig remeg, mellé fekszel, árad belőled a hideg. Megöleled, próbálod felmelegíteni, de te is fázni kezdesz, akkor, mint a moccanna valami a szomszéd szobában, gyorsan eldugod Bertukát a takaró alá, és aztán elbújsz veled te is, be a paplan alá, be a meleg, átszagú sötétbe. Mondani akar valamit? Te azt akarod, hogy hallgasson. Ő nem tud hallgatni, fülethez dugja a száját, belesuttog, halkan, nagyon halkan, csiklandós, borzongatós, alig hallható suttogással, a téglagyáról suttog, hogy megtudta, mindenkit odavisznek, hajnalban mindenkit oda költöztetnek, de ő nem mehet, mert neki nem szabad oda mennie, mert neki nem csak magára kell vigyáznia. Megfogja a kezed, és behúzza a hálóing alá, és a hasára nyomja a tenyered, azt is sugja a füledbe, hogy ott van bent. Érzed? De te nem érzel semmit, csak a Bertuka bőre hideg és sima, csak azt, hogy Bertuka bőre hideg és sima, lassan elhúzod a kezed a hasáról, azt súltogod magad elé a sötétbe, hogy nem kell félni, minden jó lesz, nem lesz semmi baj. De közben a szíved ott a torkodban az dobogja, hogy de lesz, de lesz, de lesz. Fekszel és tudod, hogy nem fogsz elaludni, a barátnőd egyre lassuló légzését hallgatod, apuka és anyuka nem láthatják meg, nem tudhatják meg, hogy itt van, el kell bújtatnod, el kell rejtened valahova. Csak onnan tudod, hogy mégis felaludtál, hogy felébredsz. Egy pillanatig azt hiszed, hogy énekszóra ébredtél, hogy valamilyen szomorú énekkel álmodtál, aztán, ahogy kinyitod a szemed, már tudod, hogy nem álmodtad, kintről jön, az utcáról. Áthaladszik a becsukott ablaktáblákon és a behúzott függönyökön, nem ének, nem csak ének. Nem akarod hallani, nem akarod látni, nem akarsz kibújni a takarról alól, nem akarsz felkelni, nem akarod elhozni a függönyt, nem akarsz kikucskálni az utcára, de aztán mégiscsak felkelsz, és mégiscsak odamész az ablakhoz, és mégiscsak kinézel. Kint hajnal van, minden hideg és minden szürke, az ég is, az aszfalt is, és a fák is, minden. Az utca tele van emberekkel, nők és férfiak, és gyerekek, öregek és fiatalok mennek, gyorsan vonulnak, egyenruhások telik őket, nem akarod látni, be akarod hunni a szemed, tudod, hogy hiába, minden szürke, minden fakó szürke, a ruhák és a kendők és a kalapok és a kabátok is, szürkék a bőröndök és a táskák és a batyuk és a hátizsákok, szürke a bőrük is, az arcuk, a szemük, az óruk, a szájuk, szürke az egész mindenség. Nem akarod látni, nem akarod tudni, de már megláttad, de már megtudtad. Most már mindig is látni fogod.
Hi, my name is Arlyn, and I'd like to thank the organizers of the festival, SANT JORDI in New York, very much for inviting me to this online version this year. I'm very honored. Tonight I'll be reading from my translation of The Bonfire by Lloyd-Jones. The author will also be reading the same section of the book in Hungarian, so you can listen to it in Hungarian and in my English translation. The book will be published early next year by Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, I think in February. It's the story of a young woman living in a Hungarian city or town in Romania, Hungarian inhabited. She's about 12, going on 13 or so. Her parents were killed in a car accident. She's been living in an orphanage and not having the greatest of times there, when an old lady turns up and claims to be her grandmother. Well, Emma never heard about any grandmother, so this is a surprise for her. But eventually she becomes convinced that this woman is indeed her grandmother. She goes home with her, and so the novel begins. Throughout the book, the grandmother narrates to Emma her own story growing up in the same city in Romania during World War II, during the Holocaust. And a particular thread in the story is her experiences with her girlfriend, Bertuka, who was Jewish, who obviously was targeted in the Holocaust. This is one of the sections. This is the grandmother. speaking to Emma, and she always narrates her own story to Emma in the second person singular, emphasizing that there's a mutuality between their stories. Her story is Emma's story is her story, and so on. It's evening. You're sleeping, and you awaken to the sound of someone knocking on the window. You're so sleepy that you think it's just a dream. You're just dreaming the whole thing. It's just a large white bird knocking on the window with its beak, and it wants you to let it in. Let it in already. You get up from the bed, and you stand there in your nightgown. You stand in the darkness, you're freezing, and once again you hear the knocking. You go over to the window, you raise the blinds, and there really is a white bird there. It's fluttering behind the dark glass. It opens and closes its wings. It addresses you by your name. No, it's not a bird, but a palm, a white palm. It's knocking on the glass. You lean over and look out. Bertuka is standing on the street, your best friend. You recognize her even in the pale moonlight. You haven't seen her for weeks. You knew that she was sick, but you couldn't visit her, and now here she is, standing out in the dark street beneath your window, asking you to open it. She asks you to open the window, to let her in, to hide her. That's all she says. Nothing more. You stand there in your nightgown in front of the open window. You look at your girlfriend as she stands there and waits. She's waiting for you to say something, waiting for you to say yes, or waiting for you to say no. You can't say anything else. You know you're going to say yes, and you do say yes. But before that word forms in your throat and reaches your tongue, what comes to mind is that you could actually close the window. And you could draw the curtains shut, and you could lie back in your bed, you could pull the covers over yourself, and you could put the pillow on top of your head. You could lie in bed facing the wall until the next morning, and you could try to go back to sleep. You could try to pretend to be someone who really and truly is sleeping. You say yes, and all the while you feel your face is burning. It's burning because you thought about no, about the possibility of no. You were thinking that you could have said no. You were thinking that you could have stayed in your bed, and you could have pretended you never even heard the knocking at the window, as if you've just dreamed the whole thing. That great white bird beating at the window pane. Everything. You say yes, and in the meantime you look at Bertuka, how she is standing in front of your window in the darkness. She's wearing that same cherry red coat from which you did not rip off the star. She's standing there looking at you, and in the meantime her two hands are resting on her stomach. The hand which just a moment ago had been beating against the window, and the other hand as well. Her fingers are clasped white in front of her stomach. You say yes, and you lean out the window, and you grab her, and you pull her up, and she steps onto the edge of the plinth. This is how you used to climb into each other's windows when you both were little, but now it's not so easy. You have to pull harder, and she has to push herself up harder. And finally she steps up to the windowsill, and then you see that she's barefoot. And here on the windowsill is her long, slender foot. You've always envied her for that. And now you know with complete certainty that you're not dreaming. You pull her, along with yourself, into the room, nearly knocking over one of the jugs on the commode. You close the window and you pull the curtains shut. You pull off her coat, you fold it up, and you shove it beneath the commode. Both of you are careful not to make any noise. You don't want your parents to wake up in the other room. Bertuka is shivering as if she had a fever. Her teeth are chattering as she tries to speak. You whisper to her, telling her no, she doesn't have to, be quiet. You take her and you push her toward your bed. You lie her down in the bed. You cover her up with a blanket. She's still shuddering, still trembling. You lie down next to her. The cold emanates from her body, You embrace her, trying to warm her up, but you too begin to feel cold. Then it's as if something were moving in the room next door, so you quickly hide Bertica beneath the covers, and then you climb under the covers with her as well, into the warm, bed-scented darkness. She wants to say something, and you want her to be quiet. She can't be quiet. She pushes her mouth toward your ear, and she whispers something softly, very softly into your ear. It tickles, it makes you shiver. In a low voice, hardly audible, she tells you about the brick factory, about how she found out that everyone is going to be taken there. Everyone will be moved there at dawn, but she can't go. She cannot allow herself to be taken there, because now she doesn't have only herself to look after. She grabs your hand and she pulls it beneath her nightshirt, and she presses your hand onto her stomach, and she whispers into your ear, "They're inside. Do you feel it?" But you don't feel anything, only that Bertica's skin is smooth and cold. Slowly you pull your hand away from her stomach. You whisper into the darkness, "Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right. There won't be any problems." But at the same time, your heart is in your throat, and it's throbbing that there will be problems. There will. There will. You lie down and you know you won't be able to sleep. You listen to the breathing of your girlfriend as it slows more and more. Mother and father must not see her. They must not know she's here. You have to hide her. You have to conceal her somewhere. You only know that you fell asleep by the fact that at one point you wake up. For a moment you think you've woken to a voice singing, that you were dreaming of a sorrowful song. Then as you open your eyes, you immediately realize you weren't dreaming. It comes from outside, from the street. You can hear it through the closed window and the drawn curtains, but it's not a song. It's not a mere song. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to see it. You don't want to get out from under the blanket. You don't want to get up. You don't want to open the curtains. You don't want to peek out onto the street, but still, you get up and you go over to the window, and still, you look out. Outside it is dawn. Everything is cold and gray. The sky and the asphalt and the trees. Everything. The street is filled with people, women and men and children, old and young. They're walking. They are moving quickly. They're being driven by men in uniform. You don't want to see it. You want to close your eyes, but you know it's no use. Everything is gray. Everything is faded and gray. The clothes and the kerchiefs, the hats and the coats, the suitcases and the bags are gray. The bundles and the rucksacks, gray as well as their skin, their faces, their eyes, their noses, their mouths. The entire world is gray. You don't want to see them. You don't want to know. But already you've seen them, and already you know. Because from this point on, you will always see them.
Thank you very much to the SANT JORDI Festival for inviting us to talk to you. My name is Antonia Lloyd-Jones, and I'm a translator of Polish literature, and I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Polish journalist and author Witold Szabłowski.
Hello.
And Witold's going to tell us about his new book, which is out with Penguin Random House in a few days' time. It's a work of reportage, and it's called How to Feed a Dictator. So, Witold, the subtitle of your book is Saddam Hussein, Idi Amin, Enver Hoxha, Fidel Castro, and Pol Pot through the eyes of their cooks, which gives us a fair idea of what the book is about. But can you please tell us, how on earth did you hit upon the idea of writing about these dictators through the experiences of their chefs, and why these particular dictators?
Yeah, hello again, Antonia, and thank you for having me in this wonderful festival. And it's a bit strange circumstances. We are rather used to talking with the audience present, but it's a great pleasure, and it's a bit awkward, but it's amazing experience. And I will show you the cover. I have only the Polish cover of the book because of the coronavirus. The American edition haven't arrived yet to Poland. It gets stuck somewhere in the post office, but it looks like this. And yeah, indeed, it's 6 amazing life stories of the chefs that cooked for the dictators. And well, I almost became a chef by myself. When I graduated from the Warsaw University, I went to Copenhagen, and I found a job firstly as a dishwasher or dish cleaner. Yeah, I was just a bad job in a restaurant, but very quickly I was making my kitchen career, and I became a chef helper, and then like the first, like the right hand of the chef in the kitchen. It was a very rapid career, but also a very short one. Like it took me all my kitchen experience was like 4 months. But in the kitchen, working in the kitchen, I understood what an amazing space is that, and what amazing people you meet there, and what amazing stories you can hear there. And then I became a journalist, then I became a writer, but I kept that in my mind, that the chefs are amazing personalities and that they have a great stories to share. And I was just waiting for a good topic to go back to the kitchen and go back to the chefs, and that's how slowly I go to the idea of finding the chefs that cooked for the dictators.
And why these particular dictators? How did you hit upon these 5 horrors from around the world?
It's not easy to find them, so you can't be very picky, to be honest. But my main goal was just I didn't want the dictators that nobody knows, you know. I wanted dictators that when you hear a name, a bell is ringing. So I really wanted dictators that people know, and I wanted dictators that made their footprints on the 20th and 21st century's history. So I wanted 2 kinds of dictators, like firstly known, but secondly important. Like I didn't want someone who was just regional and known regionally. So that was my main goal. And when I began working on this book, I drew a map of the world by myself, and I pointed all the places with dictators, and I made a plan, like my dream plan, which are the places and dictators that I would like to talk to their chefs. And more or less, this book is that plan, which is surprising. I thought it's a dream plan and it will never happen, but actually the book is a proof that it happened.
So how on earth did you find these chefs, and were they willing to talk to you? Was anybody too afraid to talk to you?
Usually they weren't too happy to talk to me. Like cooking for a dictator was always a very tricky job, and you really had to be very careful and make your steps very carefully. Otherwise, you could have been executed. So from the nature, they are careful people. And even, you know, the dictators are dead, and usually also the regimes are gone. they are still very careful, and they are not these kind of personalities that will share their life stories with the first person they meet. So the hardest was actually the chef of Saddam Hussein, because since the American and British invasion to Iraq, he had been hiding, and he didn't really want to be found. Like, he didn't dream about some weird Polish guy finding him and making an interview with him. So firstly, it took me 3 years to find him, and then it took me another 8 months to make him talk to me. But that was extreme. Like, usually it was taking, from 6 months to a year, and it was always a chain of people, and the chain of people of goodwill, because I couldn't afford going to Cambodia and coming back, going and coming back. So I had to find people who would find the chefs for me and who would make them talk on my behalf.
And how did you communicate with them? Do they speak English or?
None of them. I always needed an interpreter with me, but usually the fixer, I mean the person who went there on my behalf, was at the same time was my translator, because they were the people who already built the relationship with the chef, and it was crucial for the project. Like, they are always elderly people, and it's very important to build a trust with them, especially with people that worked in such a in such a place, especially with people who are surrounded by spies, surrounded by politics, and food and eating is very important for the dictators, because they were picking the chefs very carefully, because chef is a potential killer. Chef is the guy who is feeding you, but at the same time, he might potentially poison you. So everything with the chefs, with the dictator chefs, is based on trust. So it wasn't easy to build this kind of relationship. But now it works. But now it works. Right before the coronavirus began, I was in Cuba, and I was there for other reasons. But for example, the ex-chef of Fidel Castro invited me for fishing and for barbecue with him. So we spent 2 beautiful days in Havana, in his place.
Excellent. And did you find out what the favorite foods of the dictators were? Are you going to betray to us any of the recipes?
Yeah, well, the book is a little bit a recipe book. Of course, it's mainly reportage and storytelling and history book. But as you know very well, there are recipes, and for example, there is amazing recipe which everybody loves. The recipe for the favorite soup of Saddam Hussein. It's called the soup of Tikrit's thieves, because Saddam was from a family of thieves from the town called Tikrit, and the Tikrit had its own species of fishes, and they are making delicious soup, which the recipe contains tomatoes, onions, but also raisins, and the fish. And you can make it actually with almost any kind of fish, and you can make it at home. So it's a great coronavirus recipe, I believe.
I wanted, after translating this book, I want to try the Iraqi fish dish mazguf, which sounds wonderful, baked fish. And I wanted to try Enver Hoxha's favorite dessert, which is called shekepare. Is that right? In Albanian. Yeah. As the translator of this book, I was shocked by these dictators. There are lighter moments in the book, but always underlined with a very sinister touch. And I think what horrified me most of all was to find that Pol Pot's chef was a woman who was madly in love with him and who treated him like a kind of rock god. And the vision of Pol Pot through her eyes is just something that blows my mind. So I'd like to just read a tiny little bit of the book to give you an idea of how that sounds. So Vitek, would you like to read part of that in Polish for us, just so we can hear what it sounds like in Polish?
Just before I start, I want to use this opportunity to thank you, Antonia, for the wonderful translation. I had much better reviews always in English for my translations. So in America, I have much better reviews than in Poland. And I suspect it's because of you. I think the translations are much better than my work. But I just want to thank you for doing this great job.
Well, you make it very easy for me by writing very good books. So I'm not going to confess that I changed the whole text and wrote a new book.
Oh, yeah. Whenever you say that, I feel that maybe I'm not too complicated.
No, everybody out there, it's a great book. He's written a really good book.
Okay, a piece of Polish. Kiedy po raz pierwszy spotkałam się z bratem Pol Potem, za nie mówiłam. Siedziałam w jego bambusowej chacie w środku dżungli, patrzyłam na niego i myślałam, ależ to przystojny mężczyzna, ależ mężczyzna. Byłam wtedy bardzo młoda, więc nie dziw się, bracie, że myślałam właśnie o tym.
The first time I saw Brother Pol Pot, I was at a loss for words. I was sitting in his bamboo hut in the middle of the jungle, gazing at him. And I was thinking, what a beautiful man. What a man. I was very young then, so don't be surprised that that's what I was thinking, brother. I was there to report to him on how people were feeling in the villages I'd passed through on my way to his base. And I was waiting for him to speak first, but he didn't say anything. Finally, after a long time, he smiled gently at me. And at once I thought, what a beautiful smile he has. What a smile. I couldn't focus on what we were meant to be talking about. Pol Pot was very different from all the men I'd ever met before. We met in the jungle at a top secret base for Ankar, the organization we belonged to. In those days, everyone still called Pol Pot Brother Polk, which in Khmer means mattress. For ages, I wondered why he had such a strange name. I asked several people about it, but no one could tell me. Many months later, one of the comrades explained to me that he was called Mattress because he always did his best to calm things down. He was soft, and that was his strength. When other people argued, he'd stand in the middle and help them to reach an agreement. It's true, even his smile was gentle. Pol Pot was pure goodness. Sorry about the frog in my throat there, but you can get an idea of just how Pol Pot's chef viewed him, which is not quite how anybody else did. Thank you very much, Vitek, for the conversation. And thank you very much to the SANT JORDI Festival. And this is really revolutionary to be taking part in a festival that's happening on the go. Well done, everyone organizing it. And the book is called How to Feed a Dictator by Witold Szabłowski, translated by me, Antonia Lloyd-Jones. And you can get that online from Penguin Random House's website as a paperback, an ebook, or an audiobook. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Goodbye,
Thank you, Antonia, and thank you everyone for watching us.
Hi, everybody. I'm Judith Uiterlinde, publisher at World Editions, and I'd like to welcome you to this online conversation together with Adrien Nathan West, author of Real Life, a book originally written in French and translated into English by Roland Glasser. And this is what the book looks like, Real Life, a beautiful book. Let me introduce the author to you, Adrien. Welcome, Adrien.
Thank you, Judith.
Adrien,
hi, everyone.
Hi. Adrien Nathan West is a Belgian author and lives in Brussels. And
I am Lloyd Rowan, and I'm going to read from Mágia, which is my third novel, published in 2014. Éjszaka van. Te alszol, és arra ébredsz, hogy valaki kopog az ablakon. Olyan álmos vagy, hogy azt hiszed, csak álom.
Hi, everybody. I'm Judith Uiterlinde, publisher at World Editions, and I'd like to welcome you to this online conversation together with Adrien Nathan West, author of Real Life, a book originally written in French and translated into English by Roland Glasser. And this is what the book looks like, Real Life, a beautiful book. Let me introduce the author to you, Adrien. Welcome, Adrien.
Thank you, Judith.
Adrien,
hi, everyone.
Hi. Adrien Nathan West is a Belgian author and lives in Brussels. And Real Life was her debut, and it was published in France in autumn 2018. And since then, it's become a terribly big success in not only in France, but it's also been sold into 18 territories and won most of the French literary prizes. I'm not going to name them all. The conversation will be ended when I'm ended with this list. Yeah, welcome, Adrien. And can you tell us a little bit what the book is about and what gave you the idea of writing it?
Yeah, of course. So Real Life is the story of a weird family in a strange house full of hunting trophies. There are two children, the little heroine and her young brother, Sam. And we will follow them for 6 summers from her 10 to 15 years old. And first summer, an accident occurs that will traumatize those two kids. And the little girl will fight to save her brother. And she will meet different characters, a woman who lives in the woods, kind of a witch, and a beautiful champion of martial arts. And the professor of physics. So Real Life is the story of this young girl who's struggling to survive in a surrealistic and terrifying world. What gave me the idea of the book, I had that image of those two kids in front of this accident that occurs in the first year. And I wanted to follow them and to know what would happen to them and how they will survive with that image in their brain.
So it's partly about violence, about children dealing with death. What do you say?
Yeah, but not also. But yeah, it starts from violence and how we deal with the idea of death. And I was interested. It's an idea very difficult to live with, but for children, I wanted to know what it makes to them to realize that they can die and there are accidents that can occur, but also, yeah, how to survive in such a violent world, and what can help them. And the little girl, she will find help with the knowledge, the physics. She will fight to build a machine, a time machine. And it will be her her goal and yeah, how having a goal in life can help, but also sexuality, because she's 10 at the beginning of the book, but 15 at the end. So how her sensations and her growing sexuality will help her also.
Yeah, she is a very strong heroine in spite of the things happening around her. She's really a character to love, with a lot of fantasy and yeah, very strong figure. And what I also very much liked about your book is it's written with a lot of humor. And yeah, maybe you can read a little bit from the book to give an impression of your style.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty. It's not the first page, but it's the second one. So it's the beginning of the book. My father was huge, with broad shoulders, the build of a slaughterman. He had giant's hands, hands that could have ripped the head of a chick the way you'd pop the cap on a Coke bottle. Besides hunting, my father had two passions in life: television and Scotch whiskey. When he wasn't scouring the planet for animals to kill, he plugged the TV into speakers that had cost as much as a small car, a bottle of Glenfiddich in his hand. And the way he talked at my mother, you could have replaced her with a houseplant and he wouldn't have known the difference. My mother lived in dread of my father. I think that's pretty much all I can say about her, leaving aside her obsession with gardening and miniature goats. She was a thin woman with long limp hair. I don't know if she existed before meeting him. I imagine she did. She must have resembled a primitive life form, single-celled, vaguely translucent, an amoeba. Just ectoplasm, endoplasm, a nucleus, and a digestive vacuole. Years of contact with my father had gradually filled this scrap of nothing with fear. Their wedding photos always intrigued me. As far back as I can remember, I can see myself studying the album in search of a clue, something that might have explained this weird union. Love, admiration, esteem, joy, a smile, something. I never found it. In the pictures, my father posed as in his hunting photographs, but without the pride. An amoeba doesn't make a very impressive trophy, for sure. It isn't hard to catch one, a bit of stagnant water in a glass, and presto. So she loves her parents.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Thank you, Arlyn. Yeah, it was wonderfully translated by Roland Glasser. And I wonder, have you been in touch during the translation process? Did he have a lot of questions? Were there things to discuss?
Yeah, we were a lot in touch. He asked me a lot of questions, and it was very interesting for me because it's my first novel. So I had no idea of the process of translation, and yeah, it was very, very interesting. And it's not the case in every language, it's because it has been translated in 20 languages for so far. And some translator ask me some help, and some other don't. And it doesn't mean the translation is bad at all. But yeah, Roland asked me a lot, and it was very interesting. And there are some questions I didn't expect it, and it was very interesting. For example, do we have to transpose the context of the country, or for example, things they are eating, that the character are eating? There are very Belgian meals in the book, and do we transform it to make English meals or American meals? and also the names. For example, in the French version, the little brother is called Gilles, but Gilles is a very French name. Yeah, Roland asked me what I wanted, and I wanted to transform it in English. And so in English, his name is Sam. And maybe that's why, that's because I should have called him Sam in the French version, because Sam is a very special name for me, because my big sister calls Severine, me, I'm Adeline, and my little brother, Maxime, my little brothers, Maxime and Melvin. So if you take the first letter, it makes Sam. So it was important for me that the little brother was called Sam in the English version.
Oh, that's a beautiful story. Thank you. And the other the thing you just said about food, and did you also transform it to a different cultural, the UK or US situation, or did you decide to stick with the Belgium food and?
In the other translations, I think
No.
There are no.
I mean, you just mentioned that you were also in touch about, or he asked questions about things like food that is specific to Belgium. If did you stay with the? Did it?
No,
Belgium.
No, we changed it. We changed it because but it's a real question, and we took a few days to think about it, because in real life I don't give names to the places, and most of the characters have no name, because I wanted the story to be very universal, and that it could have happened everywhere. So I wanted the food to be adapted, so everyone could think it's happening in his or her neighborhood. So, for example, they are eating at one moment smouterbollen, and it's a very Belgian specialty. In fact, it's like donut. Yeah. But in Belgium, you say a smouterbollen. It's even more than in Belgium, it's in Brussels, in the Brussels language. So it's very, very local. So yeah, we changed it, and it became donut in the English version.
Okay, interesting. And when you read the English translation, did it still feel like your own book, or is it like someone else wrote it? How does it feel to read your own translation?
That's very special, because yeah, it's still my book. Definitely, Roland made an amazing job. So I recognize every sentence. I recognize every emotion in the book. So it's still. It's not mine because I think it has never been my book, because it's the story of this little girl, and the person the translator shouldn't betray it is the little girl. It's not me. They can't betray me. It's not a problem. I just have to recognize my little heroine, and I recognized her, and she was definitely here in the English version. So yeah, and it's very emotional, because yeah, English it's special for us in Europe, because I see a lot of movies in English. I read a lot of books in English. So English is kind of a consecration. I don't know, but it's very special to see your story in English.
Well, thank you so much, Adrien Dieudonné. It's been a big pleasure talking to you about this beautiful book, Real Life. Thank you everybody for joining this online conversation, and I'd like to tell you that you can buy the book. You can of course order it at your local bookstore if that's still open, and if not, you can order it through the our website www.worldeditions.org. And this is what the book looks like, real life. It's beautiful. Do read it. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much, Adeline, for joining this conversation.
Thank you, Judith. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. I'm Judith Uiterlin, the publisher at World Editions. And I'd like to welcome you to this online conversation together with Adrien Nathan West, author of Real Life, a book originally written in French and translated into English by Roland Glasser. And this is what the book looks like, Real Life, a beautiful book. Let me introduce the author to you, Adrien. Welcome, Adrien.
Thank you, Judith.
Adrien
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Adrien Nathan West is a Belgian author and lives in Brussels. And Real Life was her debut. And it was published in France in autumn 2018. And since then, it's become a terribly big success in not only in France, but it's also been sold into 18 territories and won most of the French literary prizes. I'm not going to name them all. The conversation will be ended when I'm ended with this list. Yeah, welcome, Adrien. And can you tell us a little bit what the book is about and what gave you the idea of writing it?
Yeah, of course. So Real Life is the story of a weird family in a strange house full of hunting trophies. There are two children, the little heroine and her young brother, Sam. And we will follow them for 6 summers from her 10 to 15 years old. And first summer, an accident occurs that will traumatize those two kids. And the little girl will fight to save her brother. And she will meet different characters, a woman who lives in the woods, kind of a witch, and a beautiful champion of martial arts, and a professor of physics. So Real Life is the story of this young girl who's struggling to survive in a surrealistic and terrifying world. What gave me the idea of the book, I had that image of those two kids in front of this accident that occurs in the first year. And I wanted to follow them and to know what would happen to them and how they will survive with that image in their brain.
So it's partly about violence, about children dealing with death. What do you think?
Yeah, but not also. But yeah, it starts from violence and how we deal with the idea of death. And I was interested. It's an idea very difficult to live with, but for children, I wanted to know what it makes to them to realize that they can die and there are accidents that can occur, but also, yeah, how to survive in such a violent world, and what can help them. And the little girl, she will find help with the knowledge, the physics. She will fight to build a machine, a time machine. And it will be her goal, and yeah, how having a goal in life can help, but also sexuality, because she's 10 at the beginning of the book, but 15 at the end. So how her sensations and her growing sexuality will help her also.
Yeah, she is a very strong heroine in spite of the things happening around her. She's really a character to love, with a lot of fantasy and yeah, very strong figure. And what I also very much liked about your book is it's written with a lot of humor. And yeah, maybe you can read a little bit from the book to give an impression of your style.
Yeah, sure. It's not the first page, but it's the second one, so it's the beginning of the book. My father was huge, with broad shoulders, the build of a slaughterman. He had giant's hands, hands that could have ripped the head of a chick the way you'd pop the cap on a Coke bottle. Besides hunting, my father had two passions in life, television and Scotch whiskey. When he wasn't scouring the planet for animals to kill, he plugged the TV into speakers that had cost as much as a small car, a bottle of Glenfiddich in his hand. And the way he talked at my mother, you could have replaced her with a houseplant and he wouldn't have known the difference. My mother lived in dread of my father. I think that's pretty much all I can say about her, leaving aside her obsession with gardening and miniature goats. She was a thin woman with long limp hair. I don't know if she existed before meeting him. I imagine she did. She must have resembled a primitive life form, single-celled, vaguely translucent, an amoeba. Just ectoplasm, endoplasm, a nucleus, and a digestive vacuole. Years of contact with my father had gradually filled this scrap of nothing with fear. Their wedding photos always intrigued me. As far back as I can remember, I can see myself studying the album in search of a clue, something that might have explained this weird union. Love, admiration, esteem, joy, a smile, something. I never found it. In the pictures, my father posed as in his hunting photographs, but without the pride. An amoeba doesn't make a very impressive trophy, for sure. It isn't hard to catch one, a bit of stagnant water in a glass, and presto. So she loves her parents.
Yeah, you can tell, you can tell. Thank you, Arlyn. Yeah, it was wonderfully translated by Roland Glasser. And I wonder, have you been in touch during the translation process? Did he have a lot of questions? Were there things to discuss?
Yeah, we were a lot in touch. He asked me a lot of questions, and it was very interesting for me because it's my first novel. So I had no idea of the process of translation, and yeah, it was very, very interesting. And it's not the case in every language, because it has been translated in 20 languages for so far. And some translator ask me some help, and some other don't. And it doesn't mean the translation is bad at all. But yeah, Roland asked me a lot, and it was very interesting. And there are some questions I didn't expect it, and it was very interesting. For example, do we have to transpose the context of the country, or for example, things they are eating, that the character are eating? There are very Belgian meals in the book, and do we transform it to make English meals or American meals? And also the names. For example, in the French version, the little brother is called Gilles, but Gilles is a very French name. So yeah, Roland asked me what I wanted, and I wanted to transform it in English. And so in English, his name is Sam. And maybe that's why, that's because I should have called him Sam in the French version, because Sam is a very special name for me, because my big sister calls Severine, me, I'm Adeline, and my little brother, Maxime, my little brothers, Maxime and Melvin. So if you take the first letter, it makes Sam. So it was important for me that the little brother was called Sam in the English version.
Oh, that's a beautiful story. Thank you. And the other the thing you just said about food, and did you also transform it to a different cultural, the UK or US situation, or did you decide to stick with the Belgium food and?
In the other translations, I think
No.
there are no.
I mean, you just mentioned that you were also in touch about, or he asked questions about things like food that is specific to Belgium. If did you stay with the?
No,
Belgium. Oh.
No, we changed it. We changed it because but it's a real question, and we took a few days to think about it, because in real life I don't give names to the places, and most of the characters have no name, because I wanted the story to be very universal, and that it could have happened everywhere. So I wanted the food to be adapted, so everyone could think it's happening in his or her neighborhood. So, for example, they are eating at one moment smouterbollen, and it's a very Belgian specialty. In fact, it's like donut.
Yeah.
But in Belgium you say a smouterbollen, and it's even more than in Belgium, it's in Brussels, in the Brussels language. So it's very, very local. So yeah, we changed it, and it became donut in the English version.
Okay, interesting. And when you read the English translation, did it still feel like your own book, or is it like someone else wrote it? How does it feel to read your own translation?
That's very special, because yeah, it's still my book, definitely. Roland made an amazing job, so I recognize every sentence, I recognize every emotion in the book. So it's still, it's not mine, because I think it has never been my book, because it's the story of this little girl, and the person the translator shouldn't betray it is the little girl. It's not me. They can't betray me. It's not a problem. I just have to recognize my little heroine, and I recognized her, and she was definitely here in the English version. So yeah, and it's very emotional, because yeah, English, it's special for us in Europe, because I see a lot of movies in English. I read a lot of books in English. So English is kind of a consecration. I don't know, but it's very special to see your story in English.
Well, thank you so much, Arlyn Dieudonné. It's been a big pleasure talking to you about this beautiful book, Real Life. Thank you, everybody, for joining this online conversation. And I'd like to tell you that you can buy the book. You can of course order it at your local bookstore if that's still open, and if not, you can order it through our website, www.worldeditions.org. And this is what the book looks like, real life. It's beautiful. Do read it. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much, Arlyn, for joining this conversation.
Thank you, Judith. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello, and welcome to the SANT JORDI Book Festival. I'm very happy to be here today to introduce French author Laurent Brunel. Laurent is an internationally renowned and best-selling author whose books have been translated into 40 languages. He's a personal development specialist who trained in humanities at NLP University in Santa Cruz, California. His novels express his passion for philosophy, psychology, and personal development. A specialist in humanities, he was educated in both France and the United States and has spent many years traveling the world to meet people who have shed light on humankind's most fundamental question, how to be fulfilled in life. Laurent's latest work in English is Alice Asks the Big Questions, published by Little Brown & Co. in February. His previous works include The Man Who Risked It All, Hay House Visions, and The Man Who Wanted to Be Happy, Random House. His most recent novel, Je te promets la liberté, has just come out in French in the Livre de Poche. I'm also particularly pleased and honored to be interviewing Laurent Gironell today for many reasons. As someone who has translated works by dead authors, Maupassant, Nemirovsky, Camus, it was a real pleasure for me to work with a living author, especially one as genuinely kind and interesting as Laurent. I had the privilege of meeting him in Paris a few years ago when I had first begun the translation of his novel, Alice Asks the Big Questions. We spent several hours discussing writing, translation, and our own experiences before I attended a public interview he was giving in Paris. Nearly 200 people were there, all obviously huge fans, and it was a fascinating event. So Laurent, thank you very, very much for agreeing to do this interview.
Well, I'm very happy to be here with you.
Thank you. So, Laurent, you're a French writer. So how do you explain the success of your books throughout the world in countries as different as Argentina and South Korea?
Oh. Well, the stories I tell contain, we could say, philosophical messages that help people live better lives. The culture that comes from any country corresponds to a rather superficial element within each of us. Fundamentally, every human being on this earth shares the same kinds of issues about fear, anger, or self-image. And I guess this is why the messages woven into my histories are universal.
Yes, I read some of your novels, and the messages they're subtly done, but they do come across very clearly. Why do you choose to write in the form of novels if you're interested in all these other types of areas?
Yeah, I believe in the power of metaphors. When you read my novels, you project yourself into the characters by stepping into their shoes, you identify with them, and by reading their stories, you find yourself experiences things that could have happened in your own life. So you learn through these characters what you would like to learn in real life. In this sense, novels are more powerful than self-help guides because my messages speak directly to the unconscious mind.
Yes, I agree. After reading a few of your novels, it seems obvious to me that you're more interested in spirituality than in any particular organized religion. Would you say this is a fair comment?
Yeah, well, when you're interested, let's say, in philosophy, it's because you're trying to answer the fundamental question, how can I live my life in the best way possible? And it wouldn't occur to you to only read the words of just one philosopher, would it? So when you're interested in spirituality, you try to answer the question, what is the meaning of my life? From that point of view, why would you stop searching for answers from only one religion?
Yes, I see your point. And in the novel, the new novel, Alice Asks the Big Questions, you show links between Eastern and Western religions. How did you first become interested in these?
Well, it all began with an intuition. I had the feeling that all these religions shared the same message, despite the differences that everyone sees. When you enter a Christian church or Buddhist or Hindu temple, what comes to mind immediately? differences. Your eyes and ears notice differences. Why? Because the rituals are different, the sermons are different, the prayers are different. But I had the feeling that behind these differences, I could find a unique message if I could dig more deeply into the original text. So that's what I did, and this is what I discovered. With very different words, all religions invite you to liberate yourself from your ego.
Yes, it's very obvious in the novel that the ego plays a large part. Could
Yeah.
you give us your definition of the ego?
Well, if I ask you this simple question, who are you? I bet it would be a little difficult and maybe confusing to really answer it. I mean, you could say, I am Sandra Smith, and it's true, but your parents could have given you another name. And the question is, would you have been a different person? You might also try to define yourself through your job, saying I'm a translator or professor or whatever. And yes, I believe that's also true, but you could have chosen another job. Does it mean you would have been someone else? You may define yourself through your qualities, saying, for example, I'm a very kind person, I'm imaginative, serious, or whatever. Yes, and maybe your neighbor has the same qualities. Does it mean you're both the same person? So you see, it's difficult to know who we are, and the thing is that the less we know it, the more we want to know, to feel alive. So we tend to find some positive and rewarding images or roles defining ourselves and then try to stick to them. For example, if you identify with your professional role, you're trying to exist for your job, to be seen as a valuable person for your job, and maybe you tend to adopt attitudes and to behave in such a way that people see the professional in you. Today I'm a writer, and I could be tempted to identify myself through my job. If that were the case, I would try to stick to that role. For example, I try to speak like a writer, to dress like a writer, to adopt a writer's attitude. But the more I did that, and the more I would enclose myself in a representation of myself that takes me away from who I am beyond my job. Because who I am goes far beyond what I'm doing professionally. Who you are goes far beyond what you're doing professionally. You could also identify yourself with your beauty. This often happens to good-looking people who are attempting to exist through their physical appearance, and as if you were worth your beauty, while your beauty is just an attribute. But usually it's not conscious. All these things are not conscious, but there's a way to know if you identify yourself through your physical appearance. If that's the case for you, then you feel less worthy in the presence of more beautiful or handsome people. Unconsciously, you fear that this person exists more than you. In reality, you're worth much more than your beauty. What else? You can also cling on to your intelligence, culture, or thoughts. And if so, without realizing it, you're trying to exist through your words. And in that case, when someone contradicts you, you feel devalued, as if you are being attacked personally, while someone has simply expressed that they disagree with your ideas. You can also cling on to your possessions and develop the feeling that our worth is a product of the things we own, a car, a house, a phone, or handbag, whatever. And in that case, you feel devalued when someone else possesses a nicer car, a more beautiful house, a better phone, or more expensive handbag. You see, I think we are not our profession, or our physical appearance, or our culture, or our possessions. And the problem with all these false representations that we cling on to try to feel alive, especially in the eyes of other people, is that they distance us from who we really are, you know, from our true selves. We may believe that they make us valued, but in that case, sooner or later, we start to feel that we are not loved for ourselves, but for the things we have highlighted about ourselves, you know, the images we have projected to others. And these false representations come from our ego. The ego is that part of us that wants to prove that we exist independently from others, the thing that pushes us to want to be different and better than others.
So you see that as a problem. Why? Can you explain a little bit more about why you see the ego as such a problem?
Well, first of all, there's no harm in it. I mean, speaking in absolute terms, you know, you shouldn't feel guilty about having an ego. But just keep in mind the ego is the thing that makes us unhappy because it cuts us off from other people when it is human nature to connect with other people. And it is by fully living this connection, especially through our relationships with others, that we are truly happy.
Well, this new novel also shows a great deal of interest in psychology.
Yeah.
How did you get interested in that subject? And why do you think it's so important?
Well, to free yourself from your ego in order to be truly happy, you must first, and this is kind of a paradox, you must first develop a healthy ego. In short, you have to learn how to love yourself. I mean, truly love yourself, to internalize the idea that you're a good person, someone of great worth, independent of what you do, what you succeed or in or fail in, independent of your physical appearance and all the rest. Because it is narcissistic wounds that reinforce our ego. Learning to love yourself means you must free yourself from the beliefs that limit your image of yourself. That means working on your psychology. And such work is necessary before you can make any progress on a spiritual level. And unless you do this, any spiritual progress will lead you to bury your problems, which will hinder your development.
Well, you've talked about what we are not. But what about what we are?
Well, let me say this. What happens to us when we grow older? We lose our looks, a good part of our neurons, well, at least some of them, and therefore part of our mental abilities. We lose our jobs once we retire, and our body progressively deteriorates, right? So we lose many of our illusions too. And some people also manage to lose their ego in the final moments of their lives. So what's left? What we really are and have been from the very beginning, our souls. Scientists are currently working to try to demonstrate that our consciousness, our soul, is not just the product of our brain, but it exists independently of our brain. And if that is the case, then what does the soul consist of? Every spiritual theory proposes its own response, you know, but we can't prove anything in that domain. So I personally tend to think that our consciousness might be a kind of a fragment of a collective consciousness that is incarnated in the body while a human being is alive. But that will continue to exist beyond that point, which would be very exciting. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think that'd be amazing. Well, Laurent, I can't thank you enough for sharing your time and insights with us. And I hope we get to meet again soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandra.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ella em va estimar tant. Jo me l'estimo encara. Plegats vam travessar una porta tancada. Ella, com us ho podré dir, era tot el meu món llavors, quan en la llar cremaven només paraules d'amor. Paraules d'amor senzilles i tendres. No en sabíem més, teníem 15 anys. No havíem tingut massa temps per aprendre'n. Tan sols despertàvem del son dels infants. En teníem prou amb 3 fredes fetes que havíem après d'antics comedians. Paraules d'amor, somnis de poetes. En teníem prou, teníem 15 anys. Tiempo libre preso con de mi vestido, la invención de un beso con no sucedió, la comesura de una boca que me canta y que me toca cada día entre la realidad y la fantasía que agonía y que placer. La realidad está loca cuando cierta se equivoca. La realidad y su peso nada entienden de los besos. La realidad vacía de locura y fantasía el tierno humano no soportaría. La realidad está loca cuando cierta se equivoca. La realidad y su peso nada entienden de los besos. La realidad está llena de locura de la buena besa. No me importa qué dirá la gente. Cierto espejismo es lo mismo en manos de la muerte. Juraría ver en los rincones de tus ojos mil dragones, duendes rojos que aman libres y sin condición. La razón es tan fría que magia y amor sin dudar mataría. Por eso mi amante y su boca cantan y me tocan cada día entre realidad y la fantasía mía que me llena tanto de alegría, que agonía y que placer vivir en tiempo libre y preso, donde en mi vestido la invención de un beso he conocido. Hey everybody, thank you so much for listening. Moltes gràcies per escoltar aquestes cançons que venen de Nova York. All these songs that come from New York City, where, you know, everything is extremely quiet and weirdly quiet, but I like it that way. M'agrada que Nova York estigui tan tranquil. I started this set with a song called Paraules d'Amor by Lluís Llach. It's, to me, it's one of the anthems of Catalonia because it's such a beautiful romantic song, but it has such a history in it because of who Lluís Llach was and what he meant for our country, for our community. He tocat Paraules d'Amor, la primera cançó del set. Per mi és com un himne de Catalunya en molts sentits, no només per la bellesa de la composició, sinó per lo que Lluís Llach va simbolitzar i simbolitza per la nostra gent. And then I played La Realidad, Reality, which is an original song, and I'm going to be performing original songs until the end of this set. Tocaré tot cançons originals a partir d'ara, com la cançó que he tocat abans que es deia La Realidad, i ara una cançó nova que es diu 7 lágrimas, 7 tears. Si te vas mañana bajo el calor de este sol tibio, lloraré 6 lágrimas de amor y una de alivio. El amor es como un árbol que florece con agua bendita, pero el fruto llega y cae la flor y al final el fruto se marchita. Siete lágrimas por ti bajo este sol tibio, 6 de amor por derramar y una de alivio. 7 lágrimas de adiós bajo este sol tibio, 6 de amor por derramar y una de puro alivio. This song said, if you go tomorrow, I'm gonna cry 7 tears for you, 6 of them out of love and 1 of them out of relief. And now I'll play a song called L'Adeu, the goodbye, in Catalan. Ja cantaré i sembla ser que s'ha fet per arreu. Podries passar-me la nit als petons jaquiers enfilaven dolços des dels peus, són dolces de nit i dorm i m'enyoren quan no hi soc, m'estimen a poc em senten teu, que dolces dir-te sempre adeu. Ja no són tan teu, però conec tan bé com si fos meu, somnies sense empatia. I en aquest infant l'home lluita per no fer-se gran i implora sobre el pit i dorm. I demà voldrà marxar i després voldrà tornar, que dolç meu és dir-te eternament adeu, adeu, adeu, adeu.
was thinking shows that the artists should be talking while they tune their instruments, and at the same time I feel like it's such a beautiful sound in itself to just hear notes like this, so I decided not to say anything. But I'm going to continue my set with a song called La Belleza. This was Agüita Fresca, the song I wrote in a nudist lake here near New York City, where I go to relax and forget about the busyness of the city. Aquesta cançó es diu Agüita Fresca, la vaig escriure en un llac nudista d'aquí al costat de Nova York, on vaig a relaxar-me i a deixar anar una mica la bogeria de Nova York. I ara tocaré una cançó que es diu La mirada.
es tu querer un poquito más. No cambiaría nada. El invierno largo y frío, la primavera tierna, el sol, la guerra, el tiempo y el vacío. Pero yo sería más humano y un poeta nacería para poder ver magia en lo mundano, y aunque nada cambiaría, al mismo tiempo nada igual permanecería. Si podía esto quererme un poquito más, no cambiaría nada, salvo mi alma y mi mirada, mi existencia ilusionada por volver a ser feliz. Well, I have 2 more songs for you guys. I'm gonna make it short, and hopefully we'll be seeing each other's faces again soon. Thank you so much to this beautiful organization for making this happen. It's important for us artists to be able to send our art to people and to receive an ear back, right? That's why we're alive, that's why we do what we do, and it's beautiful to have you here. Moltes gràcies a la gent que està veient això des de Catalunya. Us trobo molt a faltar i tant de bo aviat pugui tornar a veure's a tots. Ay, me abraza tu infancia y tus años me hacen el amor. Dentro soy visitante de tu verdad. Niño viajero, llévame contigo. Si no hay camino, no se puede amar. Dice Valente que los amantes de la libertad la llevan dentro. No me digas que no hay tiempo, que acabamos de empezar. ¿De qué tienes miedo, niño viajero? Que cielos surcan nuestras pieles al ser que tan sabrán ellas del mar, que bosques pintan al andar nuestras palabras, que es amar sino en el alma viajar. Abraza tu infancia y tus años me hacen el amor, y dentro soy visitante de tu verdad. Niño viajero, cuánto yo te quiero. Niño viajero, y cuánto yo te quiero. Niño viajero, y cuánto yo te quiero. And I'll say goodbye. Diré adeu amb aquesta cançó que es diu Redbird, ocell vermell. When the good old lovers are no longer friends, and they realize the world is not enough, they will meet again on earth, tired and silent, and they'll write the perfect song about their love. When the redbird looked at me this morning, as if I have always been one of his kind, softly whispered, you won't die yet, you're still learning. Sudden words into my heart, but thrill my mind. After all these years of pain, I can't remember till somebody points out the sky. feel so uncomfortably scared of so much beauty. Haven't broken down the chains that would set me free. Ah, now I know it's good to me to say goodbye. I know so much of you, your heart I cannot blame. But when did you believe one stays, one gets to fly away? When our dreams were love have always been the same. When our dreams were love have always been the same. When our dreams were love have always been the same. The same.
Hello, my name is Alta Lynn Price, and I'm here today with the author Isabel Fargo Cole, author and translator. Initially, we were doing this for the Festival Neue Literatur, and Isabel and I, along with 5 other authors from Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein, would have been greeting the audience in New York. So we're very grateful to the SANT Jordi Virtual Festival for including us in this virtual festival. And I'm coming to you today from Chicago. Isabel is in Berlin. And we're very excited to be bringing her work to you in the comfort of your own homes. So Isabel Fargo Cole grew up in New York City, received a BA from the University of Chicago in 1995, and has lived in Berlin ever since as a writer and translator. Her translation of Wolfgang Hilbig's Old Rendering Plant received the Kurt and Helen Wolf Prize in 2018, and her other translations of work by Wolfgang Hilbig and Franz Fuhrmann have been nominated for several awards. Since 2005, she has published short fiction and essays in German, and her debut novel Die grüne Grenze, Edition Nautilus 2017, was nominated for the Klaus Michael Kühne Prize and the prize of the Leipzig Book Fair. Her second novel, Das Gift der Biene, was published by Edition Nautilus in 2019 and selected for the 2019 Literatur Nord. From 2006 to 2016, she co-edited No Man's Land, an online magazine for new German literature in English. In 2013, she was a co-organizer of the initiative Writers Against Mass Surveillance. And with that, I would like to just dive in. We'll be having a bilingual reading of the sample. Das Gift der Biene is available in German. We will share with you links to purchase for the German speakers of you out there, to purchase it online. And Isabel will be reading to us from both the published German and the not yet published English translation done by Isabel herself. And then we'll have a brief discussion about the pleasures and perils of self-translation and what it's like to write about in an acquired language. So with that, Isabel, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Alta. And yeah, I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to read in Spain all of a sudden. So hello to everyone in Spain, and I hope you're doing okay out there in this difficult time. I'm just going to say a few words about the novel. It's something of a sequel or kind of a next generation of my first novel, Die grüne Grenze, The Green Frontier, which is set in the border area of East Germany, the GDR, in the 70s and 80s. And The Poison of the Honeybee, or Das Gift der Biene, the narrator is an American recent college graduate who comes to Berlin in 1995 with a Fulbright fellowship and ends up finding her way into a community of former squatters who are living in a recently renovated former squat, and that has a salon and has all kinds of eccentric activities going on. And so the The narrator, Christina, who has this fascination with East Germany, finds her way into this community through the kind of aspiring artist Meda, meets Wolfgang, whom we'll meet in this chapter. And also there's a kind of mysterious artist, Vera, who moves in later on, who has a mysterious past. And then some very strange things happen. But the main theme of it is Christina's trying to delve her way into the stories of all these young people who grew up in East Germany and have these very dramatic and often kind of traumatic stories in their past, which hark back to the first novel. I'm going to read just a little bit in German at the beginning of chapter 2, where Christina has just met Wolfgang and is being introduced into the house. So I'm going to read a little bit of German and then read the excerpt in a longer version in English. Ich schlief nie wieder in meinem WG-Zimmer. Meine Mitbewohnerinnen zuckten befremdet mit den Schultern. He could be a murderer for all you know. Meta half, meine zwei Taschen die Treppe hinaufzuschaffen. Hatte sie uns sogar verkuppeln wollen? Denn wer war letztlich mitgefahren? 3 Paare, 2 Schwestern und wir beide. Und es hatte nur den einen Schlafsack gegeben. Meta schien es aber nicht so recht zu fassen. Wolfgang sei ein wunderbarer Mensch. Wir saßen im Hof, während er die Flasche Meißner Wein suchte, die er seit Ostzeiten für den besonderen Anlass aufbewahrt hatte. Aber er habe schon seine Macken. Falls mir irgendwann die Decke auf den Kopf fallen sollte, künde ich jederzeit zu ihr. Ab Juli sei sie schließlich ein halbes Jahr in Israel. Ich könne ihretwegen dann auch bei ihr einziehen, im Salon nach den Rechten schauen. Auf jeden Fall hoffe sie sehr, dass ich so lange bleiben würde. Da stand er wieder und grinste schief. Darauf wollen wir trinken. And now in English. I never slept in the apartment chair again. My American roommates gave shrugs of disapproval. He could be a murderer for all you know. Meta helped me carry my 2 bags up the stairs of the yellow house. Had she meant to hook us up? After all, who'd gone on the camping trip? 3 couples, 2 sisters, and us 2. And there'd only been the 1 sleeping bag. But Meta seemed taken aback. Wolfgang was a wonderful person, she said. We were sitting in the backyard, waiting for him to find the bottle of Saxon wine he'd been saving for a special occasion ever since the time of socialism. But he had his little quirks. If I ever felt like climbing the walls, I could always come over to her place. In July, she was going to Israel for 6 months, so as far as she was concerned, I could move into the salon and keep an eye on things. Anyway, she really hoped I'd stay that long. He was back, grinning crookedly. Let's drink to that. The wolf, short and wiry, with shaggy gray hair, cooped up in a hoarder's home. Profession, private librarian. Employer, self. Why look for a job? The future is a thing of the past. Anyway, if he could start all over again, he'd want to be a cabinet maker, work with his hands. No university, no library science, no medieval studies, no 10 semesters without ever making the interim exams. Above all, no buying books. In East times, every West book, and West times, every East book that fell into his hands. No stacking books so prodigiously that his rooms turned into landscapes, wolf peaks, wolf ravines. Instead of bookshelves, he would have built a house. So far he'd finished 1 room, the big one facing the street, had lined its walls with shelves of books 2 or 3 deep. No book stacks on the floor here, just his workbench and tools, and a jumble of furniture that he'd taken apart and put back together differently. All this is yours now, like something in a fairy tale. It left me speechless, the chaos, no, the system. Everything had its place. The preserving jars used as bookends, filled to the brim with watch gears and dials, the animal skulls on the windowsills, the cacti potted in antique typewriters, and me. Wolfgang kept the 2 small rooms in the back. Before the remodeling, that had been the whole apartment, with a hot plate for a kitchen and a toilet on the landing that his ex-girlfriend Claudia had squatted in 1998. He had come from Dresden to join her. Before that, he'd never dreamed of moving into a ruin. If a building wasn't being lived in, he figured the state had to have its reasons. Claudia made him question those reasons. But just a year later, she'd left him for a woman. Poor Claudia, the woman was just as bad as me. Maybe if we'd had more space, it's important for you to have your own room. I'll move my workshop into the basement, but the books have to stay. That was fine with me. 5 years in dorm rooms and apartment shares with nothing but a computer, a lamp, 3 posters, and now a mosaic of book spines and pictures, fitted close as if a gap would make everything implode. Like my childhood room in New York. The pictures, Cranach, Schiele, Clay, could have hung in my room. But then there were the photos, the Saxon farmers, the grandfather in uniform who hadn't come home from the war, Wolfgang's fatherless father, and the hand-carved wooden shoes of the war's aftermath. And the wolf, just as black and white, a ghost. Like me, he'd been an ugly, sulky child, but his gauche 1970s were already faded. Scattered among the family photos were snapshots of the squatters and their visitors, with mohawks or mullets, dark lipstick and kohl around their eyes, fishnet stockings and torn jeans, showing bony knees or childishly plump ones, lounging against crumbling walls or in graffiti-covered stairwells, pictures like record covers of underground bands I wished I was cool enough to appreciate. Now they lived in the 2 immaculate yellow wings of the renovated building. The stairwell, still smelling of fresh paint, hinged the front building to the right-hand wing that jutted back into the empty lot. On the left, past the patio and the linden tree, the ramshackle back building stood surrounded by tall grass, like an otherworldly image of before. We lived in the front building, below us Dora with her little dressmaking shop, above us Eva and Bruno, unemployed Russian teachers who just moved in, and on the top floor the twins Susie and Mishi, who studied sociology and biochemistry and went dancing. Next door in the side wing was Holger, who sold junk. Downstairs from Holger was the workshop of Bilak, the frame maker. Upstairs was Torsten, who'd studied informatics with Holger, and above Torsten was his mother Carla, who'd once been an actress and now grew orchids. As we sat under the linden with the Saxon wine my first evening, they walked past one by one, eyeing me, and vanished in the back building. Wolfgang and Meta exchanged nods, and I followed them into the salon. The babble of voices embraced me, like their reminiscences by the campfire in Poland. Meta's life as a punk, Torsten's black market deals with West German records, Apa's and Bruno's hitchhiking trip through Siberia. Well, they said, at least the whole fiasco had given them some good stories. The fiasco, they meant the fall of the wall. The fiasco they meant was freedom. I'd listened in shock, sitting by the campfire. Was nothing sacred to these people? But Wolfgang had started griping. Just you wait, pretty soon you'll be kowtowing to the system. What does he mean? I'd wondered. I just wanted to go on listening, but Wolfgang insisted on giving me a proper introduction. He threw me to the lions, and Meta sat by and watched. This is Christina. She comes from Amiland. So they had my number right away. I was the system. Ever since 7th grade, I'd been saying democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. I'd never dreamed this cynical attitude could still leave me open to attack. But suddenly I was under fire from all sides. Meta watched, smiling to see how I'd hold up. The last defenders of the socialist German Republic seemed to be barricaded in this ruin. I had to convince them to surrender, or at least bring them the news that the war had ended years ago. Faced with their fierce resistance, I put up an unconditional defense of democracy. It had triumphed, after all. But for them, the triumph of democracy was the proof of its inferiority. Back then, they'd rejected socialism, but they'd changed their minds in the meantime. It had failed, like all things too good for this world. And democracy had prevailed, like all things cheap and vulgar. Wolfgang, though, allowed that democracy might redeem itself by failing too. Yes, its downfall was imminent. You could almost start feeling nostalgic. I got up and left so they wouldn't see me crying. 10 minutes later, Meta rang the doorbell. They were worried about me, and Wolfgang had turned around and started defending me. No, I didn't, he burst in after her. All I said was, the Amis will come out and talk, just you wait and see. We drank a round of schnapps that gave me a coughing fit. Don't Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it, they said, pounding me awkwardly in the back. Wolfgang showed me photos, whole albums and boxes of them, a full briefing on the 29 years of his life. Kindergarten, Young Pioneers, Jugendweihe, a sort of socialist communion, elite high school. And all at once, the Wulf in uniform, under a banner with the word Grenzausbildungsregiment, border training regiment. In Berlin? No, on the Green Frontier in the Harz Mountains. I never would have recognized you. I gained 20 pounds in the army. He lapsed into a mumble, a barricade of dialect. That was his way of being honest. I was a nervous wreck, spent all my free time hanging around the kitchen. At least you could eat all you wanted. In the photo, he looked as if he'd burst with zeal, like a schoolboy called on stage to get a medal, believing for one moment that all the kids who'd always mocked him would suddenly admire him. The same year he'd been sent to the border, I'd been in Berlin, peering into the windows of the guard towers. What was it I needed to know a few years later when I tried to write a story about a border guard? For example, how did they choose you for the border? Wolfgang didn't know himself. All he knew was if he'd refused, they wouldn't have let him study. But he'd never even thought of refusing. For him, the wall was the anti-fascist protective barrier. The unease set in once he was there, once he met Kuno, who opened his eyes almost wordlessly to the power structures, the empty slogans, coercion for coercion's sake. The senselessness of their mission. If it was true that they were there to block the imperialist NATO invasion, then all they were was cannon fodder. They'd be crushed in an instant. But nothing had ever happened in that year and a half he'd spent at the border. Only once at the very end he'd had a bad moment when everything got confused, or maybe it was just a funny feeling. Someday he'd try to describe it for me. In my mind, I took down everything he said. But it was as if I couldn't see his face, as if someone on TV were confessing off camera. I smiled more and more understandingly, the person sent to obtain his confession. I put my shoes on. Where are you going? I have a lecture. I didn't hear a word of the lecture. I kept seeing Wolfgang as a shadow in a guard tower. Be careful what you wish for, I told myself. I'd blundered into another trap. Did I really need to know all this? Was it any of my business? After the lecture, I walked home wondering how to tell Wolfgang that I was sorry, but we had no future together. He was asleep on the couch. Grizzled head. He was asleep on the couch. Grizzled head, youthful chest, childish feet. He'd shed 20 pounds, and what else? I had to shake him awake. I thought you weren't coming back. No. I had a bad dream. I always have bad dreams on the couch. He was drenched in sweat. I flinched at the smell as if his fear might infect me, then checked myself. Poor Wulf. He relaxed when I covered his eyes with my hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's so wonderful to hear it from the author's mouth after having read it on the page. I'm struck actually hearing you read this morning how timely it feels. And I would love to talk a little bit. You mentioned in your introduction to the book about the trauma that certain characters felt. And I neglected to mention, as I talked about Festival Neue Literatur, that this year, the theme for this year's festival was Turn and Face the Strange, which is very, very apt for your book. Beyond the idea that you mentioned, the word fairy tale came up, but this fairy tale aspect, one of the main characters, whose name is Wulf, the wolf, he throws Christine to the lions at one point. But the phrases that really struck me, a few of them, were the future is a thing of the past. So I suppose, I would love to hear you talk a little bit more about the themes that you deal with in this book, I do want to talk about your experience of writing as an exophonic writer. I think authors like Jhumpa Lahiri, who's who's American and grew up speaking English and is now writing in Italian, and several other authors throughout history have chosen to write in languages that they did not grow up speaking. So I would love to hear you if you have any thoughts or reflections that you want to share about that, and then not to throw too much at you all at once, but also you mentioned that he was part of the Young Pioneers, and I think especially in walking that line between the former East Germany. Your main character is in the newly unified Germany at that point, but also the linguistic baggage that both German language and English language, especially North American readers, bring to words like pioneers, or how you maintain the storytelling without feeling you need to editorialize too much or explain too much. So.
Yeah, to get back to the thing that you started with about the timeliness, I really found when I was working on it, in the last couple of years, it was really interesting to revisit the 1990s, and with this kind of sinking feeling, the 1990s, for I think people who were my age back then or a little younger and really experienced that time as young adults. It was such an optimistic time for many people. I mean, for those of us in the more privileged world, definitely, there was a sense of opportunity, and somehow capitalism had, won the Cold War, and everyone was going to be happy and have bananas and so forth. And the internet was going to be this wonderful, miraculous thing that was going to bring everyone together. And it was really very kind of a melancholy feeling going back and looking at that time, and this feeling of kind of utopianism and everything is possible, and realizing that in the 1990s there were a lot of kind of darker things going on, or just things that were being neglected, problems and tensions. In East Germany, there were a lot of tensions in East Germany that resulted from reunification. There was a lot of unemployment, a lot of just the disruption to people's lives, having this new system imposed on them, even if it had, a lot of advantages. Their lives up to that point were kind of devalued. They were told that they'd been living kind of false lives in a dictatorship. So they had a lot of identity issues, and a lot of these things were certainly talked about, but have really been festering a lot, and which we've been seeing in recent years, especially since the refugee crisis, which kind of, added new pressures that pushed a lot of these fractures in German society to the forefront. And so now Germans are to a large extent revisiting this time after reunification and kind of asking what problems were there, or that didn't get dealt with, and what kind of, there was maybe a certain naivety about how easy it would be to seamlessly transition to this new society. So that's kind of one thematic thing that came up when I was working on it, and kind of comparing it with the time we're living in now. And as for the question of writing in German, that came kind of naturally, because I moved here, and I didn't want to be the American who moves to a foreign city and hangs out with Americans, which a lot of people were doing in the 90s. And at least the cliche, that's the cliche that I believe in. But I really wanted to kind of go native, and I was really fascinated with this former communist world. So I really was I did kind of go native for a while. I was very immersed. And so my everyday life was taking place in German. It was dealing a lot with these specifically East German issues, and, sitting with my East German friends and hearing their stories, and lots of kitchen table arguments and so forth, and really taking in a lot of material, and then gradually trying to think of ways to work with that in a literary way. And I did, for quite a while, go on writing about these things in English, but at some point it did begin to feel like translating, you know, like in English, just the word for, the Germans have a word for the whole transition from back then, which is die Wende.
Right, how do you handle that?
And for reunification, and there's just no really good translation for it. So just with things like that, you know, I found that, you know, to write about that for an American audience or, you know, an English-speaking audience, I would have to do a lot of explaining. I would have to take a perspective that's very kind of distanced, which I could, you know, I can do that with this narrator because she's American. So when I was translating this excerpt, I did slip in little pieces of explanation here and there, you know, in a way that seemed consistent with the narrator. So that's a freedom that I can take when I'm translating my own work. But it did, yeah, just for me, the material that I was working with kind of went naturally with using the German language to deal with it. But it's also interesting to try to transport this very specific material to English-speaking readers, which I've been doing, and the writers that I've been translating have been mostly East German writers.
That's fascinating. It didn't even occur to me that it would have felt to you, if you'd continued writing in English, that you were translating. So of course it makes sense that you continue to write, or you've become. So which came first though for you? My impression is that, and maybe it happened, you know, the publication schedules are different than the actual what you're doing in your daily practice of writing or translating. But I think I initially encountered you through your published translation work in English, and then was very excited when Die Grüne Grenze came out and was getting accolades in Germany for as a novel, you know, for the story, but also the quality of the writing. So I guess it doesn't matter so much which came first, but so you mentioned sort of navigating those nuances in English, but is it, how much are you ever tempted to rewrite? I mean, so I suppose
translating myself, or
yeah, and this is my I'm tainting this with my own experience as a translator, but I find that in any given book project, there are times when I encounter a sentence, and it's one thing to read it, and it's another thing to bring it into another language, that have it undergo that process. But I'll marvel at this, you know, this beautiful or stunning or amazing sentence that the author has come up with, and then also tear my hair out because I feel it's impossible to bring into English, or it really resists being brought into English.
Yeah, I definitely take freedoms if it seems that I'm not, you know, if I feel like in English the sentence wants to go in a particular way and a certain word sounds better, but it's further away from the content, but it fits for me. Obviously, I have the freedom to do that as my own translator, and you know, sometimes things do just take a slightly different direction in English, or there's, I don't know, maybe there's a certain alliteration that works in English, and so I'll take that and I'll go for that even if it adds something. So it's kind of interesting to see what, you know, it gives me the freedom to automatically move a little bit away from kind of literal, you know, the word-to-word thing that, you know, you never end up doing anyway. But I can give myself that license, and, you know, I can be confident that it's, you know, corresponds to the author's intentions, even her later intentions.
Yeah.
But I try and, you know, it's a fine line between doing that and taking the easy way out, and you know, leaving out things that are hard to translate. I hope I have the discipline not to do that.
Well, I have so many other questions, but I don't want to run too far over our time. I do have to ask, is this the actual building that the characters are inhabiting?
No, it's just I don't know, a photo that the cover designer found, and yeah, I really like it because it just visually, it really captures the atmosphere of these Berlin houses that have all these courtyards going back. And also the novel is kind of, it's kind of, now I can't think of the English word for verschachtelt. There's like a, you know, a box inside a box inside a box. There's kind of story, and so that
the nesting doll effect
image kind of captures that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Isabel, thank you so much. So I want to wrap up on this note. You mentioned that in a way this revisits another phase in the lives of the characters from your first novel. Do you anticipate, is this going to become a trilogy in any way?
Not at the moment. I mean, at the moment, I have a lot of material for various essays that I'm working on now, and that should keep me for a while. But who knows? There are a lot of, you know, loose ends in the two novels that I might be tempted to pick up at some point.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for reading with us today. And I look forward to speaking to you again soon about more of your work. And again, I invite our viewers to check out your work in the Festival Neue Literatur Reader, which is online. There will be links in this video. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Vale. Vale, yo creo que ahora sí llega sonido. Cuando queráis. Si puedes introducirte otra vez, Gisela.
Bueno, I don't know if you heard me, but okay, hold on. What about now? I don't know if you all can hear me. I'm gonna play some songs to celebrate one of our favorite days in the year in Barcelona, Sant Jordi, and I'm gonna start with this song by Raimon. It's called Jo vinc d'un silenci, which means I come from a silence. Jo vinc d'un silenci antic i mullat, de gent que va alçant-se des del fons del segle, de gent que anomena classes subalternes. Jo vinc d'un silenci antic i mullat. Jo vinc de les places i dels carrers plens, de xiquets que juguen i de vells que esperen, mentre homes i dones estan treballant. Els petits tallers a casa o al camp. Jo vinc d'un silenci que no és resignat, d'on comença l'horta i acaba el secat, d'esforç i blasfèmia perquè tot va mal. Qui perd els orígens per la identitat. Jo vinc d'un silenci antic i mullat, de gent sense místics ni grans capitans, que viuen i moren en l'anonimat, que amb frases solemnes no em creuen mai. Jo vinc d'una lluita que és sorda i constant. Jo vinc d'un silenci que arreplega la gent, que ara vol ser lliure i estimar la vida, que exigeix les coses que li han negat. Jo vinc d'un silenci que no és resignat, que la gent romprà i que ben romprà. Jo vinc d'un silenci antic i mullat. Jo vinc d'un silenci antic i mullat. Merci. So I wanted also to play a song that is by this Catalan poet. Her name is Maria Mercè Marçal, and there was this song that I think Maria Marbunet and also Miguel Poveda did like a cover, and it's a beautiful poem that I don't even know how to explain it, but it's just, I don't know, it makes me always feel like I'm back home. So yeah, it's called Cançó d'un bes sense port, the song of a kiss without a harbor. L'aigua roba just a mi al cor de la nit morena blanca bugada del sol per als terres de la pena. Tu i un bes sense por, com una trena negra, com una trena negra. Carbó d'amor fins als ulls, dins els dins de la tristesa. La tristesa dins la mar dins la lluna cega. I la lluna al grat al vent, com una trena negra, com una trena negra. So I also wanted to play a song with Dan, who's here. Even if this is like a show to celebrate Catalan culture and like books and red roses, I wanted to play a song by my favorite artist, Deor. It's called The Chillet. Can you give me the tone? Cool. I hope you guys are enjoying the background of our little beautiful kitchen. And okay, whenever you want. I'm a fountain of blood in the shape of a girl. You're the bird on the breeze, hypnotized by the word. Drink me, make me feel real. Wet your beak in the stream. Game we're playing is love. Love's a two-way dream. Leave me now, return tonight. The tide will show you the you forget my name, you will go astray like a killer whale trapped in a bay. I'm a path of sentence burning under your feet. You're the one who walks me. I'm your one-way street. I'm a whisper in the water, secret for you to hear. You're the one who grows distant when I beckon you near. Leave me now, return tonight. The time will show you the way. If you forget my name, you will go astray like a killer whale trapped in a bay. Un eclipse de amor, mas yo quisiera, me diste la ilusión de quedarme a tu vera. Merci, gracias.
¿Ya está?
Bueno, quería tocar una última canción y os la... ¿Se va bien? Es un fado que se llama Extraña forma de vida.
Sí, sí.
Bueno, que gracias por tenerme aquí, que está muy guay que estéis haciendo esto del Sant Jordi virtual. Y nada, que una abraçada als meus amics que m'estan veient i nada, hasta la próxima. Que vivo en esta ansiedad, que todos sois son meus, que toda minha saudade foi por bondade de Deus. Que estranha forma de vida. Meu coração, vida da vida perdida, que eu te daria com tão estranha forma de vida estranha. Coração independente, coração que mais comando, mente sangrando, corazón independente. Una más te acompaño, María, para dejar de matar. Si no sabes dónde voy, ¿qué te daría contado? No más te acompaño, Gracias, Laia, y Isabel, Ignacio, y Marianne for inviting me. Bye.
Ciao.
Hello and welcome to Sant Jordi Day. We're delighted to have you with us as we speak today with the writer and translator, Peter Wortsman. I'll briefly introduce him, then he will read from his texts and we'll have a conversation about his writing, about translating, and maybe even life in general if there's time. For his biography, Peter Wortsman is the author most recently of a bilingual German-English collection of stories, Stimme und Atem, Out of Breath, Out of Mind, and the second edition of A Modern Way to Die. His past works include another collection of short fiction, Footprints in Wet Cement, a novel, Cold Earth Wanderers, shortlisted for the 2014 IndieFab Science Fiction Book of the Year Award, an Independent Publishers Book Award-winning travel memoir, Ghost Dance in Berlin, and a book of doctors' profiles, The Caring Heirs of Dr. Samuel Bard. He has also written 2 stage plays, Burning Words, which premiered at the Hampshire Shakespeare Company in 2006 and was produced in German translation at the Kulturhaus Osterfeld in Pforzheim in 2014. His second play, The Tattooed Man Tells All, first staged by the Silverhorn Theatre in Greenfield, Massachusetts in 2018, is slated to be staged in a German translation at the Deutsches Theater in Göttingen in 2020. His travel writing and other expository prose has appeared in the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, Der Tagesspiegel, Die Welt, Die Zeit, the Paris Review, Literary Hub, and other newspapers, journals, and websites in the US and abroad. He was selected 5 years in a row from 2018 to 2012 to be included in, sorry about that. His writing was selected 5 years in a row, 2008 to 2012, and again in 2016 for inclusion in Traveler's Tales, the best travel writing. His travel narrative, Protected, won the 2012 Gold Grand Prize for Best Travel Story of the Year in the Solus Awards for Best Travel Writing. Wortsman is also the critically acclaimed literary translator from German into English of works by Adalbert von Chamisso, the Brothers Grimm, Heinrich Heine, E.T.A. Hoffmann, Franz Kafka, Heinrich von Kleist, and Robert Musil, among others. To start, Peter is going to read from the introduction to his latest book of fiction, the bilingual Stimme und Atem, Out of Breath, Out of Mind. Okay, Peter.
Thank you first to Marianne Newman for organizing this virtual book festival in these very unsettling times when we are all sequestered as if in a global witness protection program from a powerful, albeit invisible, microscopic malefactor. Thank you, Tess Lewis, dear friend and colleague, for moderating this panel. Thank you all for tuning in and listening. Permit me to begin with an excerpt from the afterword to my new bilingual German-English book of stories, Stimme und Atem, Out of Breath, Out of Mind, published by Palm Art Press in Berlin in 2019 and distributed in the US by Small Press Distribution. Once, after heartily and gamely shooting the breeze over Russian bubbly at a congenial gathering in the former GDR, the Polish wife of a German friend asked me what in fact my mother tongue was. The conversation, in which I took a lively part, vigorously affirming and defending my points of view about this and that, was conducted entirely in German. while I communicated shreds of the essential gist in French to my French wife, and every now and then scolded in English my young son, who 2 years of German instruction notwithstanding, made not the slightest effort to engage a few German words with the neighbor's delightful little daughter. Reflecting for a moment, I gave the following answer. My mother tongue is actually a kind of linguistic wrap. With German, the language I spoke for my entire life with my mother, enveloped by English, whereby I am quite sure that there are forgotten Yiddish sentiments slipped into my eccentric German, the Yiddish in turn still studded with Hebrew longings, smuggled out of the desert, the whole generously salted with tears and seasoned with screams. Given that I learned German as a first language, albeit not only orally, from my mother, German is and remains, for all intents and purposes, my mother tongue. But I grew up in English, and since I only learned to read and write German much later as an adult, it remains for me a language of childhood, or rather a delinquent dialect. As such, he who bears the name Peter Wurtzmann keeps stumbling on a second I in the clang of German syllables, the Mr. Hyde to his Dr. Jekyll, a shamelessly impertinent creature who allows himself to take liberties that my well-brought-up adult English-speaking I would surely have censored. To have reached at age 66, after years of considerable creative effort in English, the beginner's level in another language is in my view no small feat, something on the order of digging a hole so deep into New York granite that you come crawling back up in China, filthy but still breathing. If as an adult I stutter and stumble with the shaky spoon of my tongue back into the still, fluid forecourt of consciousness that German constitutes for me, I do so in full consciousness as an English speaker, reminded of other syllables that say more to me about the unspeakable than yes and no. Let me lay it on the line, even if it sounds a bit bizarre. I have long suspected, and am now convinced, that I harbor a stillborn scribe of the German tongue in me, who, despite everything, belongs to the literary tradition from Kleist to Kafka. As a translator, I have a very intimate relationship to that tradition. Every word is an air bubble, every sentence a breath, an exhalation burdened with meaning. With his ear pressed to extinguished lips, the translator acts as a kind of medium who literally derives inspiration transmitted by strange syllables. Translation from one language into another, particularly the words of the dead, is a kind of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation in which you breathe new life into expired thoughts. As a writer, things are a bit more complicated. German, for me, if I can be perfectly frank, also harbors a dark subtext. The language of the Dichter und Denker, poets and thinkers, to whom I, in my own modest way, feel a certain kinship, is also the language of the Richter und Henker, judges and executioners. In Auschwitz and Buchenwald, they not only murdered people, they also once and for all time erased the tenuous borderline between nightmare and reality, and thereby devised a new marginal tongue in which consciousness and the subconscious blabber like undivided Siamese twins. Sayings like jedem das seine, to each his own, and Arbeit macht frei, work makes you free, and concentration camp jargon like Muselmann, a walking dead man, and Kanada, the depot in Auschwitz-Birkenau, where the last possessions of the slaughtered were saved and stored, thus the epitome of limitless riches and boundless possibilities, bespeak a black humor that arouses a tickle in the throat, that can never be stilled by easy laughter. I am also heir to this German tongue. Let me move on to a very brief 2 takes from Stimme und Atem. These, I want to say again, all of these texts were first written in German and then adapted into English. Family members. Family members are not like other people. They are attached to each other by thin, invisible wires at every movable part. As distinct from marionettes, however, whose strings all stretch upwards to the fingers of the puppeteer, surreptitiously directing their fate, the wires of domestic life are horizontally strung, binding spouses and their progeny like the members of a chain gang. One could well compare these domestic desperados to a wagon team, though the family drags nothing forward but itself. It advances rather like a jellyfish teased by the tides, driven hither and thither by the currents of jealousy and love, never going anywhere, until one by one the members miraculously break free, each in his own way, defining himself and dying in the process. Nice, cheerful take on family values, I guess. Let me just read you one very short story. This one, more or less taken from life, although I don't believe in the very notion of nonfiction. All is fiction. The One-Eyed Tomcat, or the Theory of Waves. I was 7 or 8 at the most. It was a hot summer day. The others were having fun at the beach. I sat alone on the front porch of our rented bungalow, gazing at the deserted street, waiting for something to happen. And suddenly a tomcat leaped up and landed in my lap. He was dust gray and dirty, with one eye missing. His filthy rust-colored orange fur was scratched away in spots. My mother wanted to chase him away. "You had a cat too in London during the war," I protested, and she relented. After he had slurped up and emptied the bowl of milk my mother set out for him, he wanted nothing more than to be scratched under the throat, shutting his one eye, emitting a raspy and contented purr. And once he had recouped his strength, he opened his eye again to gauge his chances, lifted himself slowly but decisively, and leapt back into the street. The summer was almost over. We would soon have to leave our bungalow and go back to the city. "What if some other tomcat scratches out his good eye?" I asked my mother. "Cats have whiskers growing out of their cheeks that help them slip out of tight fixes," she assured me. "What happened to your cat in the war?" My mother shrugged. A week after our return to the city, a fierce hurricane tore the trees and telephone poles out of the ground and scattered them like pickup sticks. There were TV reports of flooding on the shore. "Can cats swim?" I asked my mother. "Water's not their element. They can scramble up a wall," she said. The next summer we went back. The first week went by, and then the second. I sat on the porch waiting. I wouldn't have been able to think it through, but I sensed that there would be no miracle this time, and that the boredom would be never-ending if I didn't do something about it. Until then, I had a terrible fear of the ocean and only went unwillingly to the beach. I would wall myself into inside a sandcastle fortified with high ramparts till the waves came and made short shrift of my safe haven. In a fit of fury, I jumped up and flung myself into the water and was immediately knocked down by a wave, then another and another, until a big kid taught me how to catch the waves and ride them. There are waves on dry land too, as I would learn much later, only they are invisible and therefore much more difficult to recognize and ride. I stopped being afraid of the deep after that, but I did develop an allergy to cats.
Thank you, Peter. You talk in your introduction of the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde between the two languages. So I was wondering if the experience of writing similar texts in the two languages are different. And your last story made me think of perhaps for you switching from English, from the use of one eye to German, the use of whiskers to feel your way through language might be one metaphorical way of understanding what's involved in that switch.
That's a very apt point, I have to say. I am another in each language I speak. And I believe that's the case for all of us who speak more than one language. German is a particular challenge because the fact is I have less of a vocabulary in German, and I don't have the adult mastery of German that I have of English. But for that same reason, German remains what I call my access to the left hand of consciousness, my kindergarten self, that hasn't yet, like my adult self, learned how to be an adult, learned how to be sensible. My German self is unsensible, foolish, naive, uncensored, really a Dr. Jekyll. But by then bringing it into English, I can apply an adult grammatical mastery over the lines. So I really love the dialogue between these two sides of myself, these two selves inside me.
And do you find that the texture and the feel, the atmosphere of the stories that you write in English to be different than those that you write in German?
Absolutely. My German stories are elemental. I feel like I write them with, I don't know what your experience of kindergarten was. We had these large building blocks, and myself being a very introverted child, I used these blocks to build a wall around myself that the teacher had to tear me out of because I just wanted to be alone. I feel when I write in German like I am writing with these giant building blocks and writing these elemental, big blocked stories. I don't know how else to put it. They say something in the language itself that I couldn't say in English.
Mm-hmm. So do you find the English adaptations of them in your bilingual edition, Stimme und Atem, Out of Breath, Out of Mind, to be, was it a disappointment, or are they just simply different texts?
They're different texts. The German gives me access. I'm like a miner digging. The German gives me access to this domain. And in a sense, if I want to continue the metaphor, I find precious ore, which I can then, in my English, scratch away, refine, perfect, so to speak. Right? So they are different texts, but the one gives me access to a domain that I can refine in the other.
It's interesting that you talk about the sense of the elemental when you write in German, because you seem to be drawn in your translation life to writers that have an elemental aspect to them, whether it's the Brothers Grimm or Monona. I think that you can talk of Kafka as elemental because he strips language and narrative down to really elemental bare bones. I'm not sure I would call Musil or Altenberg elemental, but maybe they're the exceptions that prove the rule.
Altenberg, I would. I would. There's a childlike quality.
That's true.
Right. Not less so in Mr. Musil.
Yes. Do you tap that elemental side of yourself when you translate?
Oh yes. Especially, I have the luxury at this point of my life of translating just what I please, just what I want to translate. And I have a wonderful publisher, Archipelago Books, run by Jill Schoolman, who permits me to propose just what I like, just what I want. And so it's a great privilege. And the writers that I love, maybe most of all Kafka, have this elemental quality, also have this quality of tapping their dreams absolutely directly in their writing. Kafka has this amazing ability, to my mind, present in my favorite writers, to write of the ineffable in a crystal clear, almost bureaucratic language. One could say the same of another writer I translated, Kleist. One could say of him as a soldier, he tapped this ineffable in this military, almost regimented language. And it's that contrast, that parallel between a dream zone and a very rational, well-constructed architectural sentence that, to my mind, makes great literature and that I love, certainly in the translation that I do.
Well, why don't you give us a taste of the writers you love and read the 3 excerpts, or excerpts from 3 of them anyway, to both give us a sense of, like I said, the writers that you love, and also the versatility of voices, the range of voices that you've brought into English.
Okay, my pleasure. I'm going to start with a text by Peter Altenberg. I should say that I am the child of refugees, Jewish refugees from Vienna, and so I have a particular relationship to Viennese culture, a prickly, ambivalent relationship to a culture that, after all, sent my parents packing. This book, if I have the moment to say it, came about because I had stopped translating completely. I had been cheated by a past publisher whom I won't mention, but who said in one conversation when we were drinking beer together, "I got you for so cheap." And I felt disgusted and I'd stopped translating. And then I met my dear friend Jill Schoolman at a party at the creation of this press. And I said, well, I don't translate anymore, but if I did, or someone did, somebody really ought to translate this guy, Peter Altenberg. And so I put together this book, Telegrams of the Soul, for Jill, which has done quite well. This is a text called In the Volksgarten. The Volksgarten was and is a public garden in the center of Vienna. I'd like to have a blue balloon. A blue balloon is what I'd like. Here's a blue balloon for you, Rosamunde. It was explained to her then that there was a gas inside that was lighter than the air in the atmosphere, as a consequence of which, etc., etc. I'd like to let it go, she said, just like that. Wouldn't you rather give it to that poor girl over there? No, I want to let it go. She lets the balloon go, keeps looking after it, till it disappears in the blue sky. Aren't you sorry now you didn't give it to the poor little girl? Yes, I should have given it to the poor little girl. Here's another blue balloon. Give her this one. No, I want to let this one go too, up in the blue sky. She does so. She is given a third blue balloon. She goes over to the poor little girl on her own, gives this one to her, saying, you let it go. No, says the poor little girl, peering enraptured at the balloon. In her room, it flew up to the ceiling, stayed there for 3 days, got darker, shriveled up, and fell down dead, a little black sack. Then the poor little girl thought to herself, I should have let it go outside in the park, up into the blue sky. I'd have kept on looking after it, kept on looking. In the meantime, the rich little girl gets another 10 balloons, and one time Uncle Carl even buys her all 30 balloons in one batch. 20 of them she lets fly up into the sky and gives 10 to poor children. From then on, she had absolutely no more interest in balloons. That stupid balloon, she said, whereupon Aunt Ida observed that she was rather advanced for her age. The poor little girl dreamed, I should have let it go up into the blue sky. I'd have kept on looking and looking.
You're right about that childlike observation that sees far more than perhaps is pleasant to see.
I want to say it's apt for this festival that we're at. That childlike observation is particularly apt. I don't know if you know who it was who discovered the Altamira cave up in Basque country. This is not Catalan, but this is Basque. There was an amateur archaeologist and a local aristocrat who was wandering around his grounds, and suddenly his dog disappears in a hole in the ground, and his daughter, maybe children, several children, followed after him, and they come out yelling, "Bisons, bisons!" And the the landowner follows his children into the cave, and he sees nothing because the adult head goes only parallel at one level and doesn't look upwards.
Yeah.
But the child head peers at the ceiling, and the child saw the murals, these magnificent prehistoric murals on the ceiling. That's what I mean.
Yes. Yeah.
And when I write in German, or when I translate from German, it permits me to move my head all over the place and see things that I wouldn't necessarily see as the fuddy-duddy old man that I am.
Now you'll read Musil, which is certainly not fuddy-duddy or childlike.
Not fuddy-duddy, but a wonderful a writer with a wonderful capacity to combine intellect and emotion, more so than almost any writer I know. The only one who comes close, I think, is Vladimir Nabokov in this ability. Clear hearing. Oh, this is from the book titled Posthumous Papers of a Living Author that Jill Schoolman, Archipelago Books, brought out in its 3rd edition. This is done quite well, this little book. I went to bed earlier than usual, feeling a slight cold. I might even have a fever. I'm staring at the ceiling, or perhaps it's the reddish curtain over the balcony door of our hotel room that I see. It's hard to distinguish. As soon as I'd finished with it, you two started to undress. I'm waiting. I can only hear you. Incomprehensible, all the walking up and down in this corner of the room and that. You come over to lay something on your bed. I don't look up, but what could it be? In the meantime, you open your closet, put something in or take something out. I hear it close again. You lay hard, heavy objects on the table, others on the marble top of the commode. You are forever in motion. Then I recognize the familiar sounds of hair being undone and brushed, then swirls of water in the sink. Even before that, clothes being shed. Now again, it's just incomprehensible to me how many clothes you take off. Finally, you've slipped out of your shoes, but now your stockings slide as constantly back and forth over the soft carpet as your shoes did before. You pour water into glasses 3-4 times without stopping. I can't even guess why. In my imagination, I have long since given up on anything imaginable, while you, evidently, keep finding new things to do in the realm of reality. I hear you slip into your nightgown, but you aren't finished yet, and won't be for a while. Again, there are 100 little actions. I know that you are rushing for my sake, so all this must be absolutely necessary, part of your most intimate I. And like the mute motion of animals from morning till evening, you reach out with countless gestures of which you're unaware, into a region where you've never heard my step. By coincidence, I feel it all, because I have a fever and am waiting for you.
That's lovely. This last selection of Kafka, I asked you to read because I think it has a particular resonance for the current situation.
Yes, because dear Franz was quite an introvert, but like all introverts, something of a voyeur, certainly loved to look windows. So this short text called The Street Side Window comes from a book called Conundrum, Selected Prose of Franz Kafka, Conundrum with a K, which again, my dear Jill Schoolman permitted me to pick from everything from his first inscription in a book to the first known piece of writing to the last shreds of text that Kafka wrote down when he was dying of tuberculosis of the larynx and couldn't speak anymore. They're all in this book. But this is from, I think, his first book of writing, The Street Side Window. If you live withdrawn from the world, and yet seek every now and then a point of contact with the flux of life. If cognizant of the changing time of day, the weather, working conditions, and the like, you still seek some arm to link to yours, you won't get by for very long without a street-side window. And even if, a tired man, you were rather inclined to seek nothing at all, but turned to peer out the window just to bat your eyes open and shut between heaven and humanity, reluctantly, and with your head held back a bit, the clip-clop of the horses, the rattle of the carriages, and the hubbub of the street below will nevertheless drag you out of yourself, and so, at last, compel you to join the human cavalcade.
Thank you for the range of voices, your own and those of your beloved authors. I think we should close, perhaps, with one last section, one last excerpt from Out of Breath, Out of Mind.
This is a text entitled Last Conversation. It is, in fact, semi-autobiographical. It will be self-evident whom I'm speaking of. She lay with her bony skull pressed sideways on the pillow, with sunken cheeks, her face somewhat skewed, as if the celestial sculptor had miscalculated, leaping too much clay on the one side and not enough on the other. Her shrunken body was nothing more than skin and bones. "When the potatoes are soft, you have to peel them," she muttered, half asleep. "Is man like a poem?" I asked her. "In general," she replied. "What is your earliest memory?" I dug a little deeper, gently stirring the little life she had left. "War." "Why do you shake your head?" I asked. "Dumb world," she declared, her last words.
That's very poignant. In a time of many last words. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you to all the viewers. There are many riches on the Sant Jordi website. Please click on the link to the books that Peter has read from, and please, of course, enjoy all the other conversations and readings that are available to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, everybody out there. Be well, sei gesund, l'chaim.
Winks.
1 second.
Hello.
Yes, you can
Yes.
talk now.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Christopher Winks. Hello out there in virtual land and on the SANT JORDI Festival, New York, and points beyond. I'm here talking with Donald Nicholson Smith, who is the translator of The Treasure of the Spanish Civil War by Serge Pay, which we'll be discussing over the next half an hour. My name is Christopher Winks, as I said, and I'm a professor of comparative literature at Queens College of the City University of New York. And Donald Nicholson Smith is an acclaimed and award-winning translator from French and Spanish who has translated many, many texts from a whole variety of genres, too many to list right now, but suffice to say he has translated people on the order of Guy Debord, Raoul Vaneigem, Paco Ignacio Taibo, and many others. And of course, Serge P., whom we're going to talk about now. The Treasure of the Spanish Civil War was just published by Archipelago Books, a very valuable company out in Brooklyn, which I commend their list to your collective and individual attention. So I'm going to ask Donald, first of all, to talk a little bit about this book and this collection of short stories, and to maybe give us an excerpt or two from it so that we can all have a taste of what this collection is about. Donald?
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm Donald Nicholson Smith, and I'm the translator of this book. I'll say a couple of words about the author. First of all, Serge Pay, and I'm reading this, so I sound as if I'm reading it. Serge Pay is a prolific French writer, poet, and performance artist who travels widely with his action poetry. This is something that he invented, and he goes around the world. He's traveled a great deal in South America and various points around the globe. He was born in Toulouse in 1950 to Catalonian parents who were among the defeated Republicans who fled by foot over the Pyrenees in 1938, or rather 1939, January 1939, in what is called La Retirada, well known to everybody, I'm quite sure, in Catalonia. As they arrived, all these refugees, weary from war and from traveling through the snow and ice of the Pyrenees, they were immediately arrested by the French authorities and interned in French prison camps in various points along the foothills of the Pyrenees. The principal one the principal one in the beginning was one at Argelès-sur-Mer, which is a seaside resort on the Mediterranean. And now I have to say that Pay's work is inseparable from his political consciousness and focuses on the intersection of poetry and resistance. Specifically, his parents were some of those Republicans who came across in La Retirada and were immediately interned. And but he was only born in the Spanish community of emigres and migrants in Toulouse in about 1950. I don't have his exact birth date. But he is obviously a child of the Spanish Civil War in the sense that his parents were precisely those people. And his book, these stories, which he calls Tales of Childhood and War, they're short stories which, in a sense, reconfigure his parents' experience. He was obviously too young directly to experience these things, but many of the stories involve young boys, children, and much of the action is seen through the lens of their memories. He has a style which sometimes is, I think, wrongly described as magical realism, but in fact it is very literary and in many ways very, very beautiful. I'm going to read from one story which is called Cherry Thief, and I'll read most of the story, the latter part of the story. You simply have to know that it's written in the form of a recollection of what it was like as a young boy to steal cherries from his uncle's cherry tree in the uncle's garden. The uncle has a little cherry orchard. It's to be assumed that this is all happening now in France, right? We're not really in Spain anywhere in this book, except sometimes in a rather imaginary way. But basically, everything happens in France. It's important to understand that, and the reality of that, the experience of those concentration camps, which were very, very brutal. And some of the stories reflect that. And now I'm going to read a passage. One morning, however, for an hour now, I had not been stealing, but simply eating the cherries of Tiet Gibraltar. Tiet is Catalan for uncle, and I'm quite sure I have mispronounced it. But anyway, I'm going to call it Tiet Gibraltar, my uncle from the sea, as we like to call him. Mama had sent me to him to get vine shoots for a snail bake. My uncle lived in a refuse dump behind the cooperative. His house was surrounded by a fence made of old planks and tires held together with wire. A well at the bottom of his garden supplied a sandy and salty water that we took care to filter before we drank it. Uncle Gibraltar was short and dark. His crabbed fingers, like licorice sticks, were forever stroking a dog lying between his feet. I always saw him digging in his garden. Uncle Gibraltar was from far away, as his name seemed to suggest. He was not my aunt's husband, though the pair had been shacked up since the Civil War. So he was just a courtesy uncle to me, but you were never to say that he was not married to my aunt. In his garden, my uncle had planted 12 fruit trees in a circle, like the hours on a clock face, and to a keen observer their shadows were hands that really told the time. In the center was a majestic spreading fig tree, under which my uncle would sit shaded from the sun, from spring to fall. Enthroned there on seats from an old stripped car, he watched his own shadow turn and lengthen towards his memories until it turned them around, so they seemed to come from the future. Never did I steal fruit from my uncle. You could steal only beyond the bounds of the family, a circle roughly 3 kilometers in diameter, as my father counseled me. Once outside that circle, everything was permitted, allowed. Within it, nothing was. Such was the law that ensured our peace. Uncle Gibraltar saw me coming from far away. When I was close, a few steps from his shadow, I greeted him with the words, "Mama sent me for some vines for the snails." He did not answer me, but pointed to the cherry tree as an invitation to pick the fruit. I had 2 bags with me and had been counting on taking a few cherries home. Naturally, I stuffed myself like a pig, taking care not to swallow a bee, for which I had become a seriously devoted competitor. I felt Uncle Gibraltar's presence somewhere behind me. He was proud that I was eating his cherries. Then he suddenly came up to the foot of the tree and he said, "You don't even know what you're eating." Of course, I replied, on the contrary, I did know that I was eating cherries. "No, you're not eating cherries. It is Guillermo Ganusa that you are eating. This cherry tree is called Guillermo Ganusa. You are eating Guillermo Ganusa." I did not understand. I wondered why my uncle gave men's names to trees, though I knew some people in the village who gave people's names to dogs. True, I had noticed long ago that certain trees bore little signs at their feet, carefully branded with mysterious names. But I had assumed that since my uncle was a keen amateur botanist, that these were either the Latin names of the various species of the names or the names of weed killers, and I had never bothered to read them properly. This tree is named Guillermo Ganusa Navarro. You never read the sign? You've been eating from it for years, but you don't know its name. Every tree here is a man. I deciphered my uncle's writing and, pronouncing each syllable separately, read out the sign at the foot of the cherry tree, Guillermo Canosa Navarro. Intrigued now, I walked all around the orchard. Under the peach tree, the sign read simply, Josep Sabate Lopar. The apple tree bore the name of Antonio Franquesa Fogol. The pear tree was Simon Gracia Flanagan, or Flanagan, not sure. And the plum, Josep Lopez Penedo. At the foot of the lemon tree was a bicycle wheel, and on each spoke a letter on a piece of cardboard, in painstaking small capitals, spelt out the name Francisco Sabate, letter by letter. Engraved on a birdhouse hanging from the orange tree, in florid lettering, were the words, Francisco Denis Diaz. In the apricot tree was a smiling photograph of Martín Ruiz Montoya, with a special mention of Barcelona. Directly into the bank of the olive tree, my uncle had carved Ramon Villa Capdevila, Cara Quemada, in brackets, and in big capitals, Viva. On the banana tree bark had grown over the first letter of the first name, leaving only Pablo. My uncle had planted a tree for each of his network comrades who had been assassinated between 1949 and 1960. And this one, I asked, pointing to the hazel, which had no sign. That one is me. You will inscribe my name on it when I am gone.
Okay.
I'm going to leave that. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Yes, the names there of the network are actually, the names I recognize belong to the Spanish underground anarchist militants who, after 1939, actually after World War II, participated in what the Francoists would have called terrorist exploits, but which they saw as acts of resistance. Now, a little bit of background might be in order, because the whole experience of the concentration camp, because that's what it was, Salomó, the interior minister, actually used that word, and it's not an episode, this detention of several 100,000 refugees in terrible conditions, most of them suffering disease and most of them experiencing wounds, having been essentially imprisoned behind barbed wire, was seen as a great betrayal by the Spanish Republicans. And Cara Quemada is, Ramon Villa Capdevila, who is mentioned with the Viva, was actually somebody who escaped from the Argelès-sur-Mer concentration camp, joined the French army because World War II had broken out, and the Vichy government actually had an order that all the Spanish members of the French army were to be separated and sent off to concentration camps in Germany, like Auschwitz. That is another shameful episode. Cara Quemada managed to, which means burned face, managed to elude that particular situation, and he joined the French resistance for several years, and was one of those who liberated Paris under the command of Leclerc. It's not usually known that some of the first tanks to enter Paris were given names like Guernica and others, and were commanded by Spanish exiles. And Leclerc had promised that after fascism had been defeated, then the next step was to go on and liberate Spain from Francoism. Well, that didn't happen. And so people like Cara Quemada joined clandestine groups that infiltrated over the border, blew up power lines, and he was at it until, actually, there's a little error in the in the dates here, because he wasn't shot down by the Francoists until 1963. And figure this, that he was 55 at the time, and had spent all his life fighting for what they called the libertarian ideal of anarchist communism. So this particular act of memory, the memory of the trees, the trees that bear cherries, is very important. I recall, of course, the old French working people's song "Le temps des cerises," the time of the cherries, because the cherries are red and they, blossom in the spring, and that is kind of like a sign of hope, even though all these people like Sabatier, another famous anarchist, had died violently at the hands of the Francoists. So this is, I think, a very important story to read, because without using the word anarchist, the author Serge Pey indicates by their names to those who know those names that this is what Uncle Gibraltar is all about, and the fact that he's living in a free union is also, I think, important here. So yes. So this is, I think, also, Donald, when you were translating it, you said in your foreword that you wanted to dedicate it to an anarchist veteran who wrote a memoir of La Retirada and his sojourn in a prison camp. There were more than just Argelès-sur-Mer, incidentally. There was a whole network, a kind of mini gulag, all in the Roussillon area near the Pyrenees. So maybe you want to say what led you to translate this book and what your thoughts were about it in terms of, the Spanish Civil War and its memories and all the rest.
Yes, well, briefly, yes, you're right about this man. I wanted to dedicate it to something of a rather sentimental thing that I did, and because I've got no idea what became of him or where he could be now. I don't really. It seems unlikely that he would still be alive. I'm, I was a student at the time. I was about 18 or something. I don't know exactly, and I met him, and in my enthusiasm for talking to him about his experience in the south of France in one of these camps, and he was very attached to the fact that he'd written a memoir of this experience. I very much wanted to translate it for him, but I was being too ambitious, and my life moved on, and I never did get to translate his manuscript, and I felt very guilty about that in a way. So that was why I wanted to just memorialize him in some rather pathetic way, because I don't really know anything about him, except that he was an anarchist, and he had come from those camps. And when I met him, it was at an anarchist meeting in London when I was, as I say, a teenager, and he was, he was somebody that I found very, very appealing. As far as the network of prison camps, it's important to remember that the French had already organized concentration camps all over France, even before this, for dealing with undesirable foreigners of one kind or another, because when hard times came into France in 1930, they were confronted by the fact that 7% of their population were foreign workers. They were Poles, Italians, and Spanish, and this was long before the outbreak of even the Civil War. So but when the times changed and they decided that these people became a problem, they started locking them up in concentration camps, and there was already a whole network of but these ones, when La Retirada happened, the Spanish people started arriving by the hundreds of thousands. They had to increase the network considerably. In the end, many of those refugees went to various places, some to South America, Mexico in particular. They were not allowed to go to the United States. They were allowed to go to Dominican Republic. Some of them went back to Franco Spain. Nobody knows if that was a good idea or not, but they did go back, and they were encouraged very strongly to go back by the French. So there's a whole story concerning these refugees, which, as I say, were sometimes counted as maybe as many as 500,000 in total. But the numbers are never. Every historian seems to contradict the other one on the numbers. The numbers never seem to be. Nobody seems to have a very set idea about the numbers. Anyway, that's about it. I think we haven't got a lot of time, so I'm going to read a bit more.
I wanted to ask one more question, just very,
yes, go ahead, Chris,
quickly. the implications for today are quite evident, and I wanted to know if you know, what your thoughts were on that, because families were separated, the conditions of disease in the camps were huge. There was typhus and all the, you know, and all these other, you know, infections were circulating, and the idea of the undesirable foreigner crossing the border, the fact that these refugees, hungry, tired, starving, they actually had what little they had taken away from them by the guards. The implications for today are immense, you know, and this is, of course, happening, you know, 85, almost, you know, 80 some years later. So I wanted to know your thoughts on that, you know, as well.
So my thoughts are simply that you're absolutely right. I mean, and of course, with this book, one continually reminded of the fact that we're living through similar times now in Europe, and you know, and of course in the States as well. And you know, mutatis mutandis, it's very much the same situation. So yes, of course. I mean, it's you know, it's as if anybody who felt that we got rid of the 20th century were completely wrong. That's how I would put it. It's very much still with us.
Yes.
And this became clear, first of all, to me in the time of the breakup of Yugoslavia, which, as far as I'm concerned, was an incredible failure of the mandate of the European Union, because the idea of that union was that the conditions of World War II would never return. They did return in Yugoslavia, and they have returned now in terms of dealing with this, with so-called migrants or whatever, refugees, whatever name they're given. You know, the force of population movements are just, in any case, quite inevitable. But the cruelty that goes along with the way in which the way that people deal with them is a permanent feature of the landscape. And this book does have very many echoes of the present moment. And I agree with you about that. Yeah, very, very similar. In parts of it, they describe the conditions in some of these. He describes conditions in some of these concentration camps. And it's very, very brutal. And the last story, bit that I have time to read, will bring that out a little bit. And again, you know, you will see that it's, you know, that it's not it's something pretty relevant to us today. All you need to know in the run up to this passage is that.
It's the arrest.
Is that right? the man that's telling the first person narrator is basically has been arrested. The story is called The Arrest. He's been arrested because he's been forging documents for a long time, and eventually he gets found out. He gets betrayed and he gets arrested. So he's been taken in by the police. And I read now from the book. I was thrown onto the concrete floor of a bathroom. Every morning, 2 men came to take me out for interrogation. I recognized one of them, a former messenger boy who had opened a flower shop in the neighborhood. I also recognized the house of a trade union lawyer who had been arrested 2 years earlier. I'd never been to his house, but I was shaken to see men in white shirts with rolled up sleeves occupying it. His books, once visible from the street, had disappeared from the library, along with the pictures. Now only the chandelier continued to shed its light. It occurred to me that light was neutral and could illuminate anything at all. To ask a question is to understand the answer. A question mark is a rearing snake that bites every answer to death. A question's strength is attack. An answer's strength is defense. The challenge, therefore, is to respond in an interrogative way to a question. Every response must itself turn into a snake, into a question mark. I refuse to answer these questions. I refuse to answer their questions. I simply stated that a man unknown to me would leave in my mailbox a photo and the address of the person for whom I was supposed to forge papers. I didn't say how I used to look for names in the graveyard, nor that I found the day and month of dates of birth in the annals of the great freedom fighters of our world. When I finished the job, I told them I would hang a bed sheet in my garden along with a pair of pants. If the pants were to the left of the sheet, it meant that the work was done and that I would put the papers under the pot of flowers facing the street. Whether it was the milkman who picked them up, or the newspaper man on his bike, or a road worker, I never knew. I told them nothing. I gave no names. Something inside me, beyond pain or hope, chose not to talk. I said no, so to speak, in order to exist. A no older than the universe, a sign of creation set against the void, but a no beyond yes and no, a negation from a sense of honor greater than any of us. I did not talk. Every morning in the interrogation room next to the bathroom, I was bolted to a rack and immersed in a tub. When I was lifted out, the water was red. This went on for 3 weeks. Then came a morning when I was thrown into a railroad car with about 100 comrades. My friend Sayes had managed to conceal a file, a rat tail file, a round file, beneath the truss he wore as a disabled person. That file was our one and only hope. We both smiled, and at the beginning of the journey we talked about the number of tools named for animals. Herminette for a stoat, which means stoat in French, for an adze, chèvre or goat for a hoist, and pied de biche or deer's foot for a crowbar. We wondered whether it was animals who taught humans how to labor. Inside the car we took turns sitting down. We also took turns pissing through the gaps between the floorboards onto the rail bed below. With a few others, I resolved to escape. But many comrades were afraid. They pointed out that there were soldiers watching us on either end of the car's roof. The prisoners' eyes were bright with their secret hope of surviving. I knew that hope could trump survival. I also realized that hope never abides by a majority view, and just like freedom, it is independent. So despite the handicap of our small number, we decided to escape. There were some who sought to prevent this, trying to convince us of the hopelessness of our initiative. A scuffle ensued, and we had to fight to facilitate our escape. I don't enjoy recounting the episode in the rail car because it still pains me to say that I fought some of my own who were under the illusion of being alive. It was hard to believe that the spirit of the enemy was manifesting itself in our car. The enemy was almost right there amongst us. Our comrades, without wishing to, had allied themselves with our captors. To attempt escape, we now had to see them as enemies. Not completely, however. Those comrades were provisional enemies only. I realized that you have to know how to fight those who do not want to free themselves in order to make their liberation possible. The railroad car had served to transport cattle. It stank of liquid manure and straw. I reflected that we were cattle also, but that what made us different from cattle was the basis of our hope, not survival. Cattle no more want to die than most of the comrades in that car did. The difference between cattle and us was that even if we could not avoid each other, we could escape. It is not our ability to speak or to string words together that makes us different from cattle, but the fact that we ally those words with something that words know nothing of. So long as speech does not embody hope, it is no more than bellowing. We fought with our own, and then I made a hole in the car's door. One of us reached his arm outside and unslid the bolt. A few minutes later, as the train slowed down on a bend, we all threw ourselves out and tumbled into a ravine. The soldiers on the car's roof fired at us, but we were already too far away and under cover of rocks and trees. Here for your consideration are a few lessons I learned that day. First, the struggle to escape from a railroad car often begins among the passengers and not by engaging the soldiers guarding the transport. because a good number of those passengers are unaware of their degree of confinement. Secondly, hope is a hole made in the side of a rail car. Thirdly, any captive passenger in the car must invent a new, impossible way out of the car, as opposed to the possible one. Fourthly, those who remained in the car and did not wish to escape were, nevertheless, shot.
Thank you, Donald.
And that's the end, yeah.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. And let that be a message to all of us that regardless of confinement, the struggle continues.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this little conversation. Perhaps we can continue it at some greater length before too long.
I hope so too, Donald.
And thanks, whoever's listening. I hope you enjoyed this little interlude. Bye for now.
You. Bye for now.
Chapter 38 of the Book of Anna by Carmen Buyosa, translated by me, Samantha Schnee. The title of the chapter is An Opium-Infused Fairy Tale, the Book of Anna by Anna Karenina. Once upon a time, a woodsman and his wife lived deep in the forest with their 6-year-old daughter, Anna. Theirs was a hard life, and their daughter was their only joy. It had been a long winter, and there was little food for the table, yet the girl laughed, impervious to hunger, cold, the dark, and her parents' constant ill humor. One day, before sunrise, the woodsman, who never laughed, just like his wife, leaves the cottage and begins to walk, cutting a gaunt, disagreeable figure, his axe and some rope in his hands. He knows his search is in vain. The birds and the ducks have all flown south. The bears, the snakes, the wildcats, and even the creepy crawlies are all hidden away, settled down for a long winter's nap. The fish hide beneath the ice. His memory leads him to a path, and there he glimpses something in the pale light of the moon, which also looks frozen. The woodsman takes stiff steps. His head is heavy, as if it's filled with cold water. A light breaks the darkness, so bright that he can no longer see the path. Could it be the reflection off the blade of my axe? How is that possible, he asks himself. He's so cold inside, he can no longer think clearly. He recalls old tales of men who lost their minds because of their weapons. Instinctively, he moves the axe in his hand, but the light doesn't change. He lifts his face to the sky, eyeing the splendorous light, but can't see a thing. The moon has been outshone, no longer visible. Then he thinks, the stars have all died. Light that obliterates all other light is dangerous, but this thought doesn't occur to the woodsman. Neither does he think of the sky as black velvet. He was born poor. He waits a little while for his eyes to adjust. At risk of getting lost, he stumbles in the direction of the shining light. It's coming from a woman dressed in iridescent blue satin, sparks flying from her fingernails and teeth, her hair filaments of light. She opens her mouth to speak, and he sees the source of the light inside her mouth. I know your daughter is hungry. Why let an innocent girl suffer when I can help you? Bring her to me, and I will look after her and protect her. Sparks fly with each of her words, accompanied by a clap of thunder. The woodsman backs away without saying a word, without taking his eyes off the woman. She opens her mouth wider like she's yawning, and even more light pours forth. She's lit up from inside. When he reaches the path, the Illuminata fades into darkness silently. It takes some time for the woodsman to get his bearings. In the sky, he sees the far-off splendor of the rising sun, which means his home must be somewhere to the right. So he goes left, brandishing his axe, declaring, I'm going to find something to eat. I'm hungry. A pair of eyes blink at him, knee-high. The woodsman lifts his axe. The eyes regard him. They belong to an animal, though he can't see what kind. The animal says calmly and without an accent, You'll get only one meal out of me. Feed me to your wife and daughter. I'll be the last thing you eat this winter. You'll die of hunger. Don't be a fool. Give your daughter to the Illuminata. The animal laughs the same laugh as the woodsman's daughter. Although the creature's words paralyze the woodsman and its laugh terrifies him, he lets his axe fall on his prey. Hunger trumps fear. The animal's warm blood splatters the woodman's face. He trusses its legs with his rope without noting what kind of animal it is, and begins to return home with his quarry. His wife and Anna both receive him, clapping with joy and with cold. The girl laughs the same laugh that was the animal's final utterance. The woodsman shuts his eyes, and the girl, like her mother, thinks it's because he's tired and his belly is empty. The mother begins to prepare the creature for stewing. Anna wipes her father's face, wetting the edge of her skirt with his water jug and rinsing it afterward, singing, "Finally, we have some food on the fire." The girl sings, and as if it's part of her song, she laughs. And each time she laughs, the woodsman's blood grows colder. The threesome sits at the table. When the hunter is served his stew, he doesn't take a single bite. He can't eat the creature whose eyes he looked into, who foretold a future of grief. He recalls the animal's words, "You'll all die of hunger." Anna laughs. The man cries. The woman and the girl eat. They're so happy to have food that they don't even realize the woodsman is crying. He thinks, "My wife is going to eat me because grief will kill me before hunger does." Before they finish their servings, he wipes his eyes, closes them, and doesn't open them again until the table has been cleared. When Anna falls asleep, the woodsman tells his wife everything about his two encounters. She makes up her mind. "We must not eat any more of this meat you've brought home. Not you, not I, not Anna. We have no way of knowing it's not the meat of evil. And you should take the girl to the woman of light. I have no doubt she's the virgin. She's the only one who has an internal light, and that Our Lady will look after her. And once this horrible winter has ended, we'll see her again. She'll bring her back to us happy and healthy." The woman can't possibly be divine. If you could only see the light when she speaks, you feel... The woodsman can't express how this woman's words shine like jewels that have been extracted from a mine with the sweat and toil of mankind, because he's never laid eyes on such jewels. He doesn't even know what a mine is or where to find one. If he had, he'd never forget the jewel's glitter. He's a woodsman. If he knew where to find a mine or knew that precious stones could be polished, he would have gone and asked for a job. Digging and polishing would be preferable to dying of hunger, and blackening his lungs would be better than being stewed without salt by his own wife. "Give her our girl. She's the virgin. She knows all. Give her our daughter, but don't tell her her name. If she's not the virgin, she won't be able to call her Anna, and our daughter will come back and find us, because no one can live without hearing their own name." But it's impossible for the woodsman to explain what he wants to say. "All right," she says, seeing him babble like a poor fool. "Take Anna before we get hungry again, because I won't give her any more of that meat you brought us. I'll throw it away in the hollow where the wolves can eat it." Before dawn, the woodsman leaves the cottage, Anna asleep in his arms. He heads in the same direction as the previous day, but before his feet become stiff with cold, the bright light appears, the Illuminata behind it. The radiance awakens the girl, and she laughs, as she always does, at the sight of the Illuminata and reaches out to her. The Illuminata embraces her, and they disappear. The light fades. The grayness of the day falls on the woodsman, a heavy burden. He walks home. He's so overcome he doesn't hear the wolves howling, the ones who ate the stew his wife threw away in the hollow during the night. They don't howl like normal wolves. They seem to speak, and the sound of what they say is terrifying. Thank you. Hi, Carmen.
Hi, Samantha. I'm so excited about the idea of making you an interview. We have had the chance of working together for many years. It's been for me a privilege, a joy. You have been very patient. You are incredibly talented. And always the translator is like a behind the scenes. Luckily, the translators have fought for their name in the cover of the books, have fought for their space in the text. But I read many classics as a kid in Porrúa, a beautiful publishing house, and they never had the name of the translator. So I can tell you all the Dostoevskys, the Pushkins, the Tolstoys. I read without knowing who had written them in the language I was reading them. French, Chateaubriand, many things I read, Victor Hugo, as a kid, as a teenager, as a young reader. And that is something that is not correct, because we know very well that the translator is also the writer. So that's all I have to say. I have some questions for you. We are going to talk today about the adventure of translating El Libro de Ana, the book of Ana. I want to ask you, I know it is a very peculiar book. I know that the tone in a writer is something difficult to get. I know how much I struggled getting the tone of the book. And I also know that one tone was not going to be enough because it changes inside the book. So the first question would be, how did you dare and how did you choose the tone to start working with this text?
I think it was different from Texas, because Texas is one big panoramic story that you start and it starts galloping like a horse and it goes all the way through to the end. And the Book of Ana is very different because it's like the Russian dolls, the Matryoshka doll. You have the story that Ana wrote for her son inside the story of the Russian Revolution. So the first step for me was to read the whole book and digest it and think about the different voices and the different registers of the different parts of the book. And I think the second part was to go back to the edition of Anna Karenina that I read when I was pregnant with my first son. So that's 20 years ago. And it was from the translation of Louise and Elmer Maud. And I think because it was the translation of that era, that the one that was made into English that's closest to the time when the Book of Ana happens, it helped me get into the diction of the time.
The diction of the time. And after getting that first tone, did you need to again go back to the first, let's say you had already translated 6 pages, then you went back to reread them, because I guess that's the way we writers work, revising, looking at what we've done and continuing. And did you doubt it? Your tone was, or did you know that the first you had chosen was the one you had? Or did you have to try, after having taken a decision and getting in the mood, reading, that I think is a beautiful way of doing it, and in this case, not reading one author, but also reading the translation of the author that had given the sparkle for the writer to write the book.
Yes.
So How was that? You chose it, you got in the mood, you wrote, we know that's very different, and then you had to rechange the tone, or?
I think the beginning pages are always the hardest because you have to search for the mode of the storytelling. I think in this case, I did a lot of early preparation to lay the groundwork, so I didn't struggle so much, because I remember really struggling with the epigraphs, for example, and there's one from Tolstoy as well, and that really got me thinking about the tone of the book also. So, you know, you can tell a lot from an epigraph and from what an author chooses. I think most of the translation, the bulk of the manuscript, I translated in the first draft during 1 week when I was in a residency for translators. And you know, we had no responsibilities. We just stayed in this beautiful house, which used to belong to Ted Hughes. And then at dinner time, we would have our chores. So either cooking or cleaning or whatever. And that gave me a luxury of having the uninterrupted thought and the process of getting all of that done in one big chunk. And I think that made a really big difference too, because when you stop and start as a writer, it's quite time consuming. The hard part is starting again. And I remember once reading that Hemingway said, I always stop before I have nothing left to write, because I know that I'll be able to start again in the morning with where I was about to finish. And I think that it's different for a translator because you have the map. You know, for me, this was my map, and I followed it. I don't have to imagine what's going to happen next as a translator, but the luxury of having that time, the week of uninterrupted peace and quiet, was very helpful, I think, in making the voice and the tone consistent where it needed to be. And then because I had so much silence around me, to pay attention to the difference in register between the story of the revolution and the story that Anna wrote for Sergei.
You know, me as a writer, you are telling this story, and I think, or I ask myself, I'm not going to go into my next note I had here, but I ask myself, is it that a translator writes inhabiting somebody else's house always? Could it be that it was for you so perfect to work there on a translation, not only because you had done the preliminary work before, because you had asked, because you had reread the Anna Karenina from Tolstoy, because you knew the author, because you heard me talk, because you also knew I had struggled with the book, you knew the background of the book by then. Mm-hmm. Not only because of all that, but also because you were in a space that is not your space.
Right.
In a house that, by the way, belonged to a writer, but that is not your house. For me as a writer, it's incredibly difficult to really get it all if I'm not in my own territory. Mm-hmm. I can continue writing, and then I write in a plane, in a hotel room, in wherever I fall. But when I already don't know where am I, when I am totally deep inside in my ghosts or world or whatever it is. But this description you said, could it be that a translator who is a writer too is the brand of writer that needs to write to inhabit the house that belongs to somebody else? You understand the question, or my English is too?
No, I think it's maybe like a hermit crab. You know how when they outgrow their shell, they move to another shell.
I love the idea of the hermit crab, because we have to know that the crab that's inside is so different from the snail that he inhabits. And that would explain how so many writers feel betrayed by a very good translator.
Yeah.
But we also know that the crab you are talking about, the hermit crab, has to have a very peculiar wisdom, because if not, he would not survive. He has to know which space he is inhabiting.
I think the hermit crab has to know how to choose the right size shell, you know, has to be the right size house. And that's definitely true for me as a translator. I can't just translate anyone or anything. Some work that I've done has been much more difficult than other work. And I think when that happens, there's a mismatch between me as a translator and the text I'm translating. And it's not to say that I think shouldn't be done. I think it's always good to stretch yourself and push yourself in a different direction. But given a choice, I would much rather translate for my next project, The Book of Eve, your new novel, than something by a male author that I was working with another time that it was more of a struggle.
We are listening to the streets of Mexico City that refuse to be quarantined. So, no, but that is not a vendor. I can't believe it. This is a state announcement. I know it's both. It's a vendor that's using, we are in a sanitary alert emergency, but he's selling mangoes at Ataulfo. So it's unbelievable. I am astonished. The kind of private concerts I have had, the amount of musicians that come and play in my corner, the kind of visitors that have come to sell me, because people have to survive. I understand that on one side, and there hasn't been the step forward to help them stay at home. Sorry, I left the crab, but we are going to return to it right now. But I did not want to interrupt the conversation, and it was the moment to smuggle in the city. So I think that the last thing you said, Samantha, is for me extremely interesting, because as you know, as I am a strange writer that writes absolutely always in any mood I am, like a possessed, not always by me, even I know that you working with me, sometimes you have gone like zuck, like the last thing we did together, this dialogue between Siri, Hofstede, and Bullosa. For me was to see you writing. You were by far better than me. I mean, it was incredible, and the way it reads in English, it's so powerful and so perfect. And you did it like in a blow, meaning like you did it so quick and as if we were talking. But some other times you struggle. You did with Texas, for example, at the beginning.
Yeah.
With the novela perfecta, the perfect novel. Oh my God. And it is like, it's not my voice. And it is like it was not your voice. And it is like it is wonderful in English, because also it's so incredible. No, that means it's just a little commentary. How in reality, yes, a translator is a writer.
I definitely agree with that statement, but I think, the fundamental difference is, I think a writer who's writing their own craft has to be much more disciplined than a translator, in a sense, because you have to sit down and create out of nothing, like God, nothing, whatever it is that you're going to write, it hasn't existed before and will never exist again in the same way. So, as a thinker, I have written a variety of things over the years, but the second part for a writer is you actually have to put yourself out there. You have to put your work out there. And again, that's another huge effort that I think some wonderful writers never make. I think of The Confederacy of Dunces, which was published posthumously because the author just wrote it on legal pad, you know, and then
by his mother. That's for me always so disturbing.
Yeah, I know.
There are 2 cases that I know, him and that mother in the novel, at least that relationship with motherhood and the mother making the book come out, and Delmira Agustini, the Uruguayan poet, who wrote this incredible, subversive, super erotic, more than erotic, hyper erotic poems that talks of things that are completely, my grandmothers would have thought abominably indecent. They are the same generation almost, by the way, that's why I make the comparison. And her father was the one who used to transcribe her poems and put them abroad. And when she died, killed by her husband the day of her divorce, he signed the divorce, that they had a private meeting in her room. Finally, she had a room of her own. And I think she traded the signature for that last meeting, is my theory. The father is the one that fought for the image of something that my grandmothers would have hidden in their closets from their parents, evidently, but even from their friends and the father, maybe the mother could find, no. And it is, sorry, this is again another deviation. I'm getting out of our theme. And I'm going to contradict you with one thing. I do think that the writer writes something, but I don't, even though said from somebody like me that I'm a weird author, I'm not like writing the opportunistic thing that's floating, no, but I never feel that that book in reality was not there before. It's something so strange. I always feel that when a book really works or a poem really works, it has to do with a very deep connection with what's going on outside.
Yeah.
I really get the vibe of the deep soul of the rest of the people and the other writers. Always this deep, this incredible, it's like we writers are not like the bushes or the tips of the bushes that grew, but we are part of the root, this rhizoma that grows aside. So you work with the other writers, and yes, with the oxygen that's floating there, because if not, the root wouldn't expand. But you always get this connection. And there again, to defend my point, I think translators are only another kind of writers.
I like the way you said that. I won't disagree with you. It's just perhaps a different way of writing. Maybe some writers would find it harder work, and I think some writers find it easier to take the approach of translation. I think of Ha Jin, who gave some lectures at Rice University a couple of years ago. I went and I asked him afterwards, why don't you translate your own work? Because he originally wrote in Chinese, but then I think he said he translated one and he hated translating it so much. He said, I'll never translate my own work into English again. And that's why he started writing in English instead, because I think, you know, as a writer, he said, I just can't keep going over the same territory. As a writer, I moved on.
I understand. Yeah. I would vomit. It's so difficult. I had to do it once giving a course. I love to teach, and I always choose my favorite authors to talk about them and reread them and find new things. And they invited me, Clermont-Ferrand, the Blaise Pascal University, to give a course, and they told me, we want a course about your work. a book of yours, and I chose El Complot de los Románticos, that you also know, because you've translated parts of it. And I chose it because there are so many authors present inside as characters that I was going to go into their worlds. And when they saw my syllabus, the Comité Scientifique, the person in charge of it, told me, no, we want you to read your book. And it was too late, I couldn't cancel. So I had to go through the whole semester with my students, reading again a book I had written years ago. And it was for me very depressing, not because I didn't like the book, but because I couldn't care less. I was in another world. I wanted to be writing other book, and it was like translating for the students, working with them, perfect Spanish they spoke, but working with them phrase after phrase, the French way. And oh my God, cheese and wine saved me. It wasn't so easy to be there alone without my house, my onions, my kitchen, my husband, and teaching myself. So that's the thing. I understand that very well. So let's go back to you, and I think we don't have much time left.
Yeah, I think maybe 5 more minutes.
My question would be, what is for you your biggest satisfaction? When you finally see your book, when you know it, you did it all, what is your, if you have a satisfaction or anxiety, or what is your reaction with it? With our baby, Samantha.
It is like a baby. It's absolutely like a child. Because the gestation period was almost 9 months, I think, from the time I started until I finally finished. And I think for me, it's seeing how different readers approach the text and are inspired by the text. Just reading in the last few days, some of the reviews, you know, it's fascinating to see which parts resonate with different readers. And I think one of the reviews said, I can't remember which one, it said heady as fuck, which, you know, is a really nice compliment, because in parts of the text it's quite erotic and overwhelming, and I think heady is a great word to describe some of the prose. And that's the fun part for me, to see how different readers experience it. What about you?
When I finish a book in my own language, I avoid the depression, because I've known that depression, and I'm always working in another book.
Yeah.
I immediately go, like, I send them to an orphanage. I'm the worst carer of my own children. I really, and then comes the process of editing and the rest, and I'm so disgusted because I don't want to let it finally not be mine.
Yeah.
And it gives me a sense of loss that not even a very beautiful object gives me the consolation. But when it's the translation, I do feel a lot of joy. In this case, particularly because Samantha is our baby. We have worked so much time together. The book is beautifully edited.
Yes.
I feel excitement about it, and we have been very lucky. Bookslot was the one who did that.
That's right.
We have been till now very lucky. Even the ones that we had one review that really said, "Oh, the book didn't get what it was."
Right.
But even I felt that I liked it because it's such a strange book.
Yeah.
That the miracle is that people like it.
Yeah.
There we have another vendor of the city. Maybe Mexico City is going to end our conversation. Samantha, thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you, to the fact of working with you, an intelligent, careful, respectful person that knows how to ask questions, that looks very shy, but you dare ask all kinds of questions, that has been able to trap me when I have no longer interest in my ex-baby. I'm already in another planet. It's been for me a very satisfactory. I love your translation of the Book of Anna and the other books, but in this case, we are talking of her baby. I love the work that Coffee House has done with us. I'm grateful to them too.
Yes.
And I am so happy we are at SANT JORDI now in New York City. That is also my city, and is now in this moment of so much pain.
Yeah, I agree. It's nice to be able to do something for New York.
Something alive for a city that has given us so much life and so much.
Exactly.
Me, even a husband. All from New York, a beautiful husband. Okay. Thank you, Sam.
Carmen, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Same for you. Bye-bye. Here a little reading from the Book of Anna, written by me, Carmen Boullosa, but also written by Samantha Schneider, translator, and published by Coffee House Press in the English version. In her version, Samantha's version. I'm going to read a sip from part 27, back in the Karenin Palace kitchen. What I heard was bullets, Mayam. Before the swords, there were bullets. We were 200 feet from the Narva Triumphal Arch. We could see the river. The soldiers fired 3 times into the air. The 4th shot was the signal to change. They kept firing until they were out of ammunition. Then the Cossacks came at us. An older man, who's sweating excessively, is speaking. His hands are covered in blood, and he has a cut on his cheek that's barely bleeding, and he fits in shock too. Whether it was bullets or steel, there's a body in front of them wrapped in a cloak lying in the kitchen table. Blood begins to trickle along the surface, slow and thick. The cloak is the body's shroud. The dark, slow, lazy blood is its voice. Young Valeria has already gone to tell lovely Anya, who comes right away without stockings. She's still in the process of getting dressed. Her bare feet inside boots that don't match the floor-length skirt she had to hold up with her hands because they can't find the belt. What's happened? What's going on here? The Tsar men shot at us. Where? Anya asks. We were marching up to the Narva Arch. It was swords, not bullets. It was bullets. They came at us with bullets and swords. Hundreds of people are dead. Volodin fell. I saw him dead. He's dead. Yes, hundreds died, and even more are wounded. And Alexandra? Anya asks. None of the unexpected guests remembers what the workers were chanting. 8 hours, Father. That's what they call the Tsar. 8 hours. We want an 8-hour workday. Answer me, says Anna. Where is Alexandra? Loyal Capitonic, the hall porter, rushes in after Mademoiselle Anya. He hates the kitchen. It's full of things that turn his stomach, especially animal parts, but beads too. He hears her running down the stairs, the heels on the boots she's wearing, the scandalos, and after looking in the drawing room and the dining room, He's come to look for her here. Anya notices the body wrapped on the table. Carefully but decisively, she lifts the cloak that covers the bloody form. Lying there on the kitchen table, they recognize her. My Alexandra! Alexandra! Alexandra! It is impossible for Alexandra to hear Anya because she is frozen in time. Her attention focused on one never-ending moment. The grey faces of the poorly dressed, underfed workers look dead, apart from their eyes which burn with anger in this ill-fated uprising. Suddenly, the battalion of Cossacks charges at us, their swords drawn. I saw them brandishing their swords. One blade slit Volodin's throat.
Hello everyone, my name is Junitaki Takemori. I'm a translator from Japanese, and I'm here today with the wonderful Sayaka Murata, the author of Convenience Store Woman. Here in Japan, we've been following news from around the world with horror, from Italy and Spain, UK, USA, and now Japan too is in a state of emergency. In these sad and uncertain times, we are really honored to join you for this online edition of the SANT JORDI in New York. I'm pleased to offer you a literary gift of our own. This is the first time we've actually tried doing a recording like this, so please bear with us. We're going to do a reading for you, but first I would just like to say that on a personal level, SANT JORDI has a special significance for me because I used to live in Barcelona for a long time. I really always look forward to the lively atmosphere of this really important Catalan festival with the Passeig de Gràcia lined with bookstores. It was so much fun. And I think it's fantastic that thanks to the efforts of Marianne Newman, that this festival is now being enjoyed as far away as New York. Sayaka-san, you've been to Barcelona too, haven't you?
はい。去年の2月、私はバルセロナを訪れて、大切な人に本を送るという素敵なイベントがあると教えてもらいました。私の小説は少し奇妙なところがあるので、プレゼントされた人は変な気持ちになるのではないかと言って、みんなが笑いました。
Yes, I visited Barcelona in February last year and was told about this wonderful event where people give books to loved ones. I commented that my novel is a bit weird and people might feel strange about being given this, and they laughed.
そして2018年の11月に私はニューヨークを初めて訪れました。
And in November 2018, I visited New York for the first time.
いろいろな人が自分が特別に愛する本屋さんを教えてくれました。夢中になって歩いて回ったのを覚えています。私が日本の小さなコンビニで働きながら書いた小説が英語になってもう一度生まれてそこに並んでいるのを見てとても驚いて幸福だったのを覚えています。
Various people showed me around their favorite bookstores. I remember walking around in the days. I was so happy and surprised to see a novel I wrote while working in a small convenience store in Japan, born again in English and on the shelves there.
それから世界がこんなに変わってしまうことを全く想像していませんでした。信じられないようなニュースが毎日流れ、とても恥ずかしいですが、私は数時間、ベッドの中からほとんど起き上がることができなくなりました。ニュースはとても断片的で、自分が訪れた場所で今どんな表情や感情が行き交っているのか、私は想像することしかできません。
I never imagined at that time that the world would change so much. I'm embarrassed to say that with the unbelievable news breaking daily, I could barely get out of bed for several days. The news is so fragmentary that I can only imagine how people in this place I visited are feeling or the expressions on their faces.
大切な人と会って ハグをして顔を見合わせて笑い合って自分の愛情を示す、そういうことがなくなっていく世界を、私はどんな恐ろしい小説を書いている時も想像したことがありませんでした。
Meeting people you're fond of, giving them a hug, looking at each other and smiling, showing your affection. Some of my stories can be really scary, but I never imagined a world in which these things were disappearing.
そんな時にこのオンラインのフェスティバルに声をかけていただきました。自分の書いた奇妙な物語を私は私の声で手渡すことができることを知りました。そのことは私にとって本当に救いになりました。
And then I was invited to participate in this online festival. I would be able to deliver this strange story I wrote in my own voice. This has been a lifesaver for me.
大切な人を守るために家の中で過ごしている皆さんが、もしこの形がない本を受け取ってくださったら、私はとても嬉しいです。
If everyone spending all their days at home to protect their loved ones can accept this story in lieu of a book, I shall be very happy. So we're going to read a rather strange and beautiful story called Culture Shock for you. Sayaka wrote this story specially for Studio Creole, a live performance that premiered at Manchester International Festival in 2019 and explored the process of sharing stories from different languages and cultures around the world. The story is unpublished, so we are especially happy to share it with you today. Sayaka-san, お願いします。
カルチャーショック。僕とパパが均一を出てカルチャーショックに着いたのは昨日の夜遅くだった。朝早く、まだ外が暗いうちに、僕はぐっすり寝ているパパの横でそっとベッドから抜け出し、フロントの前をすり抜けてホテルの外へと飛び出した。空の端っこが少しだけ明るくなりかけていて、カルチャーショックに立ち並ぶたくさんの建物の縁がかすかに光っていた。カルチャーショックは均一に比べてずいぶん寒かった。白いシャツしか持っていない僕は震えながら走った。通りの向こうには砂を固めでできた大きなお城が見えた。路地の奥には氷でできた透明な家。その向こうには何万匹ものアリを固めて作ったビル。僕は見たこともない建物の間をひたすら駆け抜けた。どこへ行くあてもなかった。張り切ったパパが押し付けがましく僕を感動させようとくたくたになるまで連れ回そうとしない場所ならどこでもよかった。僕はパパの旅行好きにはうんざりしていた。
Culture shock. Dad and I had left homogeneity and arrived in culture shock last night. Early this morning, while it was still dark outside, I slipped quietly out of the hotel bed where Dad lay fast asleep, snuck past the hotel reception, and dashed outside. A glimmer of light had appeared in one end of the sky, and the edges of the disorderly buildings were beginning to glow faintly. Culture shock was considerably colder than homogeneity. All I had on was a white shirt, and I shivered as I ran. Across the street was a castle made from pat sand, and at the end of an alley a transparent ice house. Beyond that was a structure formed from tens of thousands of solidified ants. On and on I ran past all manner of buildings I had never seen before. I had no destination in mind. Anywhere would do as long as it was a place where Dad wasn't dragging me around, forcing me with excessive enthusiasm to be impressed by everything until I collapsed from exhaustion. I was sick of Dad's travel addiction.
どこまで行っても同じビル、同じ光景、同じ食べ物、均一にはもううんざりなんだ。パパは仕事のストレスがたまるとこう叫んで僕を連れてこのカルチャーショックタウンを旅行する。 旅行は僕にとってはいきなりカラフルなクローゼットに閉じ込められるのとよく似ている。見たこともない世界に無理やりびっくりさせられて、暴れても騒いでもパパが満足するまで出してもらえないんだ。この世界には均一とカルチャーショックの2つしか街がない。僕の住む均一はこの街とは全然違う。同じ高さの同じ形の同じ真っ白な色をしたビルがまるで絵本で見た水平線みたいに遠くまでずっと続いている。歯が並んでいるような真っ白なビルの海。僕はその光景をとっても綺麗だって思う。均一はとても広くて、僕が住んでいるところからカルチャーショックまで飛行機で15時間もかかる。カルチャーショックがどれくらいの大きさなのか知らないけれど、均一に比べるとすごく小さいのだと思う。
I'm done with homogeneity, he would shout whenever he got too stressed out at work. However far you go, the buildings are all the same. It's always the same scenery and the same food. Then he would bring me on a trip here to Culture Shock. For me, going on these trips was like being suddenly locked away in a colourful wardrobe where I had no choice but to be continually amazed by a world I'd never seen before. However furiously I raged, Dad wouldn't let me out until he had had enough. There are only two cities in this world, homogeneity and Culture Shock, and they are utterly different. In homogeneity, where I live, pure white buildings all of the same shape and size stretch out into the distance as far as the eye can see, like the horizon in the picture book I'd seen. A sea of pure white buildings like rows of teeth, I think it's really beautiful. Homogeneity is huge, and it's at least a 15-hour flight from where I live to Culture Shock. I don't know how big Culture Shock is, but I think it's way smaller than homogeneity.
僕はこのカルチャーショックタウンは気持ち悪い。いつもみたいに真っ白なビルが永遠に並んでいる光景の方がいい。いろんな形の建物、いろんな匂いがする食べ物。それは確かに異様で僕にショックを与えるけれど、僕は別にそんなこと望んでいない。ショックを喜ぶ人は中毒みたいにもっと強いカルチャーショックをくれって騒ぐんだ。パパみたいに。海の匂いがした。均一にはどこまで行っても海がないから、僕は大きな水が少し怖かったけれど、なんとなくそちらへ向かって走った。パパは金槌だからきっと追いかけてこられないと思ったから。
Culture shock gives me the creeps. Homogeneity's unchanging view of endless white buildings is much better. I do get a weird kind of shock from encountering buildings of all kinds and shapes, and foods with all kinds of smells, but it's not something I particularly want to experience. People who enjoy this shock are the addicts like Dad, always clamouring for more. I could smell the sea. In homogeneity, you never came to the sea, however far you travelled, so I was a little afraid of this large expanse of water. But I ran towards it anyway. Dad's a hopeless swimmer, so he'd never be able to follow me there, I thought.
海辺に貝殻でできた小さな家があった。家の前に老婆が座っている。真っ白な僕のシャツと違って、貝殻でできたピカピカ光る服を着ている。僕は貝殻を絵本でしか見たことがないから、眩しくて、その服がなんだか怖かった。老婆は真っ青な丸いものをかじっている。僕は均一語で話しかけた。老婆は顔をしかめ、均一語はわからないと言いたげに首を横に振った。僕は舌打ちした。均一タウンの中だったら、何万キロ先へ行ったって均一語が通じるのに。ここに住む。君は、ここに、そう、 なの？僕はアニメで覚えた、もう滅んだ昔の街の言葉で聞いてみた。
On the beach was a small cottage made of shells. An old woman was sitting outside. She was wearing a garment made of shells that sparkled, unlike my white shirt. I had only seen shells in picture books, so I was somehow afraid of that radiant garment. She was chewing on something round and deep blue in color. Ah, I said to her in Homogeneis. The old woman scowled and shook her head as if to say, I don't understand your language. I clucked my tongue in annoyance. You could travel tens of thousands of miles in homogeneity and everyone still spoke Homogeneis. Here live, you, here, right? I tried asking in the old language, now obsolete, that I knew from anime films.
老婆はうなずいた。通じるらしい。お前は均一から来たのか？だよ。そう。あんなに薄気味悪い町に住んで、かわいそうに。僕は驚いて均一語で叫んでしまった。均一が気持ち悪い。なぜ？ここの方がずっと不気味なのに。老婆は歯と口を青く染めて変なものを食べながら、僕にそれをちぎって差し出した。食べてみるかい？僕は首を横に振って後ずさりした。僕、知らない。味、怖い。知らない。僕がいつも食べている均一フードには味も匂いもない。だからなんだか味は気持ちが悪い。そう説明すると、老婆の顔のあちこちにシワが浮かび上がって、見たこともないぐしゃぐしゃな顔になった。文化を知らないんだね。かわいそうなガキだ。老婆はため息をついた。
The old woman nodded. She apparently understood me. Have you come from homogeneity? Yeah, right. Poor you living in such a dreadful place. I screamed in Homogeneis, taken aback. Homogeneity dreadful? What? It was much worse here. The old woman tore off a piece of the strange food that was staining her teeth and mouth blue and held it out to me. Would you like to try some? I shook my head and backed away. I don't know, taste, scary, don't know. The homogeneity food I was used to had neither taste nor smell. The very idea of taste repelled me. When I explained this, the old woman's face crumpled into a mess of wrinkles, the likes of which I'd never seen before. You don't know about culture, do you, you poor wretch? She sighed.
均一に学校はあるのかい？ある、もちろん。僕は得意になって叫んだ。僕たちは来週手術。それをする。僕は均一になる。目の色も、顔も、全部、矯正する。なんだ？何の手術をするんだい？僕たちはみんな同じ顔になる。大人みたいに均一になる。嬉しい、嬉しい。おぞましい。老婆が叫んだ。なんてかわいそうなんだ。もう均一に戻るのなんてやめて、ここに住むんだ。それがいい。老婆はしわしわの手で僕を抱きしめた。ほら、これを食べ。ちゃんと味がするものを食べ。味が僕の口の中に生まれて初めて広がった。それは僕の口の中で爆発するみたいに広がった。僕はびっくりして吐き出した。老婆は僕の背中を撫でた。この町の子におなり、恐ろしい町に帰ることないよ。
Do you have schools in homogeneity? Yes, of course, I shouted triumphantly. Next week, everyone surgery. Me too. I be homogeneous, eye color, face, everything corrected. What's that? What surgery are you having? We, everyone, same face, homogeneous like grown-ups. Happy, happy, happy. That's horrifying, she exclaimed. You poor boy. Stay and live here. You don't need to go back to homogeneity. You'll be better off here. She held me tight with her wrinkled hands. Here, eat this. Try some food that actually tastes of something. For the first time ever, taste materialized in my mouth and spread. It exploded in my mouth. I was so startled I vomited. The old woman rubbed my back. You should become a child of this town. You don't have to go back to that awful place.
カルチャーショックだ。僕は老婆を指さした。それはあなたのカルチャーショックだ。僕たちは交換する。僕たちは吐き気を交換する。あなたは僕に、僕はあなたに文化をプレゼントする。カルチャーショックをプレゼントする。僕は老婆の髪を撫でた。老婆は僕の言葉の意味がわからないのか、怯えた少女のように縮こまっている。僕は老婆にもっとカルチャーショックを与えてあげようと思った。ポケットから均一フードを取り出して、老婆の口の中に押し込んだ。何をするんだい。老婆は甘美な違和感に身を震わせ、僕たちの食べ物を飲み込んだ。均一は僕たち人類の文化。僕たちは交換する。衝撃を、吐き気を、文化を、カルチャーショックを。助けてくれ。老婆が叫んだ瞬間、僕の体の中に歌が発生した。僕の体の中で僕の文化が歌い始めた。そうだ、そうだったんだ。僕は僕の文化のうごめきに従って口から均一な音楽を流した。
Culture shock, I pointed at the old woman. You, culture shock, exchange. You give me, I give you. Gift of culture shock. I stroked the old woman's hair. Maybe she didn't understand me, for she shrank back like a fearful young girl. I decided to gift her even more culture shock. I took some homogeneity food out of my pocket and shoved it into her mouth. What are you doing? The old woman's body shuddered with sweet discomfort as she swallowed our food. Homogeneity, our, human, culture. We exchange shock, vomit, culture shock. Help, the old woman screamed. At that moment, a song erupted within my body. In my body, my culture was beginning to sing. So that was it. Now I understood. As my culture stirred within me, homogeneous music flowed from my mouth.
ああ、ああ。僕はそっと老婆のそばで歌った。均一な音が僕たちを包んだ。老婆は未知の文化に打ちのめされたように呆然としている。僕は歌った。老婆のために。老婆が出会った大切なカルチャーショックのために。あー、あー。遠くからパパの足音が聞こえる。あーと声を上げながら、均一なパパが走ってくる。パパにはすぐにわかるだろう。僕たちの均一という文化がまた一つ進化したということが。パパにはすぐに歌えるだろう。均一が生んだこの歌は彼の体に伝染するだろう。僕の歌に波の音が重なる。二つの文化が混ざり合って空気を振動させている。僕はさらに息を吸い込み、口から新しい音を吐き出した。足元では老婆が聞いたことのない金切り声を上げていた。僕の音と老婆の音が波の中で重なっていた。
Ah, ah, I sang softly at the old woman's side. The sound of homogeneity enveloped us. The old woman was stunned, overpowered by the unfamiliar culture. I sang for the old woman, for the precious culture shock she was experiencing. Ah, ah. I could hear Dad's footsteps in the distance. Calling ah, my homogeneous dad came running up to us. He would understand, I was sure of it. Our homogeneity culture had evolved again. He would be able to sing right away, surely. This song, produced by homogeneity, would infect his body. My song matched the sound of the waves. Two cultures blended and set the air trembling. I took another breath and spewed a new sound out of my mouth. At my feet, the old woman was emitting a shrill voice I'd never heard before. Our sounds, mine and the old woman's, resonated with the waves. So, Sayaka-san, can you tell us a little bit about your inspiration for this story?
この物語は私自身がカルチャーショックを愛していることから生まれました。食べたことのない食べ物や見たこともない楽器の音、日本語と全く違うサウンドの言語、そういうものを感じるのがとても好きです。
This story was born out of my own love of culture shock. I love experiencing food I've never eaten before, the sound of instruments I've never seen, and languages that are completely different from Japanese.
なので、私自身もこのフェスティバルを楽しみにしています。私はいつも日本語のサウンドに囲まれて生きています。そうではない音でいろいろな人の小説を感じることができたら、それは私にとっても喜びです。
So I'm looking forward to this festival too. I'm surrounded by the sounds of Japanese all the time. I'll be so happy if I can experience stories by other people and the sounds of different languages.
私は小説は読まれることで完成すると思っています。
I believe that a story is only complete when it is read.
小説は楽譜で、読者は演奏家だというのは、私が大切な人から教えてもらった言葉です。このフェスティバルを通じて、たくさんの小説が演奏され、その人だけの音楽になって完成するよう願っています。
Someone dear to me once told me that the story is the score and the reader is the performer. During this festival, I hope that many stories will be performed and turned into music unique to everyone as they are completed.
そして、日本から皆様が安全で幸福であるようお祈りしています。お会いして愛情が伝えることのできる穏やかな日が早く来るよう心から願っています。
And from Japan, I'm praying that all of you stay safe and happy. I hope that calmer days when I can meet you and express my affection for you will come soon. So thank you, Sayaka-san, and thank you everybody for joining us. We hope better days will come soon. And as we say in Japan, ganbatte, hang on in there. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome. This is, my name is Allison Markin Powell, and I'm a literary translator based in New York City. I translate from Japanese into English, and I'm here with Kanako Nishi, who is currently living in Vancouver, British Columbia, and we're so excited to participate in the SANT JORDI New York City Festival. And first, we're going to do a reading of a short story. It's called Kigurumi. That's the original title in Japanese, and the translation is character costumes. So we're going to read the story and alternate reading. Kanako is going to read a bit in Japanese, and then I will read some in English, and we'll go back and forth. And after that, we'll have a brief conversation, and we'll have Marie Ida, an interpreter, who will join us for that portion of the event. So without further ado, we present Kigurumi.
着ぐるみがずっと怖かったんです。初めて本物の着ぐるみに出会ったのは5歳の時です。それまではテレビなどでその姿を見るだけでした。上の兄2人と一緒に母親に遊園地に連れて行ってもらったんです。地方の小さな遊園地でしたが、一応公式キャラクターみたいなのがいて、牛の姿をしていました。モンタンという名前でした。
Character costumes have always scared me. The first time I encountered one in person, I was 5 years old. Until then, I'd only ever seen them on television. My mother had brought my 2 older brothers and me to an amusement park. It was just a small local amusement park, though, and their official character was dressed as a cow. The character's name was Montan. Montan waved at my brothers and me, tilting his head and wriggling his body. My oldest brother, who was 8, and my middle brother, who was 7, seemed thrilled. They let Montan pat them and put his arms around them. I had been watching this from a distance. My mother nudged me in the back. See? You two, go on now. When I think about it, my sense of foreboding can be traced back to that moment. It's obvious from the fact that, as the youngest brother, I should have been the one most delighted, but instead there I was, watching from a distance. Clearly, I was frightened by Montan. Montan was just too amped up. No matter how cheerful your personality or how fearless you might be, would you really wave your hands and wriggle your body like that? Or put your arms around someone you've only just met? I'd never seen a grown-up behave that way, or a child for that matter. Maybe Montan abided by Montan-specific rules. But if that were the case, then to someone like me, who was unaware of any such rules, Montan seemed all the more menacing. Tentatively, I drew closer to Montan, the same as with my brothers. Tentatively, I drew closer, and Montan, the same as with my brothers, waved his hands and wriggled his body and tried to put his arms around me. I let out a cry and backed away. That's when I saw them. The backs of Montan's hands were a cow pattern, that is to say, black and white patches. But there were a few tears in the fabric. This being a local amusement park, they must not have had much money, and underneath showed through. There, unmistakably, I saw the hands of a grown man, an elderly one at that, and evidently those of someone who had known hard labor. Veins stood out on those hands, dark splotches clearly visible. I don't quite remember how I felt at the time, most likely shock, and on some level, validation. But the one thing I'm certain of is that this was the moment when my dislike of character costumes, no, my phobia of character costumes, took hold. After that, I even became frightened when I saw them on television. And if I happened to come across one on the street, say in a shopping district, I would run away in fear. The characters were all unvaryingly amped up, excessively so. It seemed as if, in their excitement, they might suddenly chomp down on a child's head or recklessly shove one of us through a store window. And even after doing that, they would no doubt still be romping around. I was a gloomy boy. I grew up to be a gloomy man. I simply did not possess any such frivolity, none of their audacity. I was afraid of people, and I was afraid of the world. At some point, when was it? I started to wonder what it would be like to be inside a character costume. For all of my terror, something about them also fascinated me. If I were to be inside one, perhaps even a gloomy fellow like me would be capable of frivolity. I might be able to feel relaxed and friendly with people I've just met. It could make me audacious. Or so I thought. Sure enough, that's what happened.
着ぐるみの中に入った時のあの気持ちを僕は忘れることができません。視界が狭くなって息がちょっと苦しくなったなと思った次の瞬間、僕は変身していました。僕は僕であって僕ではなくなったんです。言うなれば、かっこつきの僕になったんです。
When I got inside a character costume, I was able to forget about all of those feelings. My vision narrowed, and just when I started to feel suffocated, the next moment I was transformed. I was still me, and yet I was no longer the same person. I became me, so to speak, now with quotation marks. I had bought a mail-order cow character costume. Anything else wouldn't do, I figured. It had black and white patches, but was a bit slimmer than Montan and looked more bovine-like. People on the street, they all looked at me. I could do anything at all, like jumping up and down, waving my hands around, high-fiving with people I'd just met. At the behest of no one, I went out every day to interact with anyone and everyone. Those were happy days. But then I went and did it. On that day, I was in a park that had a fountain. There were benches around the fountain where couples and elderly people were sitting, and families had spread out picnic sheets on the grass and were relaxing. Everyone was paying attention to me. I was enjoying myself, just as had been the case up until then. Except that day, something different happened. A little boy yelled out, "He stinks." He was a fearless boy, about 10 years old. And in fact, I, who was unschooled in the way of laundering, did stink a little bit. I mimicked the gesture that Montan had made, as if to say, "Oh dear." I brought my hands to my mouth. I tilted my head. That gesture. But at that moment, I recalled how the old man's hands had been visible through the rips in the character costume, and how the backs of those hands had seemed to epitomize the man's miserable life. Fear coursed through my body, which spurred me into a run. And without hesitation, I jumped straight into the fountain. Had I been my normal self, that is, had I been me, I never would have done something like that. But the me wearing a character costume was always more audacious than I ever was. In the end, I was arrested by the police. I was treated like a pervert, and the character costume was confiscated too. Having lost those quotation marks, I withdrew from the world for a while. I was too afraid to go outside. Many times, I came close to ordering another character costume over the internet, but each time I stopped myself. I had lost faith in the version of myself inside the quotation marks, and in that frivolity and audacity too. One way of seeing it was that my fear toward character costumes had been proven right. Rather than looking at character costumes online, I searched instead for all of the everyday items I could acquire, regardless of any intention of actually buying these things. This behavior allowed me to fool myself about my hunger for a character costume. Those were indescribably painful days. It was during that time that I found a book. Written in big letters on a white cover were the words, "Let go of yourself." I felt a faint quiver in my chest. Wasn't this what I wanted?
ずっと陰鬱で弱虫な自分が嫌いでした。僕は僕自身でいるだけで世界が怖かったし、世界と対峙できませんでした。僕の邪魔をしているのは僕に他ならないのではないか。
Through all my gloom, I had hated my cowardly self. Just being myself, I was terrified of the world. I couldn't face it. But it seemed that maybe the thing that stood in my way was none other than me. The book was about meditation. It said that our bodies were a kind of container for ourselves, not unlike the quotation marks of my character costume. But letting go of the core of ourselves, our ego, we entrust these containers in their pure form to the world. And the book went on about how much peace can be brought about by doing so, with the end result being the ability to love yourself. I decided to take action. I entered a Zen Buddhist monastery deep in the mountains and began practicing Zazen. The ultimate objective of meditation is spiritual awakening, that is to say, achieving enlightenment. I devoted myself to ascetic training. Generally speaking, my practice went well. When I managed to meditate very deeply, the core of myself seemed to dissolve. and I had the illusion that I was merging with the natural world that surrounded me. I became merely a container, like those simple quotation marks from my past. That pleasure was distinct from anything I had ever experienced. I no longer had any need for character costumes. So long as there was a time for meditation, even the world that had so frightened me was now nothing more than a friendly place with which to merge my being. My body simply existed within that world. But then my state of mind was destroyed when the new high priest arrived at the temple. According to this priest, my method was utterly wrong. Experiencing pleasure was unheard of, he said, not to mention that sitting zazen with an objective in mind was itself heresy in the first place. He showed me some drawings, the 10 bulls they were called. He scolded me for not knowing about these drawings. For someone to have gone about entering a monastery and yet be unfamiliar with the 10 bulls was an affront to faith, he said. The 10 bulls is a series of drawings that depict a way of achieving enlightenment. There is also an accompanying story of a human being and a bull. In the first image, the bull is dark in color. That is said to represent the mind of the human, and the story begins with the person searching for the bull. In the second image, the person discovers hoof prints. In the third, a part of the bull is perceived. In the fourth, the person catches the bull, and in the fifth, the bull is tamed. At that point, the bull's color changes from dark to white. This is to suggest that the fierce and unmanageable heart of the practitioner has grown tranquil and pliable. In the sixth image, the person is riding the tamed bull home, and in the seventh, the bull itself is forgotten, transcended. The meaning of this is that the bull dwells within the practitioner. In other words, that which the mind seeks can undoubtedly be found within one's own heart. That is one interpretation of achieving enlightenment. As I received this frank and unsparing rebuke, I couldn't help but think, cattle? Again? And of course, I also couldn't help but despair of myself and of my situation. The eighth image is completely blank. There is no bull. There is no person. This is supposed to depict an enlightened state of mind, in which one has transcended even the self. You even forget yourself? I asked. Honestly, I had never hoped for such a thing. Certainly, I had yearned to let go of myself. However, by letting go of one thing, I had expected to get something else. I had dreamt of going from my gloomy, cowardly self, who was afraid of the world, to becoming someone who could tolerate the world without a character costume and go about my life freely. But to forget even myself? Wouldn't such a transformation negate the possibility of experiencing my longed-for bliss? As the high priest began to explain the ninth image, I stormed out of the temple, leaving him behind. I ran on, even when I thought I could hear the growls of wild animals. I stumbled and fell down, but still kept running. The temple was high in the mountains. There was no sign of nearing the bottom. The sun set as I ran, and it was soon pitch dark all around me. I had nothing to eat. There was no river, and thus no water, and here I was, in deep wilderness, most certainly injured. I felt alone in this world, but I was the only one alive, dragging my body around, with no other living beings anywhere close. My physical pain was the only thing that connected me to this world. Every twinge in my knees, every ache from my wounds confirmed that I was still hanging on to this life.
そしてとうとう大きな木の根につまずき、そのまま地面に叩きつけられました。体のすべてが痛くて、もうどこを怪我しているのかわかりませんでした。やっとの思いで体を仰向けにし、浅い息をしました。秋の初め、夜の山は寒く、じっと動かない僕の体はたちまち冷えてゆきました。死ぬんだと思いました。このままここで死ぬんだ。いつか考えていた死の予感とそれは違いました。安らかな気持ちにもならず、恐怖も訪れない代わりに、その予感はただ静かに、厳然としてそこにありました。僕はその静けさを受け入れました。その時、僕のまぶたに一筋の光が差しました。
At last, I tripped on the roots of a large tree and was flung against the ground. My entire body hurt, though I wasn't sure where I was injured. With much effort, I managed to turn myself face up and take some shallow breaths. It was early autumn, and nights on the mountain were cold. My motionless body immediately caught the chill. I was sure I would die. I would die right here as I lay. This was different from the death I had previously imagined. My presentiment was simply quiet and undeniably present, without any sense of peace, but also took the place of any fear. I accepted that stillness. Just at that moment, a ray of light pierced my eyelids. Thinking it was the rising sun, I opened my eyes. It was so dazzling I couldn't see. I closed my eyes again. Behind my eyelids was pure white, and my frozen body became warm, as if I were immersed in hot water. I could feel my cells tremble and my blood boil. I was keenly aware, just like that, without having done anything, and to an embarrassing extent, that my life had only ever been validated by pain. I got up and started walking again. As I was bathed in light, oddly, I no longer minded the pain in my body. I descended the mountain triumphantly now. Fascinated by the weight of my body, even my limping gait, I felt unmistakably alive. And then, before I knew it, I reached the foot of the mountain. The area where I had been wandering had been surprisingly close to the bottom. There was a pasture. Just as I thought to myself, surely I will see cattle. Instead, I found horses, beautiful gray horses. They were grazing, their tails gracefully swatting away flies as they glanced at me every so often. Not a tear came to my eye. Without waiting to recover from my injuries, I set off on a journey. I brought with me the bare minimum, going wherever my fancy led me. Even now, I'm still traveling the world. I feel a ridiculous love for myself. And yes, I even take those things they call selfies. All the time.
Thank you.
Thank you for writing that story.
Yeah, thank you.
So, if we're lucky, I believe that Marie Ida will be joining us momentarily on the call. And she's here. We're lucky to have with us the world famous interpreter from Tidying Up with Marie Kondo. Marie Ida is here with us, and Marie and I are also co-translating a book called Lady Joker by Kaoru Takamura, which is forthcoming in January 2021 from Soho Crime. Marie is joining us from LA, so this is really, we have 3 different locations, and I guess now is a good time. I really would love to, I want to thank Marianne Newman for putting together the SANT JORDI Festival and being able to take it virtually online, basically on the turn of a dime. She gets so much credit for everything she's doing, and our hearts go out to anyone who is suffering right now, and anyone in New York who is suffering right now. And we're so grateful to everyone on the front line and on the second lines too. So, we are going to have a little conversation here about the story, Character Costumes, that we just read. So I guess my first question for Kanako-san is, what was the inspiration for this story? And you managed to weave together very specific Japanese phenomenon, kigurumi and hikikomori and Buddhism as well, in some unexpected ways. So could you tell us a bit about that?
Yes. もともと私自身がすごくその着ぐるみキャラクターコスチュームの中に入りたいと思っていて、それはなぜかというと、もうすごく象徴的なペルソナですよね。自分たちは日々社会に対してペルソナをかぶってるけど、それの最たるものじゃないかっていうことでずっと興味があったのと、あとは例えば私はその男女問わず恋愛とか尊敬とかあらゆる感情を持った時にその人になりたいって昔から思うことがあって、もうその人の中に入ってその人の網膜から世界を見たい。例えばトニー・モリスンもそうでしたし、あらゆる人に なってみたいって思うんですね。でもその人になったとしたらもうその人なんですよね。でも自分がその人の中に入って世界を見ている限りは自分の自分性から逃れられないんだなと思って、どこに行っても私は私でしかないんだっていうこの感覚を ペルソナごと自分なんだっていうこの感覚を言葉にできたらと思って書き始めました。
So, just like the protagonist of the story, I've always wanted to be inside of a character costume because then I feel like I'd be able to do anything. And the character costume is such a symbolic persona, is how I feel. We all don different personas in our daily lives, but a character costume, I feel, is a symbolic extent of that. And this is a desire that I have, but whenever I find someone to love or respect, regardless of gender, I can't help but feel a desire to climb inside of their body and see the world through their eyes. And I essentially want to become that person, many different people, Toni Morrison for one, for example. But I realized that me inside of that person is still me. I cannot escape myself. So no matter where I go, the fact that I cannot escape my me-ness, that persona is always myself. And this is something that I wanted to express through the story.
It's amazing. Amazing. It's like we say in English, wherever you go, there you are.
Wow.
You can't get away.
Mm-hmm.
So since we're participating in this virtual Sant Jordi Festival, Kanako-san, you've participated in a number of international literary festivals in recent years. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about your experiences with those and whether or not, the real thing going to these far-flung places, whether it lived up to your expectations or what was most surprising about them.
私は去年だけでニューヨークと、チェルトナム、イギリスのチェルトナムとバンコクの文学祭に参加させていただいて、その前はドバイ、シャルジャンも行って、アリソンさんも一緒に行ってきましたよね。で、とにかく私は作家でもあるんですけど、作家のミーハーでもあるので、作家がこの小説を書いた作家がいるって、それを間近に見られるっていうことがすごく感動的でした。特にこのシチュエーションではそうですよね。やっぱりその実態を持ってそこにある人を見るってすごい経験なんですね、まず。で、もう一つは私は例えば世界的に認知された作家ではないけれども、観客の方たちがものすごく熱心に話を聞いてくださって、本当に、知りたいって素直に思ってくださってるのが嬉しかった。その景色を見てる限りは小説や表現っていうのは絶対なくならないなっていうのを確信できる景色でした。
So last year alone, I had the opportunity to participate in literary festivals in New York, Cheltenham in England, and Bangkok, and we also went to Dubai, Alison and I together. And I'm a writer myself, but I also fangirl over other writers as well. So to me, physically witnessing authors of the work that I admire is so significant of an experience. Just to have their physical presence near me is an amazing experience. And I'm always thinking about how impressed I am by the passionate curiosity of the audience for someone like me, and even beyond prominent writers and just contemporaries as myself, who did not necessarily speak the same language, but to see that scene, their audience is enthusiastic response to even myself was such a great, amazing scene to see. And that experience alone made me see that literature and this expression is everlasting.
It definitely is, isn't it? So you recently moved from Tokyo, Japan to Vancouver. What are your thoughts? This happened just a few months ago before all of this started. So what are your thoughts and impressions about living in Canada, North America, and how has being there affected you as a writer or as an artist?
とにかくもう東京が大好きで、友達もたくさんいるし、すごくエキサイティングな街で、でももう本当に私にとってエキサイティングすぎたというか、楽しすぎて、こう小説を書くこと以外にしたいことが多すぎたんですね。で、40歳を過ぎて、バンクーバーって本当に未知の土地だったので、まずその40歳を過ぎて未知の土地に行くっていうこと、その行為そのものがもう単純化されていく童貞というか、例えばその荷物も厳選して詰めないといけないし、 見知らぬ土地だから人もわからない何もわからない状態 とにかくシンプルになったんですね。でそうした時に自分が何を書きたいのかそもそも書きたいという思いが続いているのかっていうのを知りたかった。で結果こっちに来て5ヶ月ぐらい経つんですけどすごく書きたいし書きたいものがもっとクリアになった気がします。でもバンクーバーがもしこれからまたすごく自分にとってエキサイティングになりすぎたらまた違うところに移動しようかなっていうのはちょっと考えてます。
So I'm from Tokyo, and Tokyo is a city I love. I have so many friends there, and it's such an exciting place. Almost a little too exciting for me, perhaps, too much fun. There, I had so many things I wanted to do beyond writing. So in a sense, it was very distracting in a way. And after I turned 30, Vancouver loomed over me as this very mysterious, strange place that I didn't know about. And when this opportunity to move there came upon my life, I really had to consider what I would pack even to go there. It was a place that I had no idea about. I didn't know anyone there. So a lot of what I did and what I was thinking about became simplified and clarified. There in Vancouver, I was able to consider whether I still wanted to write and what exactly was it that I wanted to write about. And it's been about 5 months since I moved here, and I've come to the conclusion that I most definitely want to continue writing. And the type of things that I want to write became all the more clear. But at the same time, this also means that if Vancouver ever becomes too much, too exciting for me, perhaps there's a chance that I would move somewhere else again.
To try on another character costume, perhaps. So going back to where we are today, it's impossible not to talk about the coronavirus and the crisis that it is happening all over the world. And I mean, after we have accounted for and grieved the many forms of loss and begun to recover from all of this, or from any of it, I myself am curious about the kinds of art, the different forms, literature, film, music, that's going to emerge as a result of this global communal experience. And do you have any ideas about the effect it might have either on your own work or on other forms of art?
すごくその表現者が全ての表現者がそうだと思うんですけど、何よりもまずその無力感を感じてると思うんですね。自分たちの表現が例えば人工呼吸器にはなりえないし、自分たちの言葉、私たちで自分たちの言葉がワクチンになるわけでもない。その物理的に誰かを助けるっていうことが一切できないっていうことを改めて突きつけられている毎日だと思うんです。でもそれは私が 3.11 日本で大きな地震があった後にも体験したことで、あの時もすごく無力感を感じて、ただはたと気づいたんですけど、私たちはずっと無力だった。私たちはずっと誰かの命なんか助けてこなかったって、一度も。それはすごく感じて。で、ただ、例えば、その物理的な命の危険にはなくても、もう今日のこの夜、辛すぎて、もう夜を乗り越えられないかもしれないっていう人のそばにいる一冊を書くことができるかもしれない。本当にだからそれは微々たる力だと思うんです。全然大きな力ではないし、何かを劇的に変える力も持っていないけど、私はそのわずかさ、その微々たる小さな力こそが大切だと思っていて、きっと今ってその世界中で誰か一人の人やすごく少数の人が莫大な絶大な力を持つことの怖さっていうものをみんなが感じてると思うんですね。そんな中で表現者は自分たちの小さな力をただ誠実に自分の作品に使うべきやなっていうのを改めて思ってる毎日です。だからすごく書きたいなっていうのは思います。
I believe that every person, any person that chooses to express something with their lives feel this way right now. And what we're feeling is powerlessness. Our work cannot be turned into a ventilator. It cannot be a vaccine. It cannot physically help anyone. And we are confronting this reality, this powerlessness every day. But at the same time, this is something that I also experienced back in the post-3/11 world. It's the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. And I also felt that powerless then. But then I realized something back then, and it was this realization that we've always been this way. We've always been incapable of physically helping anyone or saving any lives. And I know that even if someone out there who is not under physical threat, but they feel so in despair that they feel that they can't even get through this single night, the literature and work of art can be beside them throughout the night, keep them company. And I feel that this is a very negligible, trivial amount of power, but this small trivial power has its importance. Right now, I think we are fully experiencing a time when we're really understanding the danger of one person or one entity building an enormous amount of power. And I do feel that there is, as an author myself, I feel the significance of writers all over the world having a small power and using that to as catalyst of our work.
It's a great place for us to end on. I want to thank both Kanako Nishi and Riida for taking the time to make this recording for the SANT JORDI event. I forgot, of course, to mention that the story we read, Kigurumi, was published in bilingual format in Japan last year. The magazine is called Subsequence. It's a beautiful bespoke magazine. It's a large format and it's hand sewn binding. And the site where it can be purchased is available on the SANT JORDI site. And thank you again to Marie for such graceful and gracious interpreting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure.
Everyone enjoy the festival. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will briefly introduce them and then we'll just get on to the good stuff. So Tahir Hamid Izgil grew up in Kashgar in China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. He is recognized as one of the foremost poets writing in the Uyghur language. Additionally, he has directed numerous documentaries, music videos, advertisement campaigns, and feature films. Fearing persecution from Chinese authorities, he and his family sought asylum in the United States in 2017. His poetry has been translated into English, Japanese, Turkish, Swedish, and other languages, and has appeared in English translation in Asymptote, Crazy Horse, Off the Coast, Words Without Borders, Berkeley Poetry Review, and the Southern Review. He currently works as a producer at Radio Free Asia. Mutalib Anwar is a lecturer at the program in Writing and Rhetoric at Stanford University. He completed his PhD in Language and Rhetoric at the University of Washington. His primary teaching and research interests include rhetoric and composition studies, translation, language education, and discourse analysis. His co-translated Uyghur short fiction has appeared in Paper Republic and Guernica. And Joshua Freeman is a historian, translator, and currently a postdoctoral fellow at Princeton in the Society of Fellows. He received his PhD at Harvard University, where his dissertation focused on Uyghur cultural history in 20th century China. His translations of contemporary Uyghur poetry have appeared in the Southern Review, Crazy Horse, Gulf Coast, Words Without Borders, Asymptote, and elsewhere. So thanks to all three of you for being here in your various places. And it would be wonderful to hear if you could now read us the poem. And I unfortunately, let me see if I can pull it up. Do one of you have it and can share it digitally?
I have it.
Do you think you can share your screen?
Yes.
Great.
Can I start? Yes. Uçuruşuş. Ula bilen uçuraştım. Billa olturup nam bilen gam yedik. Burnumning uçidagi ter tomchilari dunyoni aks ettirdi. Quloqlarimda o'rmonning qorong'uligi gurkiraydi. Kayni chilab yon-yon piyoda mangduq. O'rkashlik chig'ir yo'lda. Ondan ko'z qarchiqimni cho'galatdim. Chimning jeni quridi. Qiliblar nimanchi yengil. Yaproqlar nimanchi ig'ir. Bir kecha hapilashdim. Ikki qo'lim dumdamga yetdi. Qiyofatlarim Buddaning qiyofatlaridan mo'l bo'ldi. Atsi ular sen yashab ketgudaksan deyishdi. 2016-yil sentabr, New York.
Thank you. So maybe let's have Muttalib read first, and I will. Okay, I think it's visible now.
Yes.
Great.
A meeting. I met them. We sat together, eating bread and worry. The sweat beads on my nose reflected the world. The darkness of the forest was roaring in my ears. Together, we walked backwards, side by side, on a wavy path. Then I rolled the blacks of my eyes, smelled the life of lawn. How light the hearts, how heavy the leaves. I struggled for a night. Finally, both of my hands touched my back. My appearance looked even more opulent than the Buddha. Next day, they said, "You'll probably make it."
Thank you. And let me get your version up, Josh.
A meeting. I met with them. We sat together, sharing flatbread and grief. Drops of sweat mirrored the world from the tip of my nose. The forest darkness rustled in my ears. Backward down the heaving path, we walked abreast. I cast my eyes around and smelled the soul of grass. How light our hearts, how heavy the leaves. I worked all night. My two hands reached my back. I took more incarnations than the Buddha. The next day, they declared, "Seems like you'll make it." 19 September 2016, New York.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you, and to Here also for giving us a poem about a meeting and an encounter. So I wanted to start by asking Muttalib and Josh to respond to one another's translations about the process of translating this poem in particular, any difficulties, places that caught you up. I really love both of the translations, and they're so different, and I wonder if maybe you want to speak to some of those differences. If there's anything that the other translator did that you wish you had, or something that you feel is a point of further interpretation that you could sort of unpack for people.
I'm trying to open up the email that has Muttalib's translation in it so I can hold on. Do you want to start, Matilda?
Yeah, Josh, why don't you go ahead?
Well, I'm still opening up the email that has your translation in it. So do you want to start?
Okay. Yeah. I had multiple options in translating the title of the poem. I thought of a meeting, an encounter. I even considered rendezvous. And after considering these two, and even I consulted with a friend about like what connotations that each one would give him, and what would be the like significance of each option for the poem. And rendezvous, I thought it might give a sense of suspense in the beginning, like it would immediately tell the reader's audience that it's something quite special. But then, as we discussed, we thought that it might be even actually better if we start kind of somewhat of an ordinary meeting, and then gradually build the significance of this meeting for the poets in this making that life-changing decision. And so I decided to go with meeting. So that is one thing that I considered out of multiple options. Josh, do you want to talk about the title before we move into the...
I mean, I think you put it really well. There's basically, obviously we translated it pretty similarly. Meeting, a meeting. I mean...
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Yeah. Because I just want to ask, I tried to share just very basically, can you now see both?
Yeah, no, this is perfect.
This is perfect.
No, I don't need my email anymore. So the meeting, a meeting, I don't think I really... I was actually the first line of the poem where I was more kind of going back and forth. And I remember I translated the first line many different ways before settling on that, even more than the title. Because, we should specify the first line of the poem is basically the verb in that is the same as pretty much the same as the title. It's just a different part of speech. In the first line, should it be I met them, or I met with them, or something else? And I ended up going with I met with them because it was, I met them. I thought maybe that could give the impression that it was the first time that I ever met them. Whereas, this word in Uyghur, that, the title and also in the first line, shish basically means I encountered them, but usually it doesn't necessarily mean for the first time. It simply means that, we came across each other. It can even mean in a fairly random way. So met with them to me was a way to indicate that it wasn't the first time necessarily that the poet was meeting them. And that was actually one of the harder lines in the poem for me to translate, because I thought I need to get the tone here exactly right, to sort of, I think Matilda put it really well, that you don't want to prejudge everything that comes after it. If you sort of go too big with the title or the first line, you're sort of setting the reader up, oh, well, this is a really momentous meeting. Whereas, here sort of, even you can get midway through the second line and not really know the gravity of everything going on. And then I think it becomes a lot clearer. So I'm curious, Matilda, did you also find just the question of how to translate, shish and shashkok, did you also find it to be one of the most difficult things in the poem?
Yeah, as I said, I even considered encounter.
Right.
Because from reading the poem, I was under the impression that maybe it was the first time that Tahir met them. And so but then because it was not an accidental encounter meeting, so I ended up not making that choice. So I met them. And the reason I said I chose I met them instead of I met with them was that I think there was I got the sense that maybe Tahir didn't know them, or maybe it was a meeting after such a long period of not meeting with them. So I thought that would be in a totally new context. So
yeah, I mean, there's also a shortcoming with the way that I did it, which is I met with them to me has a slightly more formal ring, which ideally there would be some English equivalent, for the Uyghur verb here, but there really isn't. I mean, there's just, there's nothing that exactly captures it, I think. Just the Uyghur verb here is just broader, I think, than any particular thing in English. So even seeing both of our versions here, I can't really decide which of them feels closer, so.
Maybe this is a moment that we can ask Tahir about the title.
Good idea.
Tahir, I'm sure, maybe Josh, you can translate.
Yeah, sure.
Tahir, I'm sure, sheerga pişirishish degan temani qo'yishdik hamda qaysi jihatlarni o'ylashdingiz andikin bu uchrashishga siz masalan bularni burun tunuydiganlar bilan uchrashganini tasvirlab qilganmidingiz yo tunji qatimmi qaysi ma'noda ifodalagandingiz shu temani?
Biz 2016-yili ayolim bilan ikki Afrikaga tunji qatim keldik.
2016 I came with my wife for the first time to America.
Bizning bir necha do'stlarimiz bizni Uyg'urlarniki yurtida bo'layotgan, Uyg'ur vatanida bo'layotgan ahvollarning nacharlik tufaylidan borgan sari nacharlashgan ahvol hatto Amerikadagi do'stlar bizni yeni qilgan.
Because of the gradually worsening situation in the Uyghur homeland, some of our friends were basically telling us you should maybe stay in America, but we were having trouble deciding on that. We were sort of going back and forth.
Amerikaga bir ko'p aqaylarda keldik. Bu yerga ham shu ko'p kelgandan keyin bu yerda shu do'stlarimiz bilan uchrashdik. Bu do'stlarimizning ichida ba'zilari bilan ko'rishganlar bor, ko'rishmaganlar bor. Bularla uchrashish amaliyotda bizningki bizni shu Amerikaga kelgandagi eng muhim ishimiz shu. Biz mushallar orqali bu ahvollarni bilamiz, tushunamiz. Bu biz uchun aytib muhim bir uchrashish bo'ldi.
So we had various friends in America. Some of them we were able to meet with, some of them we weren't able to meet with. But this is essentially the most important part of our journey to the US that time, because it was through talking to these friends, these Uyghur friends of ours from the Uyghur homeland who were living in America. Through talking to them, we could understand the situation and the various factors to consider in terms of should we stay here or should we come back here, and so on.
Shunga bu uchrashish hamda so'z ma'nosida aytgan chog'da alohida ma'noga ega emas. Bu bir odatdagi uchrashish. Lekin uning ahamiyati nuqtasida aytgan chog'da unda shunday bir ahamiyatli biz uchun, shaxsan men uchun.
So in terms of the word, I don't mean anything special by it. It's a meeting. But in terms of its significance for us, it was momentous.
Josh, I really appreciated your translation of sharing flatbread and grief. You translated, let me pull up the Uyghur version. It was Billa Oltrup non bilan ghamidok. And so my translation is eating bread and worry. You said sharing flatbread and grief. So could you talk about what you noticed about that difference? And
yeah, no, it's a good question. I mean, the thing is that in Uyghur, to eat grief is a pretty normal phrase. And, in particular, it's sort of, if somebody else has grief and you sort of share their sorrows, it's eating grief. That's how it's expressed. So in this sentence, we have the word eat in Uyghur being applied to both non, or which I've translated here as flatbread, and grief. And it really actually reminded me of a poem by Paul Celan. I think, funny enough, the poem is called Corona. And there's a line in it, like poppy in memory. I'm pretty sure it's that poem. It really reminded me of that. And, there's something special going on here linguistically in Uyghur that obviously we can't do in English. We don't say eating grief in English. So for me, I really wanted a word in English, which would mean that, we're collectively, we and our friends are partaking of both of these things. So for me, sharing was kind of the closest I could get to it. it's interesting. Both you and I ended up translating the first bit the same. We sat together, which is another thing where it's not exactly the same in Uyghur and English, right? The implications of Oprush are so much more in Uyghur than they are in English, right? So that, if in, Xinjiang, if you invite a bunch of friends to dinner together, that can be an Oprush, literally a sitting together. So, there's perhaps no way to fully capture that in English, but I imagine you also thought about that. So the extra resonances that all of these words have, and it's really, I think when you kind of see these translations side by side, you think, there really is no way to capture the full thing. You can only sort of get different elements of it, and that's, if I can ask a question back to Karen, I imagine you also feel the same way, that it's a really special experience to see somebody else's translation of a poem that you've also translated. I imagine you've had similar experiences.
Not too many. I mean, I would love to do something like this in the future. And I just wanted to say, about the things that you're saying, well, it's so much more, but of course the English is so much more also, right? I don't think of translation as a reduction so much as a sort of multiplication of possibilities for your readers. And it feels, for someone who's aware of other context, right, that maybe there's a reduction, but in fact, for those of us who there are other contexts. And I really loved both of these translations and so many of the lines. That's why I asked, is there anything that you sort of wish you had done? I love smelled the soul of grass, but I also love smelled the life of lawn, and I rolled the blacks of my eyes was amazing. And the idea eating worry, I understand, we don't eat worry, but then also what the sort of a new image or a strange image can do for a reader, right? That's why we read poetry sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I actually, you mentioned roll the blacks of the eyes. I would like to ask both Taika and Phillips about this, because there's a resonance going on here, which it's hard to say if it's the same thing as English or not. So the phrase here is so I just want to ask Taika, what he meant by this, because I was very curious and I thought a fair bit about it. Taika, ondan көз карачкын чөгүлөттүм, жынын жынып бор берген яба. Көз карачкын чөгүлөтүш деген геп менен сиз неме бар демекчисиңиз аслы? Андан бир кандак бир туйгу бар, кандак бир имаг бар буерде?
Bu şiirde muşunda bir neçe yaba. Yani bir xillik sallilik şokluk kılgandek ma'na berdiği yaba. Birisi aşu köz qarchiqin çögültüş, yani birisi bir kecha hapilishib ikki qo'limdan bam yetdi degan. Endi bu mush she'rdagi bir xil yengil taraf bular ikkisi. Mening nazrimda bu bir xil yengil taraf. Bu balkim meni shu chog'da Amerikaga kelganligim va shu kelish imkoniyatiga erishganligimda shakllangan ajab bir xo'shallik hissiyoti mush uchrashishning ichida bo'lgan bir amil bo'lishi mumkin.
So basically, this and another part, which is I worked all night, my two hands reached my back. These two parts of the poem, there's a certain playfulness in them. And it's not accidental, it's something that is perhaps reflecting the kind of happiness and gratitude, the sort of positive feelings I had on being able to make this visit to America. So those are sort of light, in the sense of not heavy, light parts of the poem, kind of sort of slightly more uplifting or playful parts. And now, if I'm not translating, but just adding my thoughts, that's something that is sort of going back and forth again and again in the poem, even in this short poem, most obviously with how light the hearts, how heavy the leaves. But it's really, I think, present throughout, sort of a tension between playfulness and heaviness. Nice. Hazır endi bugünkü muzokara jarayonida taqim his qilyapman. Bu she'rda bir xil deymiz, bir xil ikki qutb bor. Eg'irlik bilan yengillik. Endi bu yerda nihoyat aniq deyilgan, masalan, qadrlarni mancha yengil, yaproqlarni eg'ir degan yerda u bak aniq. Ammo amaliyotda butun misralar bor. Butun misralar bor. Bir tarafga mangdi, ondan yana bir tarafga mangdi.
To'g'ri.
He says, yeah.
Mesela bu da işkilik, iki amil ağır ve yengil. Bu narsa hakikaten bu şeyde başına aklı var. Mesela gam bilen nay yedik. Mesela nam bilen gam yedik. Mesela bu ikisini tartıp ta en ahırgıç boğalıkta aslında yaşap ketmekse değişti. Muş gapni yüzde bir kılık yengillik bilen ağırlık tam var.
So it's throughout the poem from the very beginning with the sharing flatbread and grief. All the way to the end, saying Yashap Getkideksen, looks like you'll make it, or as Mateu's translated, you'll probably make it. That there's a certain playfulness in these words, and now again I'm going back to my words. We were actually talking before we went live just now about. I actually don't remember what we're just saying, how are you and how are you doing? How are you doing in the coronavirus era? And I think I just said how I was doing, and Daika said, like quoting from the poem. And it's a very playful sort of, it looks like you'll make it, right? I mean, there's probably, Mateu, do you have I feel like there's so many ways you can go with that part of the line.
Actually, this duality between lightheartedness and heavy-heartedness was one of the challenges that I faced in translating the poem, because I actually, for that line, I considered multiple options. I first thought maybe you'll probably stay alive, Yaşap Getkideksen, or I even considered you'll probably survive, and then I finally decided to go with you'll probably make it, because. Coming to America, there's this sense that realizing the American dream, or it has that connotation of moving from another country to this country. So that has some positive feelings. But at the same time, for Uyghurs who are going through these tragic times, like unprecedented oppression and tragic times in our history. So when I think about it, I also wanted to translate it as you'll probably survive, because but then I decided if you come out of that situation, you're already surviving no matter what. And so probably I should increase that to you'll probably make it.
You put it so well. And it's notable, I think, that you and I both settled on actually the exact same final two words, because as you're saying, there's so many different ways you could have gone with this, right? And I wonder, do you also have going through your head at one point, if you make it here, you make it anywhere?
Yes.
Yeah. That's New York nisbeten bu yerda yashay olsang hamma yerda yashay olasan degan bir gap bor inglizchada. Men shu gapni o'ylashdim. If you can make it here, you'll make it anywhere. Oh, qilib tashqan bir gap inglizchada. Qiziqarli bir gap ammo. Kelmez o'yladik buni.
Bu şiirdeki tercümede biraz kıyınçılık tug'dirgan tercümede tercümede kıyınçılık bulduğun yoki bir odamni sinaydigan nokta menimcha shu birinchi misra bilan eng oxirgi misra. O'tirdagi misralarning albatta boshqa qiyin nuqtalar bo'lishi mumkin, ammo birinchi misradagi shu nom bilan g'amnish uyg'urchada bu aniqlan aytib keladi bu. Lekin buni endi inglizcha qanday tarjima qilish bu bir masala. Endi eng oxiridagi sen yaşap ketdiksen deganim bu zali qanday tarjima qilish boy men so'rdim. Bu Makki degan qizimni so'rdim. Bu qanday ma'nosi bu gapni? Bu mening o'ylaganimdek emas, bu ishga o'xshash tarjima qildim bu nuqtani, ammo mening o'ylaganimdek emas ekan desam, mening qizim tushundi deb aytmoqchi. Mushkil nuqta biraz nima bir odamga jang e'lon qilgan nuqta tarjimada.
So Taika says that he thinks there are two particularly hard parts of this poem for a translator. One is the first couplet and one is the last line. And that, especially because in Uyghur, you can say eating grief, and obviously that's not an English phrase. And then, the Yaşap Getkideksen, looks like you'll make it, you'll probably make it. and he said he was just asking his daughter, what does make it all about? And so she was explaining that to him. Karen, does that come to mind for you as well? Make it here, make it anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, when I was reading them, both of the translations, I also thought like, oh, you'll live, which is something, I think you'll live, something, it's also very funny. Like there's an irony there. So I'm glad that was something that I was picking up on in the reading, but it's curious. It's always interesting. And I know to hear you have extensive translation experience yourself translating into Uyghur. And so it's always interesting to hear a poet say what they think is challenging about something that they've written for someone else and whether that aligns with what a translator's experience is. And we have sort of focused in on the beginning and the end. So it sounds like that probably, that you were onto something that you knew and you were right to hear. But I wonder if there were other...
bu şu Karen make it again gapimden aşina oyulum deydi. Ondan sizni ondan başqa tillardan Uyghur tiliga tercüme qilish tajribasi bor deb anladım. Ondan sizman shoir bo'lishingizdan bilan ham bir xil terjümanlik qilgan odam bo'lishingizdan bilan mushu salohiyatlarınız bilan bu sizning bu she'rga o'zingiz yozgan she'rga nisbatan qaysi misralarninki terjümanga ta'sir qilganligini uni bir xil farz qilishingiz qiziqdi. Ondan haqiqatan bir yaxshi hamda sizdan buni anglash bir xil o'zingizning ana tilida yozgan bu she'rni hamda terjümanga nisbatan qanday bir qiyinchilik tug'dirdi. Buni anglag'imiz bor ham qiziq bir masala hamda.
Men o'zim bu she'rni tarjim qilgan. Ham men she'r yozgan chaqdim shu she'rniki boshqa bir tilga tarjim qilinish ehtimolligini hisob qilma odatda she'r yozgan chaqdim. Bu mendeki bir masala bu.
So I've translated poems as well, and I consider this pretty important when thinking about poetry.
Bu she'rda meniki bir masalan bir avtor ham bir tarjima tajribasiga ega bir tarjimon bo'lasiz. Mening nim qilgan mendaligi biroz shu tarjimada qiyinlik tug'dirdi deydigan narsa baydab o'tdim. Shu birinchi misra bilan eng oxirgi misra. Albatta o'tirdagi mazmunlarmi bor. Lekin shu ikki misrada bir xillik qo'sh ma'no berdigan hammalık bir söz köp xil ma'no berdigan andan nuqta bo'lg'achqa mushu ikki mislani men biroz qiyin to'xtaydi deb o'ylagan.
As a translator and a poet, that is pretty much what I thought, that the first couplet and then the last line are going to be the ones that are most challenging for translators. And if I can just add, so POÈTICA is translated into Uyghur a lot of poetry, I would say, from Chinese. But he also writes poetry in Chinese. That's pretty unusual. I mean, I only know of a few poets who successfully, write poetry in multiple languages. So that's probably worth mentioning as well.
Bu benimki hozircha she'rlarim boshqa tilga tarjim qilganda ko'proq Josh bilan Darin Baylar, Dilmurat Mutallib va yana boshqalar tarjim qildi. Bu tarjimada eng muhimi shu mening o'zimning nimamda shu tarjimadagi tarjim qilmoqchi bo'lgan she'rni hamda tushunish masalasi va hammamizga o'rtaq bir muhim masala deb qarayman.
Yeah, the question, well, so far my poems have been translated, mostly by Josh Freeman and Dilmurat Mutallib and Darin Baylar, and of course Mutallib as well. The question of how to understand the poem is the most important one as we approach translation.
Hamda bu uzun yillik shu tarjima necha vaqtdan buyon bo'lgan tarjim jarayonida hamda Josh hamda izchil turda hamda birsi o'zining ana tili bo'lmag'achqa Uyg'ur tili, ikkinchisi she'rni tarjim qilish jihatdagi bir xillik mas'uliyatchanlik nuqtasidan desak bo'ldi, hamda o'zi tushunmagan har bir nuqtani Masalan, her bir söz şunun ma'nosi, iste'molniki ma'nosi, she'rdagi ma'nosi, balkim yana boshqa bir ehtimollik ma'nolarni so'raydi. Bu narsa ma'nolarga bir xil tarjima qanchaqli bo'ladi. Ashunda bo'lishni, ashunda bir xillik pozitsiyada bo'lishni arzu qilmayman. Ham o'zim shunda qilmaydi tarjima.
So over the years, when Josh has translated a poem of mine, if there's anything he has, questions about in it, or when he's done translating in terms of, the original meaning of a given line or something like that, he's always asked me about it. And both as a translator and as a poet, I think that that's the right way to approach it. But then if I can jump off from this and add something.
How does it feel to be also Josh translating the words that when Josh does X? It's
awkward in the extreme. Awkward in the extreme.
Yeah. So yes, now jump off Josh from speaking about Josh in the third person to the first.
Yeah, if I can go back to the first person, which is more comfortable, but still not totally comfortable. This was an interesting experience as Poetry Slam because I, especially the, which is not a common expression in Uyghur. If this had not, the rules of the Poetry Slam are we're not supposed to talk to the poet about any questions we may have. So I did, and I thought about it a while, and that was all I could do. And if it were, anything else, I could ask, Taika what he thought about that. But on the other hand, it's also an interesting comparison for me, and I wonder if anybody else here has any thoughts about this. Some of the poets I translate are dead. Some of the poets I translate now are in concentration camps in Xinjiang, and I can't ask them. So it's really, it makes you think about the accessibility of the original text and original intent, and should we always in fact be going for, should we be originalists, to use a word from legal discourse. And I don't really know what I think about that. I sort of go back and forth, but do other translators here have thoughts on this?
Mutalib, how do you feel?
Mm-hmm. I view translation as a rewriting process. It's as much, of course, the original work is essential and very important, but also the translation itself is a process of reinvention. And there's a lot of creativity and other thoughts that go into the piece, the art, from the translator's perspective. So because of that, when there is an opportunity, actually there were many moments that I wish I could talk to Tahir about what he meant by certain words or what he did. But I also enjoyed the restriction of the Poetry Slam, and that we couldn't talk. And then we would come together and compare notes. And I thought it was a really cool idea to see how our creative process worked and what we came up with and how that really played out in the translations.
Yeah, and it's a kind of translation. I think, every time I teach anything in a classroom that's translated, I try, to the extent possible to offer multiple translations so that people can think about the fact of translation, first of all, but then also what translation is doing, and they're performing interpretations that are really different. The stanza of this poem was so challenging for me. I was talking, earlier to Mutalib about how I was talking about this stanza with two other people yesterday at some length, just trying to figure out what is happening, and to have that be a possibility, to have people then come together and think about it's not a sort of gotcha, oh, oops, you were wrong about that. It's that if we had 10 people on the screen, there would be 8 more, and all of those would be growths that are coming. I think of translation as iterative growth of a work, that there was one and now there are 3 and there could be many more. And then each of those has the readers that it has. And it's just a sort of expanding of riches is how I like to think of translation.
That would be I think, great segue to talk about that line in the 2 lines in the third stanza. I worked all night. This is Josh's translation. I worked all night. My 2 hands reached my back. I took
more incarnations than the Buddha. And then I translated that as, I struggled for a night. Finally, both of my hands touched my back. My appearance looked even more opulent than the Buddha. So, Josh, how did you interpret those two lines, and what imagery came to your mind, and how did you come to the choice of I took more incarnations than the Buddha? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first interesting question is, I worked all night, I struggled for a night. Now looking at yours, I really like the way you did that first clause. I struggled for a night. I think that's great. And that's a lot more resonant than I worked all night. And I think it might actually, it makes a lot of sense to me. I also like, finally my two hands reach my back, because in the original line, the word finally isn't there, but I actually feel like it's implied. Seeing your translation and thinking about that now, finally both of my hands touch my back. But I sort of implied it with the word reached, right? Because reach implies you're going for something and finally you reach it, right? So, and then the next line that you're asking about, took more incarnations in the Buddha. So for everybody watching, it's so this is not an immediately familiar line to a reader, but I think to me it calls to mind the idea that the Buddha has many incarnations. So Qiyapet is sort of appearance. That would be the broadest definition of that term, right? So if we were to do a linear translation of this line, it would be something along the lines of, my appearances were even richer than the Buddha's appearances. It became even richer than the Buddha's appearances. So what I figured is it's probably referring to incarnations that the Buddha takes. And I took even more of them than the Buddha did. So what I'm thinking is he worked all night. His two hands reached his back. Two hands reached his back is actually the most mysterious thing here to me. The incarnations, or the Qiyapetram and Buddha to me, is saying he mentally tried on many different things, thought about what is life going to be like if I do this? What is life going to be like if I do that? What will my incarnation be if I do this? So to me, that's sort of a night of kind of maybe tossing and turning and imagining. And that's actually, in the two translations, that's definitely the line where we ended up differing the most. So you're right to bring it up.
Maybe this is I can briefly talk about my rationale for making that choice, and then maybe we can ask Tahir to talk about those two lines. When I translated those two lines, what came to my mind is these very famous imageries in Abrahamic religions where Jacob wrestled with God all night, over a very difficult decision, and then finally, having made his mind, having reached some sort of agreement with God, and the next day feeling much lighter because of that. And then, and because of that, and then looking at the Buddhist tradition, how this reincarnation or the appearance looked fuller, richer, and that he became even more content than the Buddha. And so really calm, that after that struggle ended, and there's that great comfort, great peace, and that he achieved the following day after that night of struggle, mental struggle. So that was my rationale for translating it that way. Tahirka, biz hozir mushu eng oxirgi coupletning 5-2 misrasini to'g'risida ozroq paranglashdik. Mushu Josh bilan meningki tarjimamda eng chong farqimdagi mushu ikkisigan. Siz o'zingizningki shu ikki misrada nima ma'nolarni ifodalaganligingizni qandayroq, masalan, bir dindan bir imaglarni ishlatdingizmi yo qaysi ma'noda qilganligingizni bir ash to'g'risida bir so'zlab qo'ysangiz bo'ladi.
Buldu men bu ikki tarjimani degan ko'rdim selishtirib. Gerçi İngilizcem yaxshi bo'lmasmi, ammo tafsili selishtirib ko'rdim. Mening his qilganimda endi sizning tarjimangiz nima deymiz bir qadar asli holatni saqlashga kirishibsiz she'rdagi asli ma'noni. Joshcho desa Josh ko'proq ma'noni ixchamliq, ya'ni ingliz tiliniki odati bo'yicha ingliz tiliniki meg'izliq mandal ifodalash usuli bo'yicha tarjima qilibdi. Endi ashningdimi masalan siz hozir degandiki mana gapni bir tarjima qilib o'tamizlar andikida ya.
Sen qilib o'tadilar.
Ma'qul. So before I came to this event, I also read both translations and compared them myself. What I noticed is that Muttalib's translation followed more originalist tradition, whereas Josh tried to interpret the poem and conveyed its message in a more concise manner in English to English reading audience.
Buyerdagi masalan sizniki shu eng oxirdagi finally dedingizgo bir kecha gaplashdim eng oxiri ikki qo'lim dumam ketdi degan. Masalan bu haqiqatan ham dal bo'lgan deb qarayman. Masalan endi men inglizini yaxshi bilmagancha buni bakni o'qib ketmayman, ammo masalan finally degan gapning o'sha eshitilishi asli nimaga aslidagi masalan bir kecha gaplashdi degan ekan, masalan bu qo'lni dumbiga tekkizgil olmaydi. Bir kecha gaplashib oxir tekkizdim deganga bu yerda oxir degan bir ma'no chiqdi undan endi. Shunga siz u so'zni ishlatibsiz. Men uni diqqat qildim.
I noticed that Muttalib used the word finally, even though it wasn't in the original line, but it was implied in that meaning. Because if you struggle all night, and it's a really hard thing to do, nearly impossible thing to touch your back with both hands. So it was implied, but Muttalib included that word and really fully conveyed, accurately conveyed what I intended in that line.
It's so I just did it right now. I mean, it's actually very easy to touch your back with your hands, both hands. And so I was trying, when I was reading the poem, I was like, well, is it maybe you have to touch your hands together and touch your back in a place? And, you know. Hello, online world. Here we are doing it together. I see.
Anadan keyin masalaning tarjimaniki hozirgi sizlar qarab mana yuradi hozir. Menimcha shu farq bo'lish kerak deb o'ylayman. Lekin Joshning tarjimasidagi ma'no chiqdi deb unga men ishonaman. Ashuna ma'noni Joshning cho'qim chiqirdi deb. Chunki bir kecha gaplashdim degan ma'no aniq uningda-ku. Shuni faqat bu yerda so'z ishiltish masalasi bo'lishi mumkin edi ishkamani tarafida.
Josh's translation also expressed the same idea, but it is minor differences in word choice, probably.
Anadan keyin men ikkinchi uning davomini qisqa deb aytay. Qiyofatlarim Buttaning qiyofatlaridan mo'l bo'ldi deganda, bu Butta dinda Buttaninki va boshqa Butsatvalarninki har xil qiyofatlari bo'ldi. Bularning badan qiyofati, qo'l qiyofatlari bo'ldi. Bu qiyofatlarning hammasi ma'lum bir xil ma'noni ifodalaydi. Buningda garchi qo'lni dumbisi tekkizish ma'lum bir xil konkret ma'no ifodalamasa-mu, lekin bu yerdagi ashunda qiyofatlarninki bir xil o'zgacha qiyofatga kirganlik orqali shu chaqdagi mening bir xil holatimni ifodalagan, ruhiy holatimni ifodalagan bir ma'no bor.
In Buddhism, Buddhas have different postures, different positions or gestures, and each one has significance. And by saying that I also my appearance looked more opulent or different, achieved an even richer appearance than Buddha. I just wanted to express that I had a different. It had a different meaning. I think I lost that last line.
I wonder, it's really interesting to think about what will happen after this conversation if both of you go and revise your translations. And I'm also just thinking, because translation is one of these things that is always dealing with divided authority over a text. And this is one of those, and both of you, I think, both translators referred to talking to other people in the process of translating it. Or after you had been finished, you couldn't talk to the poet, but you could sort of, think with other people. And so this is one of those thinking with moments. And I'm curious, I hope that you will both send revised texts around to our email thread that we have, so we can see what happens with it next.
For sure.
But I'm wondering, I'm going to take these down, and just because I wanted to ask also a question about the context for translation and for reading and for sharing, and sort of the specific context of translating literature from a language. I'm sure you get this all the time, but spoken by a threatened population, right? And the sort of complicated relationship of poetry and politics than speaking for that come up all the time when we're talking about literature and translation, but have a much more heightened urgency, I guess, in these circumstances. And I wonder if that's something that either or both of you want to speak to.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely speak into that, because when I read this, I saw myself in that poem, because I also sort of struggled like that. It is not a very easy decision, a very difficult decision, in fact, to leave one's homeland and not knowing when you can ever return or if you can return. And so it is like really, really hard decision. And so I totally understand when I read like this, we didn't get to talk about this, but I really want to highlight these three lines. Like the drops of sweat mirrored the world from the tip of my nose. The forest darkness rustled in my ears. Backward down the heavy path we walked abreast. That is Josh's translation, and when I translate it as the sweat beads on my nose reflected the world. And we often associate sweat with just hard work. And so like years of hard work is there. It's not easy to get to this stage in life. And then the darkness of the forest that we left behind is still roaring in the ears, that it could sweep up. Like we feel that, we feel the presence of that darkness. And then this imagery that Tahir created in the poem is just absolutely stunning, really mind-blowing. Like together, we walked backwards side by side. We couldn't, like that is how you feel. Like you cannot leave that world behind, but you have to walk away from it. So the only way to leave that world is to walk backwards. You look at it and then you gradually walk back, and then on a wavy path. And the road ahead of you is not straightforward, easy path. There are a lot of ups and downs. And I absolutely love that line. Tahirka, mushu ang akhirqi ma ikinci kupletdiki keyni chilab yanmayan piyada mangdoq. Örkeşlik chig'ir yo'lda. Manga bak ta'sir qildi mushu bir misra.
Bu şiirdik bayman degan aslında bir neçe yengil noktalar bir çaqchaq qilgandek bir xillilik elementlarning birisi mana shu keyinchilab menish.
As I just said, this is one of the kind of lighthearted things in the poem that I was talking about just now, was the kind of walking backward side by side.
Bu nimdeymiz aslında shu chaqdagi hamda bir xil tajribalar, ya'ni bir qatimliq bir safardan keyin safarda olgan ta'sirotlarning jug'lanmasi bo'lg'achqa buningda bir turkum ko'rinishlar, imaglar jug'langanda bu she'rga pirislangan. Shunganda yoqtig'iningizdan menmo xush bo'ldim.
I mean, this is basically the collection of feelings and memories after a trip, all of which are kind of coming together in this poem. So I'm really glad that you liked it too. Yeah, I guess I should answer Karen's question as well.
You don't have to. You can evade. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not from Xinjiang. I'm not I have not been through these experiences in the same way. So, you know, for me, literary translation is just a way to, you know, bring these voices into another language, allow other people to hear these voices, you know, as close to the original as possible. Obviously, as we've been talking about now the last half hour, translation is, you know, it's not the original. It's a type of creativity all its own, but, you know, this is sort of my way to let other people speak through me as much as possible. You know, in my work as a historian, obviously I'm writing in my own voice, and that's fine. But translation is just this great opportunity to, it's not unmediated, of course, but it's this great opportunity to kind of, you know, elevate other voices. And I really, you know, value the opportunity to do that. But it's, I don't know, the first thing for me is always just that I really love a poem, so I feel compelled to translate it, and that's always the first thing that comes to mind, and it's always the first impetus for me. And pretty much every poem that I've translated and published is a poem that I love, very much including this one. So it's just a very special privilege to, you know, have the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Yeah. I wonder, I mean, we're sort of at our time.
But yet we're the last event. So.
But we're the last event. I mean, would it be okay to throw in this clip? Is that okay?
It's your call.
I mean, thinking of signal boosting also. It seems, so when I was reading these poems this week too, Josh and I were having a back and forth simultaneously about this, these subtitles that he was doing for this short film, or sort of doing the very, very final edits on. And it also is about meeting and not meeting and leaving and exile. And so it was very much at the back of it was my context basically for reading. And so I thought it would be nice to share, we asked the filmmaker, Josh asked the filmmaker if it would be okay to share just a few minutes from it. So I'm gonna pull that up. And maybe this, you know, could be a sort of wrapping up. And I guess neither Tahir nor Muttalib will have seen this before, but I think I have to start playing it and then go.
Full screen it though.
I'll full screen it, but I have to share first, I think. Oh, sorry, this is a little awkward. Wait, is it sharing now?
I think
yes.
So.
Oh, yeah, it is?
We can see it.
Yes,
oh, okay.
play. Yeah.
Menzil kayan men kessem, dağlara şükürsem. Ayığı yok tülleden, şirimde seferden. Tenha qarab turar men, heyran bulup felekке. Sükütteki demlerden, tileklerde yürügüm. Menzil kayan men kessem, dağlara şükürsem. Ayıbı yok tüllerde, düşlerimde seferde. Tenha qarab turar men, heyran bulup felekке. yakın aldımdan yutulsa bilgim. Vurulup sopan çaklıgan çiçeğlerde seherde. Kalıp akşay darben alan yıllap belekler.
Okay, so that was where I was told to stop. And of course, they're very, I mean, one of the reasons why I hesitated was just that they're different objects and they're different genres and feelings and moods, but there was something about the sort of thematics of meeting and this sort of struggle. But it was also the sort of up and down that all of you have been talking about, of this, how light the hearts, how heavy the leaves, that the music was doing. It was just playing in the back of my mind when I was reading these translations. And I think it allowed me a sort of richer experience of them. So I was grateful for that and wanted to share it.
Yeah, and Karen saw this video in part because I was asking her about one word. I kept going back and forth about the translation of Seur. Seur, because there's so many ways you could translate that. And I felt like that one word is so important in this video, right? There's this really incredible moment where it's written on a piece of paper, and I hopefully persist, gets it across. But thank you, Karen, for your advice on that word.
Now you have more sources. We could.
Now I have the whole internet. So,
yeah. But I don't know if anyone has any closing words apart from, or anything that you want to add or ask one another now that you're here.
Тайка хатыма bir deydigan gaplarimiz bo'lsa yoki bo'lmasa bizga qo'yilgan savollarimiz bo'lsa, hozir so'rasangiz biz javob berishga tayyor.
Sizlardan bu she'rni nemishqa bu she'rniki mutallibniki ashyo'liqi bayatın deganliqi keyinchilab yan menish degan. Masalan, hamda ash nuqtaga bir qisqachalik qo'shimcha qilsam, nurg'un o'qirmanlar odatda keyinchilab menish andinliqi ne ko'proq nimdeymiz bundan keyingi yo'lninki qandaqligini aniqsizlik nuqtasidan, masalan, keyinchilab manganda odam keyin nimaligini bilmaydi. Hammaliqi noit bir xilliqi vahim ichida mangadi endi. Bu shu nuqtani aytgan chaqda endi mutallibniki yoki mush nuqtadan esida qoldimi yoki mushu jumlaning o'zi, mush misraning o'zi qiziqarli tuyulib o'ziga esida qoldimi, mushuni bilib boqay degan mutallibdim.
Rahmat Arka. Josh, you want to go ahead, translate that part, and then I will respond to that?
Sure. Yeah. So the thing about walking backward, it does have a playfulness about it, but which Mikhail flagged earlier, it has a playfulness about it, but it can also have a very kind of scary connotation that if you're walking backward, then you don't know what's coming up ahead and you don't know what's going to be coming in the future. And there's a very frightening aspect to that as well. So I'm interested because Montaleb brought up these lines. What did it mean to him and why did it stick in his memory?
Bana tayyorga bu asosliq bana ta'sir qilgan tarifi bu misradagi. Sizning ashyoda endi bu bir qinoyati hal qiluvchi daqiqa. Bu daqiqada siz bir yo'l ko'chib kelish, yana bir yo'l boshqacha oqibatga boshlab bordi. Shundaq vaqtda oxiri siz mishani tanlashga aslan tanishildingiz, ammo oqibatdagi yo'llarga toza qiyamagandekchi ba'zi yerlar, masalan, albatta urug' tuqqan do'stlar nurg'unlar ashyoda qilib qoldi. Bu bir tarafdan tushundim buni. Shunga bir xil qiyamay turib, yana oldiga mangsak bo'lmaydi. Endi oldimizdagi yo'l egiz pas, o'rkashlik chig'ir yo'l. Oson emas bu yo'l. ters ama şunun bilan yana aqımız bolsunma, qarab turib bolsunma, ajının keçemey turib yana meniş dep manda düşünüp yana birge siz bu yerda nurg'un do'stlar bilan kurashdingiz. Aşı dostlarning ba'zi bilan istigandek bayağı burun tunishadigan do'stlar. Endi ashular bilan bir o'tmishni billa asildinglar. Biz mushta bir mangan to'q deb burunqi kechmishni qaytadan bir paranglashgandek tuyuldi. I almost translated this part as we walked backwards in the memory lane. I almost translated that way, and then I decided to go with this current version.
I obviously can't translate what you just said, but I would like to just remind Mutalip of what you said earlier. For translating that line, you said that it was so, I mean, I'm paraphrasing now and sort of memorying, but that it was so hard, that you could imagine a scene in which it was so hard to leave a thing that you couldn't turn your back and go away, but had to back away with the sight of that, right? Which also means that you can't see what's coming, and the place that you're going is an unknown, and you're always thinking of the thing that you've left, which I thought was a beautiful, a beautiful way of reading that line.
Do you want to say what you just said in English, just so everybody watching who doesn't know either will know your answer to the question?
Yeah, so I really like that part, and it stood out to me because, as I said, I thought it had several things compressed in that line. One is Tahir met his old friends. Some of the friends that he met in New York were friends that he knew from the homeland. So he got together with them and then almost traveled back in time to the old memories that they shared before they parted ways. So that was one meaning. So I almost translated as a memory lane, walking backwards in the memory lane. And the other thing is, this is a very common immigrant experience. People, when they leave and cross borderlands, they have this feeling that what is ahead is uncertain, unknown, and there might be ups and downs of life waiting for them. So there's a lot of scary parts. But at the same time, and we leave a lot of treasured, beloved friends, family members, and things that we deeply value in our culture, in our history. So it's hard to part ways with them. So we look at them, but still leave them, and it's like increase our distance from them. So I thought it was such a beautiful one line. It all, like Tahir used one line to describe such rich human experience. I thought it was just fabulous.
There's so much in every single line of this poem. And I mean, if you even just think about half of a line here, the right? You could go a lot of different ways with that.
Absolutely.
Right? So you've got on a wavy path, right? I did this
heaving, I think.
Heaving path.
Heaving path, yeah.
And both of them are kind of pointing at what you're saying, right? The difficulty of this journey. And it's just, I mean, this is the kind of poem for me that every single time I read it, I get something more from it, and it's somehow inexhaustible, which is really
probably one thing about Ürkeşlik çığırıyor, because Ürkeş is often associated with rivers, Ürkeş again derya, like a river full of turbulence or wavy, a lot of like uncertainty, and you could drown.
Froth away.
You could drown in that. Yeah, you could drown in that kind of circumstances, and it is that scary, that uncertain, and I thought that's why it is so rich.
Bir şeyge bir nim kıldığını meniki. Mesela ben şu ürkeşlik çığırı yol degende nemişki igizpes çığırı yol dep almayma. Mesela moşu meselini en çok oylagan yazgan çağda. Mesela igizpes dese çıkanlı bizler igizpes yol desler asallı bu bir siyasi ictimai mana verip koydu. Igizpes yol dese turmuştaki japa muşakkat depla anda düşen çığırdı igizpes yol dese. Ürkeşlik yol dese Hakikaten Virginia'nın yolları aşındaqkan hakikaten bu Amerika'da yollar egizpas oldukken. Bizning atrofda yo'l tip-tuzliqli o'tadi-ku. Ba'zi yo'llar o'zininki yer shakli bo'yicha egizpas oldukken. Men kino bilan shug'ullangan ko'proq ko'rish san'ati bilan shug'ullangan bo'lgan ekan. Men ko'rgan narsalarning ham ko'rgil bo'ldigan, ham ikkinchida u narsa harakatlanadigan bir narsani yaxshi ko'rmoqchiman. Masalan, bir surat bo'lsa yoki bir ko'rinish bo'lsa, u ko'rinish harakatlanib tursa, men yaxshi ko'raman bu narsani. Chunki bu kinodagi montaj yoki kinodagi bir xil ko'rinish bo'lgan sezgulikdan kelgan. Shunga men ashuni egizpas chig'ir yo'l demay, o'rkashlik chig'ir yo'l deyishlik maqsadim mana bu shu.
So, there's a reason that I didn't translate this just as a bumpy road or a hilly road, and those basically are easily, you hear there's a bumpy road, there's a, whatever, a hilly road, and there's immediately kind of, political meaning there, and it's, you're saying it's hard, so things are difficult, and I didn't choose that, despite the fact that in Virginia, which is where I was, which is where I am, the roads are very hilly because in China they just level everything out and the road is very level. And in in the U.S. we like to kind of follow the original terrain. But I didn't, I'm a film director in addition to being a poet, and I am very affected by images, and that comes across in my poetry. And I really like when in a line I can have kind of a sense of movement, image plus movement, and urkeshtik here, which we can translate as wavy, frothy, heaving. Whatever, there's a real sense of movement there, and it's not the typical description, but that's why I went with that one.
I think it's just been really wonderful to see. I've heard Josh speak about his dislike of annotation before, but this is not an annotation necessarily, but I do love the way that this conversation has brought out so many things. Like any good conversation about a thing that you have read. With other people who have read the same thing, has brought out such richness in the poem. So I'm really grateful to all three of you for doing that with such generosity and open-heartedness, and feeling that this is a collaborative enterprise that you're all involved with or in.
It's a real privilege to be part of this amazing team and do this event together.
And thank you also to SANT JORDI in New York, for providing us with the forum.
Yeah. I mean, we could just do this tomorrow again on our own, right?
And we keep going now. There's no time. We have before.
I think, as a way of closing, I did think that it would be nice to just read. And this time I'm not going to bring them up on the screen, so we can just, partly because that was so difficult technically, and also because it will just be nice to hear. So maybe we could go in the reverse. I don't remember who read first before. Let's end with Xavier reading his poem.
Yes. Josh, you want to go ahead? You were at last time.
The meeting. Yeah. I met with them. We sat together, sharing flatbread and grief. Drops of sweat mirrored the world from the tip of my nose. The forest darkness rustled in my ears. Backward down the heaving path we walked abreast. I cast my eyes around and smelled the soul of grass. How light our hearts, how heavy the leaves. I worked all night. My two hands reached my back. I took more incarnations than the Buddha. The next day they declared, "Seems like you'll make it."
Okay. A meeting. I met them. We sat together, eating bread and worry. The sweat beads on my nose reflected the world. The darkness of the forest was roaring in my ears. Together, we walked backwards, side by side, on a wavy path. Then I rolled the blacks of my eyes, smelled the life of lawn. How light the hearts, how heavy the leaves. I struggled for a night. Finally, both of my hands touched my back. My appearance looked even more opulent than the Buddha. Next day, they said, "You'll probably make it."
to hear.
Növətdə alayım da sizə.
Şu Uyğurcasını bir oxuyasanız, ən axırqı şu.
Uçuruşuş. Ular bilan uçraşdım. Birga o'ltirib, non bilan g'am yedik. Burnimning uchidagi ter tomchilari dunyoni aks ettirdi. Quloqlarimda o'rmonning qorong'uligi gukraydi. Kayni chilab yonma-yon piyoda mangdik. O'rkashlik chig'ir yo'lda. Andin ko'z qarchiqimni cho'gillatdim. Chimning jeni purdi. Qalblar nimancha yengil, yaproqlar nimancha ig'ir. Bir kecha apilashdim. İki qo'lim dimbamga yetdi. Qiyofatlarim Buttaning qiyofatlaridan mo'l bo'ldi. Atsi ular sen yashab ketgudaksan deyishdi.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks to all of you. That was really wonderful.
Thank you.
So, and thanks to all the viewers out there, if there are any.
That's true. We haven't been watching the live chat. People, if anybody, even if nobody watched it, we're still with it.
It was really great. This was
absolutely.
Yeah,
really.
We should do this again.
Yes.
So it was really wonderful to meet the two of you who I was meeting here, and I hope that it gets to happen in person at some point in the future. So
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So much.
Wonderful night, everyone.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hoş.
Hoş.
Hoş. Xudoga emanet.
Hoş.
Bye guys. Thank you so much.